it's important and so on. Plato and his ideology was very, you can see it in Ibn Gabiro in a very profound way. Plato argued essentially that this world that we live in, the material world, is essentially a clear reflection of a perfect and mathematically exact world that could not be contained. Let me tell you. And in fact, to refer to the mathematically perfect, not theoretical, but somehow metaphysical world of which this is a pale reflection. So, for example, in Plato's thinking, there is the perfect chair. There is the ideal chair, which is exactly the mathematical form of what a chair should be. And all chairs that we have in this world are kind of like the attempt to approximate that ideal chair. That's kind of like, if you're familiar with the Republic, if you study philosophy when you're in college, in the 6th chapter, they have the famous metaphor of the cave, where you have people who are strapped into chairs and they're forced to look at the back of a cave, and behind them there's a fire illuminating people who are holding puppets. And so the people who are strapped to the chairs looking at the back of the cave, they see the shadows of the puppets. And because that's all they've ever seen in their life, they think the shadows are real. But were they to be released from their fetters by the philosopher and turn around, they would see that the shadows are only cast there by the fire and the puppets, which are more real than the shadows. And if they were to come up onto, level ground, then of course they would see true reality, the sun, and trees, and things like that, and all of a sudden they would perceive what is actually real as opposed to what is simply ephemeral. So that's kind of like the core idea of Platonism. Aristotle, who we won't discuss today, but we will have to get into in later classes, because he had a huge influence on Maimonides in particular. Aristotle said, all of this whole otherworldly stuff, it's garbage. There is no world, where everything is perfect in forms. Plato, you just made all that stuff up. Hence the, Plato pointing up high, and Aristotle saying, it's only if you can measure it is it real. And that a huge difference over the empirical status of reality. And most of Jewish thought followed Maimonides in a deeply Aristotelian vein, but Plato's thought also had huge influence through the Neoplatonists. Now, how does Neoplatonism fit with Ibn Gabiro and his successors? So one idea, there are three basic ideas that are common to many of these traditions. One is that essentially there is one true being, God, of course. There's one being that encompasses everything. And like Plato's idea of the forms, like the perfect chair, the perfect surfboard, the perfect, sunset, whatever it is. So there is one perfect being in which all things are contained. However, Neoplatonism also asserts that there are other existents, meaning there are other things that exist. Somehow, within the context of that one, like we say in the Hebrew tradition, ain't ord milvado, there's nothing other than God, and yet we're not exactly chopped liver. We are somehow existing as well, but we don't understand what are the barriers between our individual existence and God's existence. So these existences are somehow, and this varies from thinker to thinker, they are like emanations of the Godhead itself, as it were, like rays that come out of the sun, or pieces, sparks that come out of the flames, the soul being godly in some nature, not God itself, but participating of God in some way. And so that's the second basic Neoplatonic idea. The third idea is that things are caused by this radiation from the one, and the things which are caused long to return to the source. So in other words, like you see in Jewish thought, that the soul lives in heaven, and then the soul is sent down into this world to accomplish some tasks, and then one day to return to God. That's a basic sort of overview of Neoplatonic thought, and you can see it in many Jewish, Christian, and Muslim thinkers of the Middle Ages. For Rabbi Gabriel, what is perhaps the most distinctive feature, his contribution to scholastic thought, again, his thought primarily pervades in Christian ideas that do not really, deeply influence Jewish ideas, is something called hylomorphism. Hylos in Greek means wood or matter, chomer in Hebrew, and morphism is related to the idea of tsura or form, matter and form. For Ibn Gabiro, matter is kind of like the essential emanation of God, that all creation is created by God, like from 6 days of creation, but it is formless, like we say in Bereshit a few weeks ago, tohu vavohu, it's void and without form. It's only through God's will that it takes on form. So in other words, just like wood, there's obviously a tree, but if you kill the tree by cutting it down, then it is a block of material that does not have any function. It is by the application of my will that I make it into a podium or into cheap looking flooring, or I make it into a sculpture, whatever. It's my will that takes the kilos and makes it into a morphos, makes it into a form. The conjunction of divine will imposed on matter is a classic idea of Ibn Gabiro. But it's all related to this idea of Neoplatonism. Now, it's ironic that Ibn Gabiro is often compared to Philo of Alexandria, a thinker from the ancient period, who also had an incredibly profound influence on Christian thought and was basically ignored by Jews. Philo, we won't go into any much detail today, but he's basically living in Alexandria, Egypt, in the temple period, around the turn of the millennium, really, and he is essentially writing Greek commentary on the Bible, which is accessible to Christians who can read Greek, but occasionally he kind of goes off the derech, he goes off the reservation with some of his ideas, borrowing certain midrashim or changing their meaning in such a way that the rest of the rabbinic world is not comfortable with Philo. So Philo becomes a core commentator on the Bible for early Christians and is ignored by Jews. He's considered like the greatest of the great among these early commentators by Christians, and yet Jews have no time for him. Ibn Gabriel similarly heavily influences scholastics, but he's ignored by Jews. So it's kind of an ironic situation. Now, he also wrote, besides his metaphysics, which talks about, the large ideas of what is the universe made of, who is God, how do we relate to God, these kinds of very esoteric ideas. He also spoke to a topic that's much more germane for Jewish thinking, and that's his ethics. Meaning, if metaphysics is all about beyond physics, the construction of the universe, ethics, also a preoccupation of the Greek philosophers, is how we humans interrelate. And that's really important for Jews who spend a ridiculous amount of time and energy on rabbinic thought on ethics. So this book actually did survive. Jews did continue to recopy it in Ibn Gabriel's name, and we have it to this day. It's called Mivchar HaPninim, which means the choice of pearls, and it's essentially a sequel to his Makor HaChaim, saying, okay, if this is how the universe is constructed, what are the implications for human behavior? If this is the way God designed the world with matter and form, what's the outcome? How does that change my life? And in this complicated book, he gets into a very detailed analysis of how the structure of the universe actually determines how we should perfect our own character. Now, I don't know how good your Arabic is. He wrote this in Arabic, but I have an English translation. So we can go straight to this diagram here. And this gives you a sense of how it all really fits together for Ibn Gabiro. It's ironic that Jews did not read his metaphysics, they went straight to his ethics, because the metaphysics really makes it all, fit into a larger pattern, but we kind of wanted to skip to the chase. How are we supposed to behave? So he basically talks about 10 different character traits, the midot, and how they relate to the four elements and the four humors. This is kind of what also Greek thought that was adopted by many Jewish thinkers of Galen, and trying to figure out how we can sort of like ideally position ourselves within the overall scope of the universe for ethical perfection. So if you look over here at the bottom level, you've got tranquility, penitence, meekness, pudency. I actually had to look up pudency. We only know this word. I only know this word because of the opposite, impudent. Impudent means like brazen, bold, or to use the Latin term, chutzpahdik. So, or mercy. These characteristics are alike in respect to cold. All of these things, according to Ibn Gabriel, they kind of like are all about coolness, all about not getting too upset, not going too hot. On the other hand, if you look at the top, alike in respect to heat, you have to read it upside down. Pride, impudence, right, the opposite of pudency. Hate, wide awakeness, and cowardice. Interestingly, cowardice he puts there with heat, but that's like the opposite set of characteristics dealing with the opposite type of temperature. Over here you have moistness. Now if you're moist, you have valor, joy, love, liberality, and goodwill. And if you're dry, then you have wrath, jealousy, niggardliness, also these are great words, grief, and hard-heartedness. And the whole map, which is central to this book, Mitzvah talks about how if you have a certain kind of personality that is leaning towards, let's say, dryness, which is, by the way, associated with earth in terms of the four elements, and with black gall in terms of the four humors, then you've got to definitely work on developing a little bit more moistness. And maybe you'll get some white gall or water in there, and that can sort of like pull you over to this side. But try to avoid getting too cold in it. Make sure you've got enough heat in there. And the idea is to somehow bring yourself to an ethical center. A very complicated metaphysical understanding of the entire physical universe, the matter, and how to align it with will or form in order to achieve a balanced personality. In the sense of Ibn Gabriel's sophisticated, complicated thought, the metaphysics informs the ethics. And when you go back and read something poetic like Ketzer Malchut, then you see that, oh my gosh, he's taking all of these complicated, weird ideas and bringing them into a poetic expression. It deeply enriches the understanding of this poetry. He was really, in my humble opinion, a philosopher first and a poet second. It's ironic that we know him primarily as a poet. Okay, so if we think about his legacy, let's look at some of his great quotable passages. Again, because he's got a very sharp wit, and he's taking these ideas and his expression in poetry, and they translate really well. I've chosen 4 of them. The truth is, if you look up Ibn Gabriel on the web, you'll be assaulted with tens of quotations. For some reason, perhaps it's because he was so popular among Christians, and he received early Latin translation that, there's more of this kind of like pop wisdom associated with Ibn Gabriel. He does not have anywhere near this pride of place among thinkers in the Jewish pantheon, but nevertheless we get a sense of his personality in these little pretty quotes. The test of good manners is to be patient with bad ones. Very nice. Again, ironic in the sense of what even Moshe Ibn Ezra has to say about him, but a useful one. And Ibn Gabriel also took the photograph that goes behind these two. Yeah, I made that up. Okay. If you want to keep something concealed from your enemy, don't disclose it to your friend. Right? I remember when I was studying in England, they told me there's something called an Oxford secret. You've heard that expression, Oxford? Apparently, an Oxford secret is something you only tell one person at a time. Right? And it's not a secret at all. But if you want to keep something concealed, don't disclose to your friend. Okay, here's another one. A wise man's question contains half the answer. From the question itself, you can understand half of what's going on. And then finally, okay, Man is wise only while in search of wisdom. When he imagines he has attained it, he is a fool. So yeah, that's kind of that quality. I agree. Okay, so it turns out that even with my jokes, I've spoken a little bit faster than I anticipated tonight. We come to the conclusion of the lecture. Ibn Gabriel is one of these fascinating characters. He died very young. He was like a comet that streaked across the sky. His poetry, which he began to write at a very young age, had a phenomenal influence on the liturgy, particularly even today among Sephardim. His philosophy, ironically, is basically lost to Jewish thought for about 900 years, but was picked up by the Christian scholastics, most notably St. Thomas Aquinas, and it is there that he achieved a fame that far eclipsed his stature among Jews. Nevertheless, the value of his extremely powerful poetic expression, the depths of his remorse and his tshuva as expressed in Keter Malchut and other poems continues to influence the liturgy today, and I think he's definitely a very fitting individual to include in our pantheon. Next week, we have a figure who looms very large in the Musar universe. We're going to look at Bachya ibn Hakuda, who was also a contemporary of Ibn Gabriel. They lived roughly the same time, and they lived in the same city in Saragossa, and they borrowed a lot of ideas from each other, as we shall see. But Bachya is known most prominently for a very famous work called Kobos HaLevavos, The Obligations of the Heart, a tremendous classic of Jewish thought that I'm looking forward to learning with you next week. Thank you once again for your attention and your endurance, and we'll wrap it up for the night. Thank you. Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lecture. I had a lot of fun with it. The internet version is a little bit shorter because I told too many jokes that I regretted, and I decided to come out. So you have to come here and visit live. And I want to say a special shout out to that couple that came all the way from Tacoma, Israel, to hear the lecture live. It was great to have you in the audience. Anyways, I want to close with a couple of calls to action. First of all, if you have been reading my book, I'm really grateful to all of you who have written nice things to me privately, and I'm especially surprised that so many have actually read it in one sitting. That makes me a little nervous. Maybe I should write bigger books. This is not quite large enough if you can read it in one sitting, but I'm glad that you're finding it meaningful. Here's the thing. If you're sending me personal words of congratulations, things like that, and feedback and corrections, that's fantastic. But maybe you consider writing a little review, like on the Amazon site. They give you an opportunity to put reviews there, or testimonials will help get this book into the hands of people who appreciate it. And I certainly would be, really very happy to see other people read the book and put the Torah in possession of it. The second thing that's kind of cool, I just got an email today as a shout out if you're watching it right now from a Spanish language publisher who wants to translate some of my stuff into Spanish, which I think would be especially great for Sephardic Jews. I'm not going to divulge any things like that yet until we actually agree on things, but I'm very excited. I think that would be absolutely fantastic. And well, that's about it. Okay, next week we have a fantastic lecture on Elena Bachia on Kobos HaLevavos. Oh my gosh, what an amazing book. I should say so. And I look forward to the that.
By prayer, by their voices and pull it out, by positivity, by exercise, by good nutrition, by movement, by spirit.
Thank you very much for coming. We have an amazing topic tonight, something that, I know about these things for a long time, but I never get around to really studying them until I prepare for these classes. And I'm just so amazed with the range and depth and breadth and fascinating elements of Jewish history. It really is tremendous. Tonight's topic, we're going to look at the incredible Rabbeinu Bachya, also known as Rabbi Bachaye. We'll talk about the pronunciation of his name shortly, who is the author of a classic, a very creative and pioneering work in Jewish history, the Kobos HaLevavos, the duties of the heart. Very important work that I hope I can say everything I need to say within the next 60 minutes or so, maybe a little less. I have to start with a joke. Last week it was not so successful. I think I had fun, but when I viewed them again, I ended up cutting out so much of the Ibn Gabiro lectures. If you like the jokes, feel privileged because the rest of the internet is not getting them. It's only for you guys, but let's try this one, okay? This is actually a joke that I've told maybe 3 or 4 times, and I never managed to get it right, although I have to say it is probably one of my favorite jokes in the whole world. It has a tremendous depth to it. I just don't know why I can't get the punchline right. So it goes like this. You have to understand a little bit of cultural background. This is one of the famous cycle of Chelm jokes. Chelm in Ashkenazi cultural mythology is a town that is filled with fools, and there are all kinds of jokes and stories about Chelm Jews that are sometimes uncomplimentary. Sometimes they show a strange kind of subversive wisdom, like the famous joke. This is a bonus joke, not the one I was planning to tell, about the Chelm family is sitting around the breakfast table one morning, and the father is getting his breakfast ready. He drops a piece of bread on the floor, and they look down, and he's shocked. And he calls everyone over. His wife and his kids come over, and they look, and it landed butter side up. And they don't know what it means. Oh my gosh, I dropped the bread. Look, it landed butter side up. They had no idea what to do. They didn't know, should they move it? Should they touch it? They decide to go talk to the rabbi, because whenever something is deeply troubling like this, you got to go to the rabbi. So they went to the rabbi, and the rabbi says, "Are you sure?" He said, "Yes, we all saw it. We brought in witnesses, kosher witnesses, not related to each other, the whole thing." And he says, "Okay, I have to check the books." So the rabbi goes into the library in his home, and he pulls out all the big tomes of the Talmud and Kabbalah and things like that. He's looking everywhere for an answer, and everyone's waiting. And meanwhile, the entire shtetl is kind of gathered around the rabbi's house. They've heard this amazing thing, and they don't know, what does it mean? Is it a messianic sign or something? Finally, the rabbi emerges from his study, and he's drenched in sweat. He's obviously been exerting himself intellectually to find out the answer. And he says, "I have the answer." And they say, "What is it, Rabbi?" He says, "You buttered the wrong side." Right. There's a Jewish humor now. Okay, maybe I'll save the other joke till later if I find it. So tonight's topic is Rabbeinu Bachya. Absolutely amazing topic. It's such a creative and foundational thinker that has received so little treatment in the literature. It's surprising how few lectures, for example, there are on YouTube about this topic. I'm glad to be contributing this one. Okay, so some good and welfare before beginning today. Our lecture is sponsored by an anonymous donor who is supporting our students for Refuah Shalema, which is the Hebrew term for a complete healing for Mordechai ben Batya. You should have Refuah Shalema, you should have a complete healing, and we should know no more tsar. Another very quick kind of cool piece of information for the internet audience. I'm going to put a little kind of thing at the end of this lecture with more information, but I'm delighted that I was asked to lead a tour into Portugal and Spain this summer. It's a riverboat tour that's going to go from the shoreline of Portugal into Spain. It has all kinds of road trips on the side, and really, it looks fantastic. It looks so cool. Watch the internet version. You'll see some of the pictures from the trip at the end of it. Also, very important to good and welfare. Next week, I have parent-teacher interviews. So that is a very high priority. I love learning history with all of you, but I got to make sure that I'm there for my parent-teacher interviews. Not because I really want to, but because my wife will kill me if I don't show up. No, but it is really important, obviously. So we're going to skip next week. We won't have a lecture here. I may send out something on the internet in advance, so if you're on the mailing list, you'll get a post, God willing. But otherwise, there's no class here next week. We'll convene again the week after. And here's one last good and welfare thing. So this is more for the internet than this audience, but I get, I shouldn't do this first thing in the morning, but sometimes when after I finish davening and things like that, I turn on my YouTube and I look at the comments and I try to respond to some of them. And every now and then, maybe about 5% of the comments are really nasty anti-Semitic ones. YouTube does a really good job of, immediately deleting the ones that are really offensive, but sometimes they are they get through, and then it kind of ruins my day for about 15 minutes, and I have to forget about it. So this one bothered me a little bit. This one was in last week's lecture. I've wiped out the name. It says, since most Jews in the United States, rather Ginos, I had to look that up. It stands for Jews in name only, and it's based of a part of a really bizarre, complicated anti-Semitic myth that today's Ashkenazic Jews are actually descended from the Khazars, who we've talked about in previous lectures. We're not real Jews. We are descended from the Khazars. Are leftists. They hate history and are constantly trying to revise it. This makes it hard to raise money for true history. So I'm not exactly sure what he's getting at, but I think he's throwing a little jab at the fact that we have not met our $100,000 goal for scholarships yet. So the way to deal with these guys, I'm going to delete him later. But in the meantime, support our students, all of you on the internet. It doesn't matter how much. Go online and deal with people like this and say that we don't care. We want to keep learning, and we will help our students get through their undergraduate degree. Okay, enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the actual material. So who was Rabbeinu Bachya? One of the most difficult things about this particular topic is that we know so little about Rabbeinu Bachya. In fact, these are the 2 volumes. This is kind of like the classic printing of Rabbeinu Bachya in the late 20th century version. And this is everything we really know about him. There's hardly any material about him in the medieval world. We barely know when he lived or where he lived, and most of the information that we get is based on internal literary evidence alone. Even though he was clearly a scholar of towering proportions, and his creativity literally started a major genre in Jewish literature, nevertheless, we know very little about his life. When he was born, when he died, we have a hint, one word, as to what he did for a living. Let's have a look at what we do know, most of which can be expressed on just the title page of this one book. Let's check it out. So this is the Hebrew title page, Toras Chovas HaLevavos, which is a beautiful title. The word Torah, of course, is used here in the sense of teaching. Right? The word Torah comes from hora'ah, to instruct. So the teaching of the obligations of the heart. In Hebrew, it's in plural, but in English, it's like hair is plural and singular in English. So the obligation of the heart, and what the whole book is about, refers to how, and we'll return to this, so much of Jewish literature is all about the obligation of the limbs. Where do you have to be at a certain time? What do you have to do? Where do you have to go? What do you have to eat? What do you have to not eat? It's all about physicality. It's all about the body. What do you do with your body? That's the mitzvot. But there's very little discussion in a concerted way about what do you do with your heart? How are you supposed to focus your heart? That's what we'll be engaged in for most of today's hour. But at any rate, that's the title, Teachings of the Duties of the Heart. And then below it, it's written here,
all over the country. Alex Jones with us, legendary broadcaster, friend of the show. I've been lucky enough to speak to him about a lot of the crazy shit that has gone on the past 10 years. And, you know, we'll just come right out with it. We want to get your read on what is going on, because, you know, from the outside, the Trump administration campaigns on exposing this cover-up, blowing the lid off this cover-up, and then they get in office, and now it seems like they're part of this cover-up. So, what in your estimation has happened?
The Hasidic movement, I think, co-opted
all I
it
can
such
do is
that
observe from the outside. I have all the sources and splits of baseball, what's happening.
But before the
fact I
19th
know is
century, in
this.
particular, Rabbeinu was reserved for
15
really
days ago,
unique
they
individuals.
leaked to
For
Axios
example,
just part
Moshe
about this.
Rabbeinu,
Epstein
right?
didn't
Moses, our teacher. Not too many people at that level.
get murdered.
So we know
There wasn't human trafficking, and there wasn't any blackmail.
Now, this is the hard part. The name that we have transliterated into Hebrew
that flies in the face. So the court case is the evidence, the intelligence connection, everything we know.
We go to the
And then I came out
vowels,
that
of
Monday,
course,
14 days ago, and I said, this isn't Pam Bondi. No, I'm defending her. I agree. She's in over her head, like you said. She should go back to policing jet skis in Florida. But then
but it's not a
he
regular
comes out the next day and says on True Social, no, we, the FBI, to move on. I told him to do this the next day in a press conference.
Also say
He says out the reporter,
which is
when they're talking about all these issues, saying, how dare you desecrate the graves of dead kids in Texas from the floods? Shut up. And it's uncharacteristic of Trump. He looks scared. He looks concerned. And then all the other Truth Social posts about, you ask questions, you're with the Democrats, and this is all Democrat made-up hoax, and you're just idiots, when all his surrogates has been promised they bring this out, he talked about bringing it out. So this is Harry Carey, this is seppuku, for those that don't know Japanese, that means suicide, and I had the head of Rescue Polling on the best polling agency, the most accurate on record today. He said Trump has lost 14 points with independents, 5 points with his main base. Like CNN said a week ago, that'll lose him. Before Rasmussen reported it, his reckoning was right. 40 seats probably. In the midterm. The Jane Does they brought out turned out one of the real people was a hooker that introduced her to a modeling agency. We looked at that. Trump's modeling agency, that wasn't true. So they're kind of regurgitating all that on one hand. So why did Trump act so panicked, deer in the headlights? And you're about to say, there is no list. Okay, there is a list, but you're still an idiot if you look at it. Okay, we'll have Pam Bondi released. The grand jury transcripts from Ghislaine Maxwell that Comey's daughter ran the cover-up on, and the Epstein case 6 years ago where he died in jail. So you couldn't do a bigger Streisand effect. You couldn't come out and say, I'm more guilty than what he did. And my loyalty to the truth, I'm autistic about it. I can't, even though I want Trump to succeed, and Democrats are my sworn enemy, Trump will be president. I'm just like having to report this, that this is beyond insane. Yeah, and it's like Trump blowing his feet off with a 12-inch shotgun.
Well, we know that this was not only a blackmail operation, but it was also a money laundering operation. And we know that Jeffrey Epstein was working for billionaires like Les Wexner and many others. And we know that there's been a lot of talk about the connections that Epstein had to intelligence and moving money around the world, making sums of money disappear. Is it a complete coincidence that a lot of this seemed to happen around the time that Benjamin Netanyahu paid a visit to the White House?
And then just to make it a little more complicated,
well, as usual, Bill, you're very informed about this media, and you nailed it.
So I
don't want to attack Israel. I'm not a big Israel hater, but Netanyahu might be the villain
but if you
of the last 25 years in Israel getting out of power.
There's on the top there's a few paragraphs
and the cliche of Israel trying to manipulate the United States internal politics and foreign policy, particularly in the Middle East. So it's definitely Netanyahu's heavily involved.
Can you read it okay?
Ghislaine Maxwell, who was convicted of human trafficking,
okay.
the new memos Trump says that there is none of that. Well, now she's convicted. Her dad,
because Ibn Tibbon, as he
Robert
mentioned
Maxwell,
in his
was on
introduction,
record, Mossad, buried Mount of Olives.
very much to try
with
and
military
preserve
honors and
the
MI6
language
and Russian intelligence report away.
Rabbeinu Bachia
Fell off his job when all this
essentially
came
as
out.
possible.
And just like when he died decades
He
ago,
renders
all of a sudden
Arabic
millions of dollars was sucked out of his bank accounts. And so from my evidence and research,
You have all these
it's pretty conclusive. Epstein was a junior to Ghislaine, who took over the family. MI6, CIA, Mossad, business to that level, they're all interconnected. And it was more than just grabbing underage girls. That was kind of like a side hors d'oeuvre or a little writer. The larger issue was money laundering, and then now the Democrats have come in on this 6 months ago and weeks ago. Trump is not just called the grand jury to be released, trial, or the trial that ever happened.
It's just a little bit easier to access. There is also a very fine English translation as well. It's been published by Southern. Another edition that I consulted
It was
online.
1.1 million right after he died. That was
But
actually
that's the
over a
problem
million
with
when he
the
was in
translation.
custody.
is that
5.5 years ago in New York.
translations
sucked
themselves
out
are
of his
already a
business
step back
account.
from the original.
And
But
so we know that's
how
at the
we
Treasury
access
Department. So
covers
now,
of the world.
Senator Wyden and others, as I predicted a
And
month
that's
ago,
where I
2
go
weeks
on to
ago,
the next
when it was
slide.
broke, I said Trump should release it because I can see that's where
So
it's
where
going.
did it come from?
Where did the billions of
Zaragoza,
dollars
also
go
spelled with
right
S's,
before and right after he
but
died?
this is apparently the
And
official
so I
spelling.
agree
You can see
with you, very
it's in
astute. I was going to make
northern
that point.
Spain, close to
This
the
isn't even
Pyrenees
so much about
Mountains.
human trafficking
We really don't
as
know
it is
anything
about
about him.
money
In fact, there's
laundering
huge question marks
that was
about
going on. Then
exactly
you've
where
got
he
Bill
lived.
Barr,
We know
whose dad,
certainly he
Donald
had
Barr,
to
ran
have
the
lived
school
before even
that
to
Epstein
born,
at 20 got hired with no credentials to be a top
translation
math
in
teacher. And
1160.
then
We
Barr
also
was
noticed that
OSS
there's some
CIA,
strong
and
similarities
Donald
in a
Barr,
couple passages
Barr was CIA,
between
kind
the
of the
work
head
of
of Iran
Contra
Contra operations in the White House.
last week.
And then his
So
dad,
that means that
Donald Barr,
one
writes a book about
borrowed
space
from the
relations, about
other,
aliens
or
on a planet that
potentially
kidnap
they
human
were
girls and rape them,
contemporaries sharing the
and then
same
they train
source.
humans to
Some
enjoy
of it
it
is
and
kind of
fight
bizarre.
them in
Like,
the
remember
raping of
that square
children.
we looked at with
This
the
is
5
beyond crazy.
different,
And he hires
four
Epstein to
different
do all
character
this.
traits and the
And
4 different
so,
elements and things like
yeah,
that.
Trump
So that
had beauty
appears
pageants
also in
and
a thing
Trump
about.
had casinos. Trump had
The
golf courses.
scholar
Trump,
Diane
was involved
Lobel,
in
who we'll
sporting
speak on in a
events.
second,
And so
she
I thought, well,
estimates
they were
that
heading out
fragments
as they tried
written by Ibn
with a bunch of
Ezra,
nothing murders in
who
2016 and
refers
2020.
to
But
the
now that he
Bhakti
acts
as the
like
previous
this,
generation.
I
More or
think the
less, we
jury's
can
out.
ballpark
But
the
what the
authorship
jury
of
is
this book
not
around
out
10
is on the majority of people on the plane,
That's as
on the
close
flight
as we
logs,
get in terms
are
of knowing
Democrats,
anything
are
about
big
Islam.
power brokers like
Everything
Bill
else
Gates.
seems to be
And
internal.
we know some people, the Trump administration, have been heavily implicated. I'm not going to name names.
So at this point,
And so you
we have to
nailed
pause
it.
and
You
have a
brought
little
up
bit more of a
and
philosophical
so let
discussion
me, if you've
about
got time
what
here,
is
we have
this
all the
book,
time in the world.
why is it
I just
so
want to
distinct
add,
and special? This is
Bondi
an
said we have
amazing
10,000
19th
hours
century
of
painting
video.
by Karl Schleicher.
She said we have 10,000 hours of video. I had dinner last week with the vice president. He told me that that was commercial pornography. They do not have videos of any powerful person in a compromising position. That's the party line that they're going with. If that's the case, why would Pam Bondi call it evidence? Why would she say it's evidence? She's not an idiot. She's the Attorney General. Why would she say she has files on her desk if none of these implicated anybody? It just feels like they're covering something, for sure.
So 100%.
And I feel like they're telling a story, and the story doesn't make any sense.
Now, besides that very short part, history moment,
I really said so.
what exactly is Jewish philosophy? Let's back the
there's so much
statement
data.
up a little bit and say what exactly
Well,
is
here's what I'm trying to say. There are two main tracks
if we
here.
look at the Greek tradition of
Encompassed by Bondi
philosophy,
and Patel
and as White had put it, our
Bongino,
philosophy
or a mix
is
of that,
footnotes
or pure
to
cover up.
Plato.
But undoubtedly there's a cover up.
Philosophy
So
is basically
here's what
an
we know from the
attempt to
timeline.
understand
And I'm not trying to
the
go into
universe,
journalism right myself into the story. I just do this 7 days a week. So I wrote most of the different developments that happened in the last 6 months. So here's what we know.
Logic, you take premises, develop syllogisms, you
Trump
have
surrogates it and
proposals,
release it.
hypotheses,
They get in.
thesis,
In March, they're
antithesis,
given this
synthesis, all
old
kinds of
Epstein
different
information at
models
a press
to
conference with the
try and
supervisors.
create an understanding of the fabric
A
of
day and a half
reality.
before that happens,
You
I
break it
have
up into different schools,
O'Boyle,
or
who is the
different
main,
disciplines,
one of the top FBI whistleblowers exposed so much.
metaphysics, things like
And he
that.
says,
But
my
ultimately,
New York sources
philosophy
say
begins
they've got
with
massive
the search
Epstein
for
videos and
wisdom,
files
and that
the
is in
Democrats
fact
are
what the word
suppressing and not
philosophy
giving to
means.
Trump.
Sophia in Greek
And Bonnie's been
means wisdom.
set up. We're meeting with her
Means I
tonight.
love.
My sources
I
are,
love wisdom,
and she's going
philosophy.
to expose the
And
fact that
what
she's been set up.
characterizes
The next day she
Western
comes out,
philosophy, drawing
and on the
from
cover sheet of the
Plato,
binder
is
says,
the
this is
Socratic
phase one.
idea
I
that
learned there's a
we
lot more
know
in New York
nothing.
with
And
Comey's
in order to
daughter
know
and Comey
anything,
running
we
it, which we
must
know control
start
the phone all
from
the time.
zero.
If they don't give it to us in 24 hours, we're going to go grab it.
This is perhaps
24 hours
why
goes by,
undergraduates love
they go
it so
grab
much.
it. The head of the FBI in New York
It's like
resigns. The
being
guy
in
that
the
said dig in,
sandbox,
don't do it.
and you have nothing
And
created,
then
and you
they're
have to
given
build
these
it up
files,
from
but that's the
nothing.
setup. Obviously,
On the other
if the
hand,
Democrats,
is it fair
before
to
Trump and
say
after Trump and
that
now
this
controlled the
is
file,
a Jewish
and James
activity?
Comey, Maureen Comey controlled it, are they going to leave stuff in that's incriminating? No, it's logical to say they're going to probably drop a dime themselves. Not my whistleblower was bad.
But Jewish philosophy
Drop a
does
dime.
not start
Oh,
from
we've
zero.
really got the real file.
Jewish thought,
So Trump's like,
let's
yeah,
use
go
that
get it,
word
grab it,
probably
get him.
more appropriately. that term.
Get the file,
Jewish thought
and then I talked to FBI sources,
some,
multiple. Call serve another. Showed me the text message. This is in late March.
Foundation points. There are places where you've got to start.
The way the FBI works, the top of the FBI does investigations. They get the truckloads out of New York.
You start
they send it all over the country. Say, do what you want.
God created
then the FBI
Welcome.
looks at it. It's got all this stuff about Trump in it, whether it's Bondi and
Yo, Pimp.
From there.
Say to Trump, it's about you.
Does God
How are you, big dog?
with this universe? Is the practical outcome of our understanding of this universe.
How's your day going?
Into Jewish thought, and we're very good at that. Why we have
Excellent. Are you ready to play?
Legal tradition. Explore the
Doug, I had a conversation with Reiser about you, and I said that you were impassioned when I spoke to you recently about neurodivergency, and I think that's really cool. I did want to say, if you wanted help, you may not want help, but if you want help writing your stand-up minute, I'd be willing to help you. Okay, I respect that. Are you ready to get your ass? Are you ready to get your ass kicked? Okay, that's all. That's really what I wanted to know. All right, cool. Am I sending it to Zoot 1 or Zoot 11? That's a good shot. Almost. How's your girl Bonnie Blue doing? Dude, she fell back to 10? Why do you feel that way? Are you sure about that? She was on Andrew Tate show or whatever. Did she have sex with Andrew Tate? I don't know. She could have a podcast or be a talk show host. She's still young and has looks, so those are two things not everybody has. Why did you go to her live show? And we're there? No way. That's amazing. And yet you didn't get any numbers? Hey, dude, you tried. That's good. What'd you do? Were they going there as well? Oh, cool. And what'd they say? How much poke they sorted? Oh, so these girls were cool as fuck. You didn't get any numbers though? Yo, pimp. Yep. They're all yours, old Zoot. Well, yeah, you are. It's so hard to make it through there. No way. That's a miss. 0% chance that goes through. Dude. Yo, pimp. That's correct. Sure. When there wasn't an internet, and 8 maybe. Yeah. And nobody trusted it. Um well, because you could only got your news from like at that time you only got your news from like newspapers or the television, and newspapers and television could tell that the internet was going to be competition for them. Good job, dude. And so they sensed that it was going to be competition. So in order to avoid the competition, they just told you that nobody was using it and it was just going to be a fad, and it was not a fad. You have 100%. And there's no retribution for them being wrong. Like they they can say whatever they want. They can put down whatever they want, but they there aren't any consequences. And I mean, I feel they should be able to say what they want, but they should also be held accountable for when they're wrong. So when they say something now, you should be able to pull up their article from even 30 years ago and be like, you guys didn't even trust the internet. Why should I trust you? So I remember the days of no internet, and it was much different. There were like hints at the internet, meaning they would talk about like maybe in the future colleges might be able to be connected, or you might like the big thing, fax machines were a thing. And so people talked about like fax machines being everywhere, and the cell phone was not really a thing. I mean, they had it in like Wall, they had it in Wall Street. What'd you say, Zoot? Well, turn your Wi-Fi on then, baby. Um, they talked about like maybe you saw cell phones in the movies or you saw the internet in the movies, but that didn't mean that it was necessarily being used like that. Even if you had a cell phone, they didn't have cell phone towers. They didn't have cell phone towers in most of the United States. That's true. Um, you mean Jamie Dimon? Do you mean Jamie Dimon? Right. Um, we didn't really have cell phones, but people had car phones. I remember my parents had car phones installed, and that was a big deal. Just being able to talk to people in the car. Um, he doesn't own it. He's just a CEO. Um, not the same thing. He doesn't own it. He's an employee. That's correct. But oh fuck. Depends on the industry. Like a major government is a company of a defense contractor. They have a lot of say in what to do versus the employees of that company. But then again, like a McDonald's customer doesn't have that much say versus like a general manager of the business. Are you gonna accept the invitation, Zoot? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? No, the purpose of any and all businesses is to make as absolute much money as possible. Not necessarily. Like a company like Citibank used to do retail banking, which means like, or perhaps not even like, let's just take Chase, JP Morgan. They don't make money or they don't make much money on their retail or their individual bank branches. They make money on corporate banks or corporate accounts, I should say. So they don't even have to pay attention to the little person. Tell me how the school system in Australia works, Zoot. They can make more money, right? What is it? Okay. Okay. What is a school fair? Right. Okay. What do you do? Oh, so I got you. So it's like a carnival. Oh, okay. So it's a fundraiser, and they just did enough on their fundraiser that they. I could see that. Why can't pub? Why can't private schools have school fairs? Have you ever known anybody to wrestle an alligator or crocodile? Yeah. You don't have alligators, do you? You just have crocodiles? They're different animals. They have different snout shapes. They like grow differently. They're like they're both of the genus Crocodilia, or maybe not the genus, but the tax taxonomy of Crocodilia. But they're like crocodiles are a little bit bigger. They're meaner. Alligators are not as aggressive. Alligators have um like C-shaped snouts. Crocodiles have like A-shaped snouts. I don't think so. I think the alligators are only in like Florida, but I'm gonna check that. All right, do you? I'm gonna read to you where they are. Alligators are southeastern United States. Are the alligators in Australia? No, you just have crocodiles. You should be. They kill people. That's incorrect. That's correct. Humans. Yeah, we kill each other more than any other animal. Followed by mosquitoes. Um, Lions. Like a lion will mate with a lion will mate with a female lion or a bunch of them, but the female lion will maybe mate with a few others, and the male lion will kill any lion that didn't come from his lineage. Are you gonna go? I've sent you an invitation, Zoo. I did not. Did you know that I sent you an invitation? I'm gonna destroy you, son. Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died? I want to make sure everybody knows. Did you know Audie didn't know that Ozzy Osbourne had died? Word, dog. That's funny. That's funny. You've got 10 seconds. Are you going to finish? Scuba diving accident? He died in Costa Rica. That could be. Nobody paid attention. Yo, are you going to accept the invitation? I sent you an invitation. Zoot, you've never beaten me in basketball. You've only tied me. That's a miss. Um, maybe like 12 hours or so. Dude, do you see how good I am? Do I just want an invitation to? Do you mean on camera or on a live stream? I don't know. It would have been maybe Donald Trump. What'd you say? No, he did not. Yeah, by the Zapruder film. Dude. Dude. You're going to take the lead. You tied. All I have to do is make one shot. I dedicate. Yeah, you are. Basketball. You just played, dude. Oh, no, that's Riser. No way. Oh, wow. You're absolutely right. Dude, sometimes I get you guys confused. He was online. Yeah, he did. And I thought it was you. That's hilarious. And then you're like, not even playing right now. I'm like, yeah, you are. Hold on. Let me do it. He wants to play, but I'm going to play it with both of you. Zoot, Riser. He joined. Now it's your turn to join. There he is. Zoot. Join, dude. Join. Zoot. 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 Excellent, dog. You're up, Zoot. Go. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss.
If they go to my website, they'll actually get $400 worth of bonuses just for purchasing one book.
Are you sure that's Riser? It's not Riser.
Yes, my book is not out yet, so they'll get a free course that is basically the content.
Dude, he just had a big round. It is Miss Aquarius. No one knows. You're up, Zoot. Go get him, kid. Get it. Miss. Miss. There he is. How you living, pimp? What's the secret to basketball? He's doing well, dude. That's still good. He had 9 the first round. What's the secret? What's the secret? No, tell us publicly right now. What's the secret? What's the secret? Does it have to do with your flicking style? Are you going to win? That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. A big make. That's a big make. That's a make. That's a make. That's a make. Wow. That's good. You made a nice little comeback there. It wouldn't be a lone victory. Zoot's here. But Zoot's here, so you've never beaten me one-on-one. Did you know Zoot got a new account? Did you know Zoot got a new account? Zoot. Yeah. Both. Riser misses. Riser misses. Riser misses. Riser makes. Riser makes. Riser makes. Riser makes. Come on, Zoot. One. Get it, Zoot. I want Zoot to do well. 2, 4, 5. No one knows what that means. Yo, man. Riser, do you want to know how you got that invitation? You didn't answer the question. You're not answering the question. He's asking, do people with severe autism have more issues with A, communication, or B, coordination? Get it, Zoot. Get it, Zoot. Zoot's got the lead. Riser, are you gonna fucking accept the invitation? Or are you just gonna J-yor yourself? Zoot does not know what J-yoring is. I'll explain to him after he goes. He's talking about a very serious matter, and we're talking about absolute hoobagaloo, who, who, hullabaloo, and all right. So Zoot, whenever we're playing, and I'm like, hurry up, what are you doing? Jerking yourself off raw? I'm annoying people with how much I say that. which should be included them. Calm down, Zoot. So instead of saying jerking yourself off raw, I'm just turning that into an acronym that's known as J-roaring, jerking yourself off raw. So if you ever hear me say, dude, you're just J-roaring, that just means you're jerking yourself off raw. Riser, did you know that Bonnie Blue's number 5 according to Zoot? What girlfriend? Doug, hold on. You've been asked a question. Do you love porn? Okay, that's not the question, though. The question was, do you love porn? Okay. How many times a day do you look at porn, Zoot? Okay. Dude, Zoot might win. Oh, dude. Riser with the big round. Too bad I'm going to destroy it right here. I just destroyed you both, sons. I want Riser. I want Zoot to win. Riser, do you want to know how you even got invited? I play with you so much that I just subconsciously sent you an invite instead of Zoot. And so we're playing, and I'm like, Zoot, you're going to win. And he's like, I'm not even playing. I'm like, what do you mean? He's like, I'm not even playing. I'm like, I just beat you. He's like, I'm not even playing. It took me like a second to realize I was playing against you. That's what I like. Get it, Zoot. Make it. Go, Zoot. Oh, this is the worst. Zoot's just Jay Yorin. Zoot, why didn't you go? Zoot, can you hear me? Zoot, are you more obsessed with pornography or cryptocurrency? It's a tie. So, like, cryptocurrency is the Bonnie Blue of your life, and Lily Phillips is. No wonder you're always trying to chat with me. Dude, 15 points in a round? Riser. 10 points. That's good. I'm going to get 10 points right here. Zoot. I got 11 points, which is even better. I'm about to hit the record. Zoot, don't go anywhere. Zoot's going to go beat off. Why? Okay, Riser just got 13 points. He hit 32, which is his record. Are you proud of it? $34, baby. That just beat you. What's your secret? Why not? I show it to you. I'm live on camera. You can watch everything that I'm doing. Did you watch all kinds of secrets on Mancala? Mancala means to move. Did you know this? And Karen means. Are you gonna go? No, you have an invitation. Sounds like a plan, Stan. Did you know that there are no alligators in Australia? Word, dog. Zoot did not. Zoot thought they had alligators, but that's untrue. Before you go, can I read you what people said about me in the last 24 hours? Please. This is from Soapy. Thanks for making me feel seen. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with screenshots. Next person wrote, I mean, seriously, just now. Thank goodness I haven't verified, so I can't access adult content either, eh? With a tongue out smiley face. Took a screenshot of what I did that says Rabbi fingers whores like bowling balls. Next one says, clearly that Rabbi is really someone who has way too much time on their hands and they're not just messing with us. Somebody who had taken a screenshot said he's here to a screenshot that they took of me saying Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person said, why would the Rabbi bot like that? The next person said, and if it's not, it's Rabbi Fingers hose accounts liking you and reposting my posts Weird fetish, if you ask me. They took a screenshot of what I did. Next person wrote, I like the idea of Rabbi being named Fingers. The next person wrote, that's two more times than anyone should be accosted by. Checks notes. A rabbi fingering whores like bowling balls. The next one wrote, my brain is trying to connect the first half of the name, Rabbi Fingers, with the second half, whores like bowling balls, and I'm fading fast. Do the whores belong to the rabbi's fingers, or is the rabbi named Fingers? I'm not reading any of the follow-ups. The next person wrote, Rabbi what, with a screenshot of a basketball player holding a piece of paper. The next person wrote, now all this has been within the last 4 hours. The next person wrote, I could post something like, someone close to me died, and the fucking rabbi would probably repost it. The next person wrote, not sure where the horny rabbis are coming from, with screenshots, one of which is pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth lockjaw, rabbi, and the other says, rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. Next person wrote, caught a sick follow today. I'm honored. And there was a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person wrote, excuse me, with a screenshot of Rabbi eats ass like a pudding bowl. And then somebody else took a screenshot that said, and good night, everybody, with a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with the word pussy censored and my Discord link censored. The next person wrote, easily the most what the fuck did I just see spam account I've ever had the fortune of blocking circa 10 seconds ago. And it's a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. This is all within the last 5 hours. The next person wrote, these horny Rabbi bot accounts are among the weirdest bot accounts I've ever encountered in my life, dude. And takes a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, the rabbi cannot handle all these gestures vaguely, even if they tried. And then they're empathizing with someone who else gets a bunch of spam that says you too. The next person wrote, Freaky Rabbi is back for more. That's crazy. And they took a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. The next person wrote, it's always a Discord rabbi. What the fuck? The next person has a GIF of John Goodman's character Walter in The Big Lebowski saying Shomer Shabbos, Rabbi Bowling, what could be the connection? The next person wrote, Blue Sky needs to block this account and any accounts they make option because I'm tired of blocking that Rabbi drinks pussy juice account over and over again. LMAO, LMAO. Next person wrote, the rabbi bots keep getting more and more unhinged with their names. The next person wrote, getting really fucking tired of these bots, man, with a screenshot of Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Next person wrote, I have no idea about Rabbi Fing Dong, which is like somebody's nickname for me. Next person wrote, the rabbi strikes again, this time slightly less unhinged. I mean, still unhinged, but not as bad as we've seen previously. Next person wrote, what the fuck did I do to deserve this? I prefer the rabbi because Elon Musk followed them or some Elon Musk-like character. Next person wrote, Rabbi Ding Dong eats pussy like an egg custard. Next person wrote, this account rules, with a screenshot that says, breaking news, Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade commercial. That's all within the last 10 hours. Do you realize that's a lot of people tweeting about me? I know. Dude, you're totally right. Like normally they don't tweet about me that much, but I keep putting more and more pressure on them. And it's like more and more people are talking about me. You're exactly right. Normally it would take like a couple days for me to get that much attention, but So isn't that cool? I am. What in the fuck are you talking about? Of course I know what a golden shower is. You mean to tell me what what brings pleasure by being pissed on by a chick? It doesn't necessarily stimulate you. What do you mean? It's just like, is that your thing? Chicks golden shower and dudes? And you hold on. You don't think that having, I don't know, 25 people comment about me in the last 10 hours is really cool? Dog, you're saying, I get a lot of chicks who let's drink my piss. I get a lot of chicks who say they want to drink my piss. A lot of different places. YouTube. What's happening there? No, I mean, not currently, but it's happening in the real world. Um, just bitches who say they want to fill their mouths up with my piss and swallow it. um, yeah, so let's talk about him for a second. I volunteered to help him with his stand-up comedy, and well, first he came in and I was like, dude, I could tell that you were impassioned by neurodivergency, and that's cool. And I know that you want to do stand-up comedy on Monday or whatever, or like I know you want to do stand-up comedy. I volunteer to help you if you want help writing jokes. And he's like, no, I'm just gonna do it on my own. And he's like, shit, that's like on Monday. And I'm like, yeah. And he's just like, oh wow, that's coming up soon. So he doesn't want help writing jokes, which is cool. Um, I don't know what he's gonna do, but whatevs. He seemed to be in a good mood today, and that's good. He seems extremely horny, which is his thing. Don't you think it's amazing? Back to me before we get back to your golden shower discussion. Don't you think it's amazing that all these people know who I am on Blue Sky? I think so too. I'm starting to become like a meme, which is tight. And the thing about girls golden showering you mean to tell me if I had a girl right above you and she peed on you, that would bring you the highest pleasure you could achieve right now? No, it's not. It is up for debate. It is up for debate. No, it's not. It's subjective. I think the highest form of, what did you call it? Highest form of what? Pleasure would probably be a prostate massage, which is amazing because it makes you orgasm harder than anything else. It it brings a lot more. It brings Yeah, it is, dude. And even still, a woman's female ejaculate on you is more stimulating than her pee. What do you think about Rabbi drinking pussy juice like Gatorade? We're, we're dog. I have a bunch of them already ready. That's too long, dude. It's got to be like 50 characters. Golden shower. It's too long. How about this one? Okay, if you want to get into that discussion, just one moment. No, because I have to have the link for the Discord in here. So it's got to be. I'm going to give it to you right now. Bear with me. This is going to be one of the most enjoyable. Okay, here we go. It's got to be 43 characters. What about this one? What do you think of this one? Rabbi Cream Pie's milk. Rabbi Cream Pie's milfs like Little Debbie. Little Debbie? You've never heard of Little Debbie, the company? Yeah, it's they like make something called cream pies. I think I think they actually have something just called they call them oatmeal cream pies by Little Debbie. What are your feelings on What are your feelings on oatmeal cream pies? Why not? Let's look. Little Debbie cream pies, Canada. But there have been reports the brand has pulled out of Canada. Yeah, dog. Little Debbie pulls out of Canada. No more oatmeal cream pies. That's just very sexual. All right. You want to hear another one? Rabbi cream pies milks like Krispy Kreme. The rabbi gargles milk pussy juice. Blue sky moderators masturbate to rabbi. Rabbi eats pussy until lockjaw ensues. Rabbi fists milfs like boxing gloves. Ghislaine Maxwell masturbates to the rabbi. Rabbi sucks milf titties like cow udders. Congratulate rabbi on pimp of the year. You want longer ones? Breaking news, rabbi is the pussy eating champion of the world. Rabbi licks pussy like ice cream cones. Rabbi treats the way woods treat law. Yurts like the thing that Mongolians sleep in? I think they're tight as fuck, dog. I could see that. Would you want? Would you want to sleep in a yurt? Would you rather sleep in an igloo or a yurt? Yurt. A lot of yurts have entrances. That's true. That's true. What are your thoughts on? Do you think people still live in igloos? Oh, we're gonna look at it. Okay, take a guess. Globally, that's a good guess. I'm gonna go with 2001. Yo, dog. Almost nobody lives in igloos full time anymore. It's more of a temporary shelter used by Inuit hunters or for cultural demonstrations. Here's a quick breakdown. Igloos were traditionally used by the Inuit peoples, especially in parts of Canada, Greenland, and Alaska, as winter shelters, especially for hunting trips. Most Inuit today live in modern homes, like houses or prefabricated buildings in towns and villages. A very small number of people may temporarily build and sleep in igloos for cultural, teaching, tourism, or survival training reasons. There's no official population that permanently resides in igloos, so that's zero. We're talking a dozen at most. Yeah, I wanted permanent people. I want one guy out there who just doesn't give in, no matter how much they're like, come into the fucking house. He's just like, no, I'm gonna stay out here and I'm gonna freeze my dick off. I respect that man. Igloos are now symbolic or are now mostly symbolic or educational tools, kind of like teepees or longhouses. Important, but not everybody housing anymore. Do you think anybody lives in a teepee anymore? Yo, Yo, dog, almost nobody lives full time in a teepee anymore either, but there are a few exceptions. Here's a breakdown. Traditionally, teepees were used by the plains indigenous tribes like the Lakota, Blackfoot, and Crow, perfect for nomadic life, easy to set up and take down. Today, most native people live in modern housing, not teepees. A small number of folks, both indigenous and non indigenous, might live in a teepee part time or off grid, especially in survivalist communities, nature retreats, spiritual or ceremonial settings. Some indigenous people still use teepees for ceremonies, powwows, or storytelling, but not usually as primary housing. So, like igloos, teepees are now mostly cultural, spiritual, or alternative living setups, but not regular home for more than a handful of people worldwide. Final answer: maybe a few dozen people max live in one at any given time, but it's rare and usually by choice or tradition, not necessity. Okay, how many people do you think live in yurts a year or currently? I think less. Yo, dog. Yurts are still actually lived in a lot by people in Central Europe. Over 1 million people live in yurts full time. Good on you, man. Mongolia, Kyrgyzstan, and parts of Kazakhstan and China. In Mongolia alone, around 30 to 40% of the population, just over 1 million people, live in yurts. They're modernized inside with electricity, satellite dishes, even Wi Fi. That's baller. I could live in one of those yurts. Yurts are ideal for nomadic herders, warm in the brutal winters, cool in the summer, and portable. In the U.S., some people live in yurts off grid in eco communities or as part of a minimalist movement, but there's total of less than a few thousand. And anyway, at least 1 to 1.5 million people today live in yurts. That's tight. I don't know why I was thinking less, but I figured, well, if nobody lives in teepees anymore, nobody lives in igloos anymore. Maybe a yurt is just a thing of the past, but no, that thing's still being used. All right. Do you think people live in? How do people in Africa? What do they live in? Like the tribal people? Okay, the most common thing is a hut made from mud, clay, thatch, wood, grass, dung, or a mix. Circular or rectangular with conical or thatch roofs. Common in East, West, and Central Africa. Compounds. Often a group of huts within a fenced area where an extended family lives. Seen in Western African communities. May include granaries, cooking areas, and animal shelters. Rondavels. Circular stone or mud brick homes with a thatched roof. Popular in southern Africa among the Xhosa, Zulu, and Sotho peoples. Nomadic structures. For tribes like the Tuareg or Somali pastoralists, homes are portable, like tents made of hides, woven mats, or palm fronds. Modern and hybrid housing. Real talk, traditional homes aren't just primitive, Okay, cool. What do you think they live in like indigenous people in South America? Okay, so they have malocas, large community longhouses used by tribes of the Ticuna, Yanomami, and Huetoto, built from palm leaves, wood, bamboo, and with no nails, all natural materials. Houses up to 20 people, sometimes an entire extended family or clan, often used for sleeping ceremonies and shelter from rain. The Tambo Choza, Andes Highlands, small stone or adobe huts with thatch or grass roofs, used by the Quechua and Aymara peoples, built to withstand cold mountain weather, sometimes built into hillsides or terraced areas. The Shibono, large circular huts used by tribes like the Yanomami, made from palm leaves and wood, arranged in a ring with a shared open space in the middle. Great for social living and defense in dense forest areas. Palafitos, over water, still houses built over rivers or swamps, used by groups like the Waro and the Orinoco Delta. Keeps homes safe from flooding, insects, and animals, built from wood, palm, and cane. Modernized traditional homes. All right. Yo, dog, what is that group of indigenous people? They build like a house. It's not really a house. They just have like circular reed, like rectangles around in a circle, and everybody kind of just hangs out under their own rectangle and chills there. What is that kind of housing? Yo, dog, you're talking about communal ring style housing setup, and that might be the Yanomami or similar. Here's the breakdown. Shabono is a big circular communal structure used by the Yanomi people of the Amazon. That's Brazil and Venezuela. It's open in the center with individual family shelters, like open air rectangles or compartments spaced around the ring. Each family gets their own section under the thatched roof where they sleep, cook, chill, or keep stuff. The middle area is for gatherings, rituals, kids playing, and everything social. It's made from palm leaves and wood and vines, usually built deep in the rainforest, and it's temporary since they move locations when the soil or hunting grounds are depleted. Visual vibe. It's like a giant donut hut with no interior walls, just a big shared roof and divided zones. Kind of like a natural apartment complex with no privacy, but all family. Dude, do you know those people? They have this thing like to be a man in their tribe. You have to stick your hand in a mitt of bullet ants. Have you seen this? Yo, dog, tell me about the bullet ant mitt. So it's called the bullet ant mitten ritual. That wild pain ritual some indigenous people go through. Here's a breakdown. Practiced by the Sateri Maui people, an indigenous tribe in the Amazon rainforest. It's a coming of age ritual for boys to become men, warriors, or respected adults in the tribe. What's a bullet ant? A giant ant from the Amazon, about 1 inch long, delivers the most painful insect sting on Earth. It's ranked number one on the Schmidt Sting Pain Index. Locals call it tokandira. The sting feels like being shot, hence bullet ant. How the ritual works. They weave gloves or mittens from leaves and stuff them with dozens of live bullet ants, facing inward, stingers pointed at your skin. The boy puts his hands into both mitts and has to keep them in there for around 10 minutes. The ants sting the entire time, but not just once, but repeatedly. He has to stay calm and stoic, no screaming, crying, or showing pain. He has to repeat the ritual up to 20 times over months or years to complete the rite or passage. The side effects are extreme pain, swelling, paralysis of the arms, hallucinations, and twitching muscles for days. The venom attacks the nervous system. It's not lethal, but it's intense. Why do they do it? To prove strength, courage, discipline, and readiness for manhood? It's about mental control, not just physical toughness. It creates a deep bond with the culture, tradition, and tribe identity. Dude, they have this thing in Australia. Yo, dog, what's that one thing? There's like a plant in Australia that if it touches you, it makes you want to kill yourself. What is it? Yo, dog, you're talking about the gimpy plant. The gimpy plant, aka the suicide plant. And yeah, it's really no joke. What is it? It's a stinging tree, part of the nettle family, but way more intense. Covered by tiny hollow silica hairs, like microscopic needles, they inject neurotoxic venom when touched. The sting causes excruciating pain, burning sensation that can spread to your armpits, groin, and lymph nodes, tingling spasms, even hallucination. Pain that lasts for weeks to months, sometimes up to a year. People have described the pain so intense it makes them vomit, scream uncontrollably, or want to end their life, hence the nickname. Why is it so bad? The venom can keep firing pain signals over and over. Even touching the area weeks later, cold water, scathing, etc., can reignite the pain. It's resistant to most. It's it's hold on. It's resistant to most pain medications. The hairs are so fine they can float in the air. Even brushing near the plant can trigger a reaction. Famous incidents. Soldiers, hikers, and scientists have all been stung. There's a story of a guy who accidentally wiped with this type of leaf. Let's just say he regretted everything. Horses and dogs that brush against it have literally died from shock. Moral of the story, if you're in the Aussie rainforest and see a fuzzy looking plant with heart shaped leaves, do not touch that thing. What were you going to say? That's intense. Yo, dog, can you tell me about something that happened on Joe Rogan where there's a tribe that has people that have to do a self circumcision and that like causes them to be able to have the fortitude to be able to run really long distances? And they're like very fit. Well, maybe it's not self circumcision, but they're circumcised with a dull blade. So there's the Zosa Ulawuka initiation ritual. This traditional rite of passage among the Zosa and some Miguni boys. They're circumcised with a dull blade, left to heal in isolation, often without food or water, and expected to display remarkable stoicism and endurance. The focus is more on proving courage and becoming a man, in the cultural sense, not an athletic performance. Then there are Kenyan running tribes, Kalenjin, famous for world class distance runners not because of circumcision, but due to high altitude living, daily running habits, lean physiques, and strong cultural encouragement. Their initiation, which does not include circumcision, isn't credited to their incredible running abilities. Joe Rogan conversations, blah 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 blah. Um, that's wild, dude. There's a okay. What land animal, including humans, can run the longest distances, even if they have to take breaks? Like that's fine. What animals can run the longest distances? And give it to me in a chart. Okay, here we go. Humans can run the longest. We can run up to like 100 to 150 miles. Horses are 75 to 100 miles. Dogs are 100 miles per day. Camels are 60 to 70 miles per day. Wolves are 40 to 50 miles per day. African wild dogs are 30 to 50 miles per day. This is one of the theories why humans became like the alpha species on the of the world is not because we're strong or anything like that. It's because we can run longer than anybody else, so we could literally chase down our prey due to exhaustion. Pronghorn antelope 25 miles at a stretch. Elephants 20 miles per day. Honorable mentions: cheetahs short bursts only 60 miles per hour, but only 20 to 30 seconds. Bears can move long distances, but not built for endurance training. Deer, good stamina over short and medium ranges, 10 to 15 miles. Why are humans number one? We sweat instead of pant like dogs, which means better cooling. Upright posture means less sun exposure. We store fat for energy and regulate pace mentally. Ancestors ran animals to death while persistence hunting in the heat of the day. Do you like that story? Well, now you've heard. Like a Kenyan will be able to run. I mean, like an ultra marathoner can run more than a wolf. Yeah, but if you're like hungry and you're motivated, it says that a human can travel like 150 miles in a day. Word dog. Like a dog, like a husky, like a sled dog can make it 100 miles, but a human can make it 100 to 150 miles. But wolves only do it 40 to 60 miles a day. And African wild dogs only the 30 to 50 miles per day. Ex- Exactly. And right. But women can swim at longer distances than men. It's like one of the few sports where women are superior athletes than men. They have more fat buildup, which makes them float better. They're more buoyant. Has anybody ever swam around the world? What's the longest anybody has ever swam? Um. Okay, Martin Strel. He did it 3,000 miles. He swam the entire Amazon River in 2007. Wow, that's fucking scary as shit. Um, you mean piranha? Let's learn about this. What are the fish in the Amazon rainforest, Amazon River, that will swim up your urethra? Yo, dog, you're talking about the notorious creepy fish in the Amazon that can literally swim up your urethra. Here's the breakdown. They're called kangaroo, a tiny parasitic catfish, about 2 to 5 centimeters long, known for swimming into bodily orifices, especially the urethra, attracted by urine flow. The danger is high. Urban legend partly, but rare, but documented cases. What's the deal? Kangaroo fish are attracted to urea and ammonia in urine and can follow it into a water stream. They are slender, tiny and slender, making it possible for them to enter the urethra if someone pees in the water. Actual verified cases are extremely rare and often debated, but the fear is real. Myth versus reality. The story is famous and scary, but confirmed medically documented cases are very few. But I mean, that's confirmed. It's been done. Most incidents involve fishermen or locals, not tourists. Kangaroo usually parasitize gills of bigger fish, not humans. Safety tip. Avoid urinating directly into Amazon waters known for kangaroo presence if you want to be extra safe. That's baller, dog. Well, I didn't know somebody swam the entire Amazon River. That's fucking wild. Let's. Has anyone ever swam the entire distance of the Nile River? And if so, why not? Is it due to crocodiles? Yo, dog, swimming the entire length of the Nile River, that's a wild idea, but here's the real talk on why it's never been done. Has anyone ever swum the whole Nile River? No verified record exists of anyone swimming the entire Nile. It's like 4,000 miles. The Nile is the longest river in the world, running through multiple countries with wildly varying conditions. Why not? The major obstacles are crocodiles. Now, crocodiles are large, aggressive, and very common. They pose a serious threat to anyone swimming. Hippos, another dangerous animal that aggressively defends territory. Water quality, pollution, parasites like schistosome, schistosomiasis, and dangerous bacteria make the long swims risky. Currents and rapids. Sections with strong currents, rapids, and waterfalls, like Murchison Falls. Political instability. The Nile passes through countries with conflict zones and border controls. Logistical nightmares. Coordinating support boats, supplies, and safely across regions many regions is almost impossible. Fun fact, some parts of the river have been swum in sections or for charity, but nobody's tackled the whole beast in one go. Yo, dog, can you tell me about the guy who swam the Amazon River in 2007 and what kind of ball of shit he saw? Yeah, and like they have a type of crocodile as well, but it's known as a starts with a G. You're talking about Martin Strel. He swam the whole length of the Amazon River, about 3,000 miles over 66 days. He did it to raise awareness about clean water and environmental issues, plus to test human limits. Not, it doesn't start with a G. It starts with a C. Caimans, huge, scary reptiles that call the Amazon home. All the shit he saw and endured along the way. Piranhas, yes, those razor toothed freaks, constantly lurking in the water. Electric eels, crazy fish that can zap you with hundreds of volts. Anacondas, the giant snakes that sometimes swim near the riverbanks. Huge floating vegetation mats, making swimming extra tough, like dodging jungle debris. Water pollution and garbage, witness firsthand the impact of human waste on the river. Unpredictable currents and rapids. The river isn't just chill, it can throw serious power at you. Heat, humidity, and bugs. Tropical jungle conditions that push endurance to the max. Support crew attacks. At one point, locals tried to rob or attack the team because they thought the swimmer was some type of witch or spirit. Crazy stats. He swam about 8 to 10 hours per day, covering 40 to 50 kilometers on average. Consumed thousands of calories daily to keep energy up. He dealt with infections and injuries but kept pushing through. Martin Strel's Amazon swim is legendary for mixing epic physical endurance with surviving a wild, dangerous jungle environment. Total baller move. Yo, dog, what's the longest a person has swam in the open ocean? Yo, dog, when it comes to the longest open ocean swims, here are the top insane feats. So they count Mountain Strels as they count his, but that's like Amazon. Diana Nayad, she did Cuba to Florida, an open ocean without a cage. That's so fucking scary. So some lady did it, and then Sarah Thomas. Yeah, but I would want a cage, dude. There are sharks and shit in that. Oh, totally, totally. Amazon River's like fucking swimming through a zoo. Sarah Thomas, yo, dog. Did Martin Strel, the guy who did the Amazon, did he have like a wetsuit or a cage or something? Because it would be freaky as fuck to have all that shit touching you in the water. Yo, dog, didn't roll with a wetsuit or shark cage in his. He went raw and real, straight up in the water with just his swim trunks and some goggles. Here's the rundown of how he managed all the wildness without fancy gear. He did it no wetsuit. The Amazon's warm water means no need for thermal protection, but that also means there's zero barrier from piranhas, electric eels, or parasites. No shark cage. The Amazon has no sharks like in the oceans, but it's packed with other dangerous critters like piranhas and caimans. Protective measures. He used Vaseline and other natural barriers to reduce parasite bites and infections. Support crew. They stayed close in boats, ready to fend off animals or pull him out if things got dicey. Mental toughness. Dude had insane focus to keep swimming through bugs, stings, and freaky encounters. So yeah, he was basically in the water with all that crazy wildlife. Total badass. Word dog. No one's ever heard of this motherfucker until we just said it. Yo, dog. Who's more famous, Martin Strel or Malcolm Jamal Warner? Martin Strel. Yeah, Malcolm Jamal Warner, way bigger. Verdict. Malcolm Jamal Warner is way more famous. But interestingly, he died swimming. Yo, dog, can you tell me, is there like a documentary on Martin Strel? Because that sounds like a baller feat, and I would love to see a documentary on that. Yo, dog, you're absolutely right. Martin Strel's Amazon swim was epic. It's called Big River Man. The doc follows Martin Strel as he attempts. I'm gonna fucking watch that today. Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime. It's called Big River Man, 2009, and won the Excellence in Cinematography Award at the 2009 Sundance Film Festival. 2007. Right, they didn't just film it; they made a whole documentary. It's called Big River Man. Big River Man. Just be on YouTube. Somebody put that shit on YouTube. Dude, the movie poster for it is baller as fuck. Okay, it's like this big thing. No, it just says there is a man who has swum 22,000 of the world's deadliest waterways. A man that laughs in the face of crocodiles, piranhas, and giant anacondas. No, it says crocodiles. Yeah, I mean, I thought they were, but they're all caimans are crocodiles, are of the taxonomy of crocodiles, crocodilia, but it says crocodiles. Crocodile sounds so much scarier than caiman, but let's look this up. Yo, dog, are there crocodiles in the Amazon in addition to caimans? Crocodiles in the Amazon. No, there are no crocodiles in the Amazon. Instead, the Amazon is home to caimans, which are close relatives of crocodiles and belong to the alligator family. Oh, it's alligator family. Hold on. While the Amazon may have some species of crocodiles, such as the American or the Orinoco crocodile, they are not commonly found and not native to the region. Caimans are the dominant crocodilian species. So it is a crocodilian species. So I think because caimans are a crocodilian species, they just call them crocodiles. Because if you say caimans, people are like, what the fuck is that? But if you say crocodiles, people are like, holy fuck. That's some big dick energy. All right, so the film was nominated for the Grand Jury Prize at the 2009 Sundance Film Festival and won the Excellence in Cinematography Award. Wouldn't you be pissed if you were like, dog, I swam the whole Amazon and I didn't even win your fucking award? Okay, reception. The film has almost universally praised, achieving a score of 90% by Rotten Tomatoes, as well as a score of 67 from Metacritic, indicating generally favorable reviews. Critics praised the humor and the storytelling of the documentary, and many compared it to a Werner Herzog documentary. One negative review came from Anthony Quinn of Independent, who called the on-screen chronicle of the swim fuzzy and flaky. Fuck that guy. Like, dude, I would be tempted. I wouldn't do this, but I'd be tempted if I swam the whole Amazon and somebody was like, "Oh, your documentary is fuzzy and flaky." I would like knock on his door and want to slap him. All right. Here we go, dude. But the poster is beautiful. All right. Um, big Big River Man. It's on. It's This is so funny. It's on YouTube, right? The first YouTube comment is he lives in Arizona, USA in the summers. He picked me up in an Uber. No joke. This guy's an Uber driver. He swam the Amazon, which should be like, I don't know, they should just give you $1,000,000 to do that. He had yeah, he had the DVD in his glove box. Thank you for posting this. I've been waiting to watch it all these years. Right. Did you know that somebody wrote 14 minutes ago? Glad you enjoyed my post. Mr. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade with a screenshot. And then 31 minutes ago, somebody wrote, the rabbi supports femboys and hates Matrix. This spammer is kind of based. Is that not baller as fuck? While we learned about different tribes and igloos and swimming the Amazon, people were posting about me. Isn't that baller? It's the beauty of the modern age. I'm kind of sad that nobody lives in igloos anymore. I want there to be like some crazy uncle. Somebody is like, yeah, we've been living in houses for like 45 years, but my uncle refuses to come inside. How warm does it get inside of an igloo? Exactly. No, they have like a chimney that goes out of it. And I've seen it's really cool. There's a thing that happens where you melt the inside and it becomes like super smooth because of the heat inside. Yo, dog, how does it get inside and doesn't the inside become really smooth because it melts some of the ice? And how do you create a fire inside an igloo? Yo, dog, here's a lowdown. How warm does it get inside an igloo? Even when it's like negative 40 degrees Fahrenheit or Celsius outside, the inside of an igloo can warm up to around 32 degrees Fahrenheit to 60 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 0 Celsius to 15 Celsius, just from body heat and maybe a little lamp or a small fire. So it's surprisingly comfy compared to the freezing cold outside. Does the inside get smooth from melting? Yeah, the inside walls do get a bit smooth or even slightly wet because the heat inside causes the snow blocks to melt a little, but then the moisture quickly refreezes, making the walls kind of hard and icy, but still. I am, but I'm reading. This actually helps to stay structurally strong. How do you create fire? They don't usually build big open fires inside because smoke and oxygen are a problem in a tight snow space. Instead, dog, I'm reading right now. Can you not hear me? Not, not reading. They might use dog. I'm reading right now. How do you create fire? They don't usually build big open fires because smoke and oxygen are a problem in a tight snow space. Instead, they might use a small oil lamp or steel oil lamp, which gives off light and a little heat without too much smoke. Sometimes a tiny controlled fire is built on a stone slab to avoid melting the igloo too much, but ventilation holes are essential so smoke escapes and fresh air comes in. The main heat source is often body heat, lamps, and insulated clothing rather than big flames. So basically, igloos trap body heat and small heat sources to keep it warm, while their snow blocks act like natural insulation. That's wild. Okay, what's your question now? Word. I'm trying to get attention. I don't know what you're referencing. What are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking. Tens of thousands of videos about myself. I have tens of thousands of videos about myself. I don't know what you're referencing. That's correct. Yeah, I get copyright strikes. I also get nailed for spam. It's just up to YouTube why they want to ban me. I haven't posted anything wrong. I don't know what I don't know what you're referencing. I have no idea what you're talking about. You got to reference it. You got to reference what you're talking about. I don't know what you mean. Yeah, that's. I'm allowed to sleep in my underwear. That's allowed. Hello? Anyway, I don't know. I have tens of thousands of videos. Some are more interesting to people than others. Anyway, it seems like they're able to keep the igloos warm by not necessarily fires, but by perhaps seal lamps, which is pretty cool, I guess. Word. All right, well, share your screen. Let's watch them. I'm going to watch it from you. It sounds exciting. Did. I like documentaries so much that it causes me not to like movies because I'm like, well, this didn't really happen. I did. I haven't seen them all. I kind of lost my confidence in Mythbusters because some of the stuff that I know is actually possible, or perhaps is not actual. Like some of the stuff I know is possible, they bust and they say is not possible, which I just don't think is right. Well, they say like they can prove the moon landing happened, yet how are they supposed to prove that it happened if all of their experiments take place on Earth? It's counterintuitive. Well, it's just like this. They test like I don't know, like the flag waving. It's like, how can you test this properly if you aren't testing it on the moon? By saying that this stuff could have or like occurred on the moon, but you're testing it on Earth, proves that it could have been manipulated on Earth. The way that you would test something like that, to go to the moon and to test it. If you're testing it on Earth, then by definition, the stuff could have been done on Earth. Does that make sense? There's another one. Yeah, that whole thing's a joke. Here's the biggest one. Right. Exactly. Here's the biggest one. Do you know what the computing power of the Apollo program was? Way less. 64 kilobytes. everything. I'm talking everything. Houston, everything. It was so minute that that's just like 19 exactly 1969. Dude, I'll just look it up in ChatGPT. Yeah. Airplanes are not transmitting live video. Literally, literally on July 20th, 1969, on the stream or on the video, it says live from moon. If we not have this conversation, no, I've had it with Zoot. Zoot would ask me about it, and Zoot has become a giant um, advocate that we've never been past the. Do you know what the Van Allen radiation belts are? Then why did it kill the Soviet animals that they sent out to test it? Laika, the dog, died because of the radiation. That's incorrect, though. That's not true. I'm doing it right now. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't cycle. It's generally always the same. Now, maybe slight variations due to the sun's uh oh, dude. So we haven't watched a funny thing happen on the way to the moon. Good morning, Miss Aquarius. How are you doing? I'm lovely. I'm sorry I've missed you the past few nights. How are you how have you been? Are you ready to take on the day? Excellent. Hit it hard, girl. We'll see you tonight, God willing. Take care. Thank you. Bye-bye. Okay. Let's just look it up. Um Yo dog, how would the Apollo 11 missions transmit a live feed from the moon to Earth considering the entire computing power of all of NASA at that time was only about like 64 kilobytes. Yo, dog, the Apollo 11 live feed from the moon was some serious old school engineering magic. No fancy GPUs or massive servers like today. Here's a lowdown: limited onboard computing. The Apollo guidance computer on the lunar module had just about 64 kilobytes of memory and a super slow processor by today's standards. But it wasn't meant to handle video. It was mainly for navigation and controls. Video signal basics. The live video was not digital like we do now. It was an analog TV signal, basically an old school black and white video feed. The lunar camera captured the video, which was converted into a format suitable for transmission. Transmission hardware. The signal was sent from the lunar module's radio transmitter using a high gain antenna directly at Earth. The antenna and transmission system were designed specifically to beam the analog signal over 384,000 kilometers, moon to Earth. Bullshit. Okay, fine. Earth receiving stations. On Earth, huge radio antennas like ones in Gladstone, California, and Parks, Australia, Goldstone, California, and Parks, Australia, received a weak signal. These stations amplified, converted, and related the video to mission control. Real-time analog signal. Because it was an analog and not compressed digital video, it didn't require heavy onboard processing, just converting light to electrical signal and beaming it out. The computers back then weren't involved in video encoding. Okay, so it was an analog signal, not a digital signal, which I understand. Okay, so how about this? What is the total computing power of all of NASA in 1969? Yo, estimating it. So the IBM system. So I'm putting it all together. Hold on. Can you compare all of NASA's computing in 1969 to a Casio watch? Okay, NASA's computing about 10 million bits per second. So a Casio classic digital watch, that's old. That's old. How about just like an iPhone? Can you compare all of NASA's computing power of the whole thing, including the Apollo lander and all that, compared to an iPhone, compared to just the first iPhone? Okay, so here we go. So NASA in 1969 had 5 megahertz. The first iPhone had 412 megahertz. So already the first iPhone is like 200 times faster than what they had in NASA. The instructions per second. NASA had 10 million. The first iPhone had 400 to 600 million. So that's again 40 to 60 times more. A modern iPhone has billions to tens of billions. So literally in my hand, I have more than what they had in 1969, and they did those missions flawlessly and no one ever died. Yet when you look at SpaceX, which isn't even going into low Earth orbit or outside of low Earth orbit, they can't get that thing to land properly 50% of the time. Yeah. Oh, there are a ton of them. Just type in YouTube SpaceX crash. Yes. Sometimes it explodes. Sometimes it just like goes sideways. Which one? Yeah, that's what they did. But they were just in low Earth orbit. And then when they came back into orbit, they would be traveling at a very fast speed. And then they had a parachute that would automatically open at a certain altitude, and then it had like 3 different parachutes on it, and it would land in the ocean, and then they'd pick it up from the ocean. Okay. Van Allen radiation belts generally consistent in how much energy they output, or do they sometimes fluctuate, being less powerful than other times? Yoda, great question. They are mostly stable. Now, if any of them fluctuate, it's the exterior belt, but the interior belt is mostly stable. %1,000, son. This has the potential to be the greatest documentary in the history of mankind, humankind, peoplekind. It said DVD though, so it might not have even been released on Blu-ray. I don't think I've ever seen anything on Blu-ray. Yeah, exactly. I couldn't tell you the difference. Exactly. You could literally tell me like this is on Blu-ray, and I'd be like, I can't tell the difference between this and the DVD. I agree. I'm always like, do I need like different eyes, or like a different TV or like screen or something? Like I don't get. Like maybe on a giant screen, like a movie theater, you might be able to see like a few more pixels, but yeah, I thought they were sharper than that. Oh, this is baller. Light show pictures. I see it.
Of the foundational principles which we were given. I'll tell you a true story. I heard this from a student who's at a particular law school in the Midwest, and it's near a local yeshiva. And every law.
No, that's a good point. Okay, so I don't want to get nailed for copyright infringement. So what I'm going to do is watch it on my phone, which allow me to watch it better. And I'm gonna watch it. I'm gonna watch your stream, but I'm gonna log in. There won't be any background noise. There won't be any background noise. Just one moment. I'm watching. Yes, sir. Wow. You would think he'd be rich. I see. We're watching a documentary. Feel free to watch it. It just started. It's the story of a man who swam the whole Amazon River.
Some people say that he's like a Slovenian ambassador. That's actually kind of funny. He's actually going to swim the entire Amazon River. I got the name with all the
He's famous for economics now. So he's training for everything. At the end of the day, he spends time sometimes at Cuban on the Atlantic psychedelic lifestyle.
Having 4 kids in 4 years changed everything.
We started paying closer attention to the methods that matter most, especially the food.
We wanted better, safer, healthier.
This is why Martin has been spending hours on it.
We started Good Ranchers.
We partner with local fast special fast food for New Zealand, famous who've been raising rocks with giant cake for generations. Just like we get these PBA, but they weren't just nuts.
We're proud to bring your legacy to the table. 100%
Martin does this with
and wild
the
policy.
Make it simple. We deliver it straight to your keys.
Because we believe in making it easy for families like ours and yours to enjoy food you can trust. Food that honors the American farmer. Food that brings people together.
Visit goodranchers.com. Use code RANCH4 to get $40 off your first order. Plus, freebie for an entire year.
GoodRanchers.com. American meat delivery.
Slovenians like to do many things at the same time. Their monthly will be 105 an hour. Text and travel. He's probably wishes to for his lives. He is also learning English. I don't like glasses. And you just again? What do you do?
I'm a drink dealer.
Slovenia is one of the cleanest countries on earth. Finland was swimming in only pure waters like 1,000 years ago. But it was also communism, and everyone was very depressed. We were always poor and lived in a tiny house from the government. So Martin would drink and drink and shout and say goodbye, going away for a few days. When I asked him where he went, he would say, I just went to Italy to relax. Martin always says to the winner, he must be a friend of the winner. He knows a lot of them. One of Martin's favorite winners is American ambassador to Slovenia. They like each other because Martin likes America, and they like America too. People think Martin is rich and powerful like them. It's really me and Martin are trying to save money for ants and swim.
Show it was about to cut it. Okay, Thanks, Ambassador. Thank you very much. Good presentation. Bye-bye.
You see, they're all friends in the same field. That helps get better. And then at the end, you can win. Besides the two mutuals, Martin has to make money by good Slovenian movies. TV promotions, magazine rights, promotions, wine, television commercials.
When I drink Monster, it makes me feel totally angry.
Judging beauty pageants. Promoting food chains. And speaking of conventions. Waste making fingers. I'm ready. You know, the project is ready, but it's almost ready, equipment ready. We advertise this project, but every time we go to make these big projects, we advertise this picture on the website. In a couple of days, a few days, you will see Ljubljana, actually the first Slovenia covered with the billboards, huge jungle banners, we call it here. And it's going to be Martin's picture. I made the design, the artwork, with the Amazon background. It's like this. His picture looks like he's vibing to the whole country. He's got to put it vibes on everybody, taking the control of the whole country. And I'm very proud I designed that. Martin is very excited about these banners. You can see God's very famous.
Yo, we're watching a documentary. It happens. What happened? Yeah. No, I'm watching. They're like putting Vaseline on him. It's fascinating. It happens. No, oh, I banned him already. Thank you, though. So he did wear a wetsuit, but like, that's not a big deal. We originally saw, and they said he didn't wear a wetsuit, but he does wear a wetsuit. Oh, totally. This guy's fascinating. He's like my favorite Slovenian in the entire world. What happened to the sound? You're good. I was just thinking that water looks disgusting. How could you forget the machete? So it's just like a guy who worked at Walmart who plays poker at night. It's his like lead navigator. What'd you say? It's a great question. I know. I don't understand why he isn't bathing in that.
Martin swam in the most dangerous rapids anyone had ever swam in. In the Great Gorge, with no special services on either side of the river. Martin swam alone past 6 rapids in one of the most filthy and dangerous lakes in the world. The river was so toxic that Martin was not able to wash everything without losing. Martin was even swimming past that body ship.
Disgusting.
This is Dr. Shane, Martin's biggest fan, personal doctor. She's a brain surgeon here to make sure nothing happens to Martin's brain. She's also checking his heart and lungs. But she would not like Restream to see where the bear resides in the Amazon, but unfortunately Martin's body every day. I was so used to watching Roth's death movie the first, but I expected Amazon would be the same. The doctor shocked to find the Amazon is dying. It was looking for it and noticed that there are pieces of trash on the shore. It was like a good at the beginning of time. Martin said it was too late to break it, but I told him to stop doing I don't know what can I do. So I think, Martin is always, very tired, but still some this extra power. So, remember in the Mississippi, he came out of the water with a car, and, he didn't even eat, but he remembers something. That was the 60th day. Yeah, it was. Yeah, today's 9th day. And he's it's 9 days. 12 months. Yeah, something like that. Yes, it's 9 days. I think he's gonna fall through his own by the end of this trip. If you ask Martin what the most dangerous things on the Amazon was, he would say betrayal. Martin only believes in trust to communicate with animals, riddles, and aliens. These are the only living beings I think that truly understand happiness. In the town of Vegas, we swam up to an ancient Indian tribe. They were called the Lagra tribe. I feel saddened that they are one of the last original tribes on Amazon. When I was traveling in transporting him down the Danube, he was telling me personal stories that I could never hear from him standing on two legs. One of these was that his father was so unsatisfied with his life that he would take out all his rage on one. When the father had been bringing an artificial sister to come home in the house and ended up sleeping in the bathroom. His mother would set him on clothes and food each night. My grandmother said Anthony actually spent most of his childhood in that bar. On one occasion, Malcolm was being chased and jumped in a freezing creek to escape. The father waited for him on the banks so Malcolm swam afterwards. The father walked beside him for a long time, but Malcolm swam so far that the father gave up and went home. This was what his first was. I think he would read something of this same through every expedition. There are many myths about the creatures that live in the Amazon. One of the myths is about a wild man that lives in the underground world beneath the river. He is called the fish taco, and if you see him, you've seen him in his lives. That is why the Indians never swim in the main channel. They were afraid of us. They thought we are demons. Face peelers. They used to skin it, face, take the fatness of humans after they kill and things like that. And actually, they call it, these people, fish tacos. Fish tacos. And he said it in front of us. They gotta be fish tacos. I'm sorry, looking for another village, but we don't want you to stay here. Friends choose the site to keep us in mind. So we started being sharing section. The Amazon is almost as large as the 48th United States. People don't realize that the Amazon is the last frontier of the world. It is still 80% unexplored. There are rivers that go for 1,000 kilometers that are totally uninhabited. Most people who live here are some of the poorest in the world. This is the main problem of Amazon destruction. For example, one single package within the Amazon is worth up to $20,000 in US America. People will cut an entire road in is the just solutions of trade. This will head towards a more expensive process which mostly using the instruments, especially telescopic telescopes. As of 2006, 20% of the Amazon forest has been cut down. At the current rate, roughly half the forest will be gone in 20 years.
Story, George. I love that story, and I've heard, because of the work I do, I've heard countless stories like that. And everyone says, don't you need an angel or a bridge? And I'm a bridge between East and West. I'm half Indian, half English. And to me, angels are such a bridge. If you look at it, Christians, Sikhs, Muslims, all believe in angels. The main angel of the Muslim faith is Gabriel, also of the Christian faith. Gabriel.
The six
I love that. How beautiful. An angel. Yeah,
It's an angel.
Well, I would love to play with you because you might tell you a story. And share probably. Ever. Reminds me of this story. So I was pregnant with my oldest son, Joshua, and I was working with this midwife. I was involved in
When Martin crossed the border to Brazil, there was a huge party dancing girls and marching bands all singing songs as an example to children and Jewish boys. I thought it was the first person anyone had ever seen since went to Brazil. 2,077 kilometers in 22 days. All of these people wanted to hear what this man had to say. But instead of speaking in Martin's Malawi's receptions, his own Brazilian chase worldwide and life testing, not having a clue how to fly.
And I say to her, please call Nancy. The baby's coming. Call Nancy.
This was the expedition's initial /land search. When we finally picked up the kids, we had asked 3 months without he had no explanation. I had seen this irrational behavior before, and he never had an explanation. The news that there was a man swimming the Amazon was spreading fast throughout the sea. We were told the crowds were thousands were waiting for Martin Bounce. We did not yet realize how big this team was going to get.
And my instructions are really close together now. All of a sudden, Sandy rushed into the bird and said, Nancy. She doesn't even say hello. That was your son? That was my son.
Martin confessed to me that he had been hallucinating and hearing voices in his mind. He hadn't thought with anyone else because he thought he would give community in the hospital.
When he was
And
a
still
baby,
he kept
he had
swimming
perfect rhythm.
and drinking.
I heard around that time that music would be the gift of my own son. That's proving to be true.
How old was that when you found him?
He's 26.
I'm glad. That's what made me have fun.
Yeah, it's not first I have a 2-book deal with A House, so hopefully the second book.
Maybe some whiskey.
I would love to make
Doctor said you should drink more fluid because you're dehydrated. Yeah, this is what
Angelic realm is a parallel realm to our human realm, George. There's harmony ability for you to cross over here, we cross over there. It's not higher or lower.
this guy
To our core
is not understood
but there's humans who are, a Rumi or a Jesus and there are things for the
Who's that guy in medieval mythological stuff that they chained him to a rock or something and they burned his head on his head and it's like Hercules or that was he's like that. He's got some monsters. What he's doing here is it's almost self-sacrificial. It's almost Christ-like in a way, if I can say that. It's almost Christ-like. It's bigger than it's bigger. It's just starting to have sense after being in sense vision. How great this thing is. Yeah, you might be able to have fat, you might be but okay, you can sometimes yell at us, sometimes yell at us. He's last. All the greatest rivers in the world, my swimming animals, giving home zucchini, all zucchini. Everyone in the world is on their edge of their feet right now, hoping, praying. Someone probably, wanted to hear. Well, he's the last man. He's the last man. That's it. He's the last 5 minutes to midnight. And we got what's in our lives to save us all. Bring us on down.
See this river? That river is between heaven and hell, man. This river. And Mark, it's not just about connecting with Paul. We're all stuck right here. We're on the river, man. There's heaven. We can almost reach it. See that? We can almost reach it. And there's hell. That's where we live, man. We live there in hell. But now we're somewhere in the middle. You can see that. That's heaven. That's right there. It's right there, man. I can grab it. I can grab heaven. I can grab it. I can grab it. But then I go there. I go there. I go to hell. I go to hell. Just 5 seconds of midnight right there. When Alex was a city decided to do right in the heart of the Amazon, it felt just like the United States. They had McDonald's there, they had a Restream, they had shopping malls, and lots of money. Our boat even dark, like City Hotel, the managers were very serious for us. But Martin and Matt felt the Miami people were swimming without tablets.
Slovenian endurance swimmer Restream is still missing while attempting to break the world record for the longest swim in history.
I still don't understand why Martin did this. He could not only himself but the entire expedition and daring because our determination was not equipped to navigate the river's strength and could easily have sunk. At midnight, they were still lost. Matt had left his GPS and radio behind, so we had no idea how to find it. We were forced to do another dangerous nighttime search, scanning the banks with floodlights. We finally found Martin and Matt on a stretch of sandy bank in a very wide channel. Martin was totally naked and unresponsive. Matt also in a strange state of mind. It was as if they had seen or heard or experienced something that had transformed them. At this point, Martin had exceeded his previous world record that this no longer seemed like a world record expedition anymore. I was very scared because he had over 1,000 miles to swim, and it was obviously going insane. At the 47th day, Matt stayed up for 3 days and was screaming poems about Martin and Jesus.
getting everyone's nervous. It's a very simple impact on how money is put out. Most companies comprehend great I was born out to see my father. I had spent half of my life watching him go through these things. But only he knew what it was about. The areas east and south of Amazonas are the worst example of deforestation in the Amazon. The state of California, as big as England, has been 70% deforested. And in the state of Pará and Mato Grosso, an area which only the size of a small country disappears each year. Most of this is due to cattle ranching. Each year the sky turns black with smoke for months as pristine forest is burned to make way for new powerfields. Countless species of animals and plants become extinct each burn season. This is all simple because people's demands will be. Even though the UN released a report saying that cattle production has more harmful environmental impact than all the on the planet, the faster companies are spending millions to promote even more consumption and bigger owners. At the current rate, half the Amazon will be cattle farms by the year 2030. And by the end of the century, not only Amazon, but all the world's rainforests will have to be cut down to accommodate the needs of a planet with 14 billion people.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Then you don't need
Subcutaneous lung infection in his brain for 82 weeks. She hid this back from us on Martin's request that we not stop to swim. Her official diagnosis was the numbers problems with her most months. His head is like explode, like so. It's a really weird reaction. I didn't expect that. Tracking batteries, wires. You gotta just gonna let him swim. What are we supposed to do? What can I do? What can we do? I mean, what can I tell Restream? I think you had a fucking mental problem. I think you could please stop your own record expedition so maybe you can see him fucking shrink. Martin had become so insane by this point in this way that we didn't even look at him as a person anymore. It was like he had taken the status of an animal, a monster. He was like Frankenstein of the elephant man, but in the Amazon. By the 64th day, Martin didn't want to spend energy on anything that wasn't swimming. He stopped feeling himself. He only wanted to spend his energy on swimming, and he wanted to swim day and night. This was also nothing to do with it. I felt in the same way as the so it was like keeping a baby alive. But one was your father's swimming animal. The doctor advised that Martin slow down for at least a week to avoid a heart attack. But he couldn't listen.
At this point, I was going to the water. I would recommend against it because he's too weak. He's experiencing delirium and we can't have it.
But it clearly wasn't your time. I mean, you're someone who's been a service for decades
The
now.
doctor made Martin sign a paper saying that she was not responsible for anything that happened if he swam at night. There were also big concerns about pirates. Not even crazy enough wanted to take the risk of trying to talk Martin out of it. Finally, I decided to let him myself. I had been in this situation of swimming with him at night before, and we were around the launch and almost died. All of us felt like we were doing something incredible for us and skill, but I knew that if we didn't go with him, he would swim out at night alone.
Yeah, one life jacket on the boat for 6 men and one gun. One gun, one life jacket, and a swimmer that can barely stand up.
Why didn't I listen to that higher knowing intuition, that angel? You know how I think that people say that the whole paradigm of being going
seen a shark, but he said he saw a new good hungry bird, and it horrified him.
They knew better. They knew better. They chose to wait on the light with their own wilderness, their own pride, and then they get to suffer that consequence. They also are very tricky for us, right? They can pull us down with them very easily unless we pay attention, like we did to that voice telling you to stop the green light. Alicia, do you read Mars? I do. How much of it? Well, it very much depends. I believe that auras are many, there are multiple types of colors. And
It's better than such scale shots that he could have a heart attack in any second. Even though he had repeated his fingers with like maybe 1,000 miles, this man the last
taken out of our aura
which was still water,
by prayer,
just like in
by their voice to pull it out, by positivity, by exercise,
there was
by
media
nutrition,
plenty
by
countries waiting for us
by
in the finish
spirit,
line.
etc.
It was the hugest moment in Ryan's life, and I read like I should write a statement and read to the world, explaining why he had actually been here.
What is spiritual life? Oh, what a great question. So, spiritual bypass
But things were
is
so
when
chaotic that I lost my
someone
vision
confused
and had to
goes to
do
just say, oh, everything's fine, I can do that because it's all God, and meanwhile I'm hurting myself for someone else. It's why you can have a lot of niche with 18 world voices or the Catholic priests. All this is a very spiritual part of it, but it's so and bringing the spirit all the way to this level, that is the power of the spirit. That is the that's simple. That's what they called you? That is what they called me. AAY. Yep. This level is not easy. It's just not. That's why even the artists bend the knee to us. Because we have free choice. We don't have that. So angels are born in us. As mentioned, they have a convenient archangel above them, disseminating the will of God to them. We don't have that. We've got to somehow forage through all of these distracting thoughts, emotions, negativity that we discussed, and find that stream of light. And that's why they have profound respect for us. They don't Oh, heck yeah. Just like God steps in and bails us out. Thank goodness. And that is all grace. Oh, but. So certainly we have direct our thoughts to the positive. When we do our spiritual practice, when we do things that place us in a position to be a force of good and right, that is often what is it mean? Righteous consciousness. I love that question because again, being happy and being happy, Alicia is a Indian, by the way, God's body. But I was born from a platform long mother, very Western mother, Indian father, rural Indiana. And so I'm again passionate about bridging us together rather than being divisive. So the Christ consciousness, that's the religion. Certainly it's available to Christians, but it's also available to, I believe, anyone who chooses to love against all odds, who chooses consciously, chooses to help with everything that's pressing upon them to be selfish, to be greedy, to choose anything that's less than what is inside of them. When they choose love, when it's hardest, when grace, in turn, prevail, bringer of grace, is the Christ consciousness. All those are falling into wants to succeed. They are part of our success. They take it personally.
Martin was visiting many people in the next days to try to help him out of his fourth-dimensional state. One of these was the actor, teacher, Restream, and even practice English. Another was a Brazilian man.
potential of going towards war, maybe that's the incredible and
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastAsia.com. Introducing Hooked, a story about a man, a film, and a bank robbery spree for the ages. Hosted by me, Josh B. How does our system even allow for something like this to happen? These people walk away millionaires, like so many lives destroyed.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app. KFI, KOSA, Los special happy birthday to Laura Taylor.
When he started swimming,
Here's what's ahead on Wake Up Call. Southern California Edison says an offer of wildfire recovery compensation payments to small communities who lost homes, businesses, or rental properties in the wildfire now data. The investigation caused the fire to continue. Some say this may be an attempt by Edison to avoid lengthy litigation. A homicide investigation is underway following the discovery of a body in Santa Clarita. The body was found late Tuesday night after a brush fire behind a grocery store. Authorities have said the fire was suspicious, but couldn't say exactly why. The Wall Street Journal says President Trump was informed today of the Justice Department investigating several topics of discovery of state plans. One administration official told the Journal that hundreds of other names are in the documents. Trump was also reportedly told that the DOJ did not plan to release more documents because they contain child pornography. So lawmakers really want to talk to Jeffrey Epstein's right-hand woman.
Baller. What were your thoughts, pimp? You fell asleep? You little bitch. This motherfucker swam the whole Amazon and you can't even stay awake for his fucking documentary? Then why aren't you responding to any of this pimp language I'm spouting at you, baby? Oh, well, go fuck yourself. GFY, baby. GFY. So let's talk about it. What are your thoughts on Martin Strell? Yeah, like his dad's abuse caused him to do this incredible thing. Not just once, but like he did a bunch of different rivers. I'm surprised he isn't really in like incredible shape. Yeah, but still, he like swam thousands of miles. Yeah, but I mean, there are a lot of alcoholics who are thin. Yeah, that's a good point. It's very climactic, where when he, at the end, he does it all, and then they're just like, oh yeah, he gambled away all the money from sponsorships, and now he's just like drunk in a bed. Totally sad. And then super sad as well that all of the media people who said that they were going to have him on their shows, none of them did. Did you not just watch the fucking documentary? Well, then those were important 10 minutes. He did it, dude. Yeah, he swam. Yeah, he still did it. No, he started hallucinating like 40 days in or something, and then he started wanting to swim at night, and his doctor was like, we're not gonna, like, if you swim at night, then you have to sign this that says that I'm not responsible. He said that they swam at night on the Danube and a barge almost killed them, but he wanted to do it anyway. On their entire boat, they only had one life preserver, and they had one gun, and they were worried that pirates were going to attack them in the middle of the night. So he continued to swim until like day 66, when he made it to the mouth of the Amazon, and he was celebrated. They had media there from 20 countries, and there were thousands of people that came to see him. But basically, once he made it on land, he was so exhausted that he was unable to read his note, and he like basically had to go into the hospital immediately, and they had to give him all kinds of oxygen and stuff. And then over the course of the next 5 months, he gambled away all the money, and he wasn't on any of those shows, even though they said he would be. Can you imagine just being randomly in Phoenix or in Arizona, and that happened? I think that's crazy. All right. Exactly. I'll be right back. I have to pee. I've had to pee during like a lot of that movie. It was good though. I'm happy he did it. Good on him. Be right back. Do you think him being overweight helped him or hurt him? I think so too. Dude, what the fuck was up with that person who just randomly came in and was like N-word, 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 N-word. I get people who do that. Just it happens a couple times a day, basically. Just like people who think that shit's funny. I find it very offensive and not cool. Word Mockingbird. All right. So you ready to hear what people have said about me thus far in the last hour? Someone 1 minute ago said, "Phew, thought age verification was going to stop these." They took a screenshot. Next person said, "Also, how many sock puppet accounts does the have under all caps Rabbi?" Next person wrote with a with a heart. Rabbi loves clitoral hood like hound dogs eat peanut butter. Next person wrote, Rabbi figures whores like bowling balls. Next person wrote, Rabbi drinks pussy juice like uh, Gatorade. This is all within the last 16 minutes. Then somebody wrote, third post overall, second post today. Rabbi likes femboys, drag queens, and hates Matrix. He's kind of based, I think. Uh, Next person wrote, third post so far. That was 18 minutes ago. Next post wrote, Rabbi repost stuff like a centrist dad stalking a female comedian. I don't really get that, but that's cool. Next person wrote, glad you enjoyed my post. Mr. Rabbi drinks pussy juice like Gatorade. Isn't this wonderful? Can't you tell the world coming together? I thought he was swimming the Amazon for clean water, not to like save the forest. That's true. That's true. I mean, it was really interesting. That's true too. I find it interesting that they didn't do too much research about wouldn't you think if you swam the whole Danube and then you swam the whole Mississippi and the whole Yangtze that you would like have the whole thing about sunscreen on your face like worked out? They make waterproof sunscreen. I'm in agreement with you, but maybe not in 2007. I mean, this is like 15 years ago. Um, Another question I have for ChatGPT: is it possible to swim like up the Mississippi, or would the current just take you? Like you basically aren't going to be a fast enough swimmer. Yo, dog, is it possible to swim up the Mississippi, or is it the current? Is the current too strong that like even the fastest swimmers in the world would just get pushed down? Yo, dog, trying to swim up the Mississippi is like trying to fight a treadmill made of dirty water, logs, and sometimes barges the size of football fields. Here's the breakdown. The current varies depending on the location, depth, and season. On average, it's about 1.2 miles per hour, but in flood season or narrow parts, it's about 3 to 5 miles per hour more. Elite swimmers can swim freestyle at 4 to 5 miles per hour. Long distance pace is like 1.5 to 2.5. Real talk. Yes, it's technically possible to swim upstream in calm, wide, slow stretches, but most of the river, the current would overpower even Olympic swimmers, especially for any real distance. Martin Strel, the madman who swam the Amazon, swam part of the Mississippi too, but downstream. Ain't nobody out there going upstream for fun. Why did they say he swam part of the Mississippi? That motherfucker swam the whole thing. Would you have That was hilarious. I want to know how he had all these doctors available to him. Like, he had like a brain surgeon with him. Like, did he just tell the brain surgeon, like, yo, baby, I'm going to be doing this cray-cray thing in a good way. Why don't you just come with me? And if anything goes wrong, just take care of me. They said that she was his biggest fan aside. Well, they said she was his biggest fan. That could be. He ran into all kinds of issues that I wouldn't have even foreseen. I mean, I guess I would, but like larva in his under his skin that caused like hallucinations. Word dog, they went all into it. Didn't you see it? When you say you're a fan of something like William Montgomery or Martin Strell, are you really, or do you just say that because you think it sounds good in your head? Is he your favorite long distance swimmer? I agree. I've got to say that documentary was boring as fuck. It was I expected it to be like more exciting, but I don't know. I don't know why I was expecting it. Swimming isn't that exciting. What was I know what my favorite part was. What was your favorite part? That was the best part, right there, where they're like it's like a ping pong ball, where they've got this like ship captain who is probably half in the bag anyway, and it's a big fucking river, and they're like hitting the side of it, and they're like, oh, that happens. Like, dude, we're not supposed to be like dragging this shitty boat against trees. And it seemed like that boat could have literally sunk at any time. They're even like, we were told that this was the worst boat in the world, and it was. I would have liked I would have liked to see more animals, um, like caiman and anaconda and piranha. It was basically just this dude in pain for an hour and a half. Well, the other thing is they I feel like they took too long to start documenting him going into the Amazon. I was like looking at the timestamps and it's like we're like almost 40 minutes into this thing and he's just getting to Peru. And I understand that like okay, well I get that. But yeah, it was I'm not saying it was bad. It was just kind of boring and kind of sad at the end. And I mean, it's not sad. He did it. I'm just surprised that he wasn't more of like a hero. I mean, I guess he was to the people who saw him, but I don't know. When they were like, and he gambled away all the money, I was like, oh, that's sad. And then, like, his son, like, You would expect somebody who did that to never have to work again. And this whole time I was thinking, like, and now this motherfucker's an Uber driver in Arizona, which isn't bad. I'm sure it's better than some aspects of Slovenia, but how does he use his lifetime membership at what was it called? Atlantis. Thank you. And then he got like they said like this weird thing, like Mazda gave him a car for life, and he can park wherever he wants. No. I get that. I get that. You could tell like the world was different in 2007, where I don't think you could get away with all that shit today. They would just be like, "Oh, you need to do testing," and I don't know. It was more relaxed. Like, um, yeah, I feel like they wouldn't let you swim the Amazon today. Maybe the Amazon they would, but like, no, park wherever. Yeah, kind of that one too. I mean, I don't know how things are in Slovenia, but um, I don't know. Things are different. Like, it's just I don't really know. He I don't know if he raised all that much awareness for the rainforest and everything. I guess. One thing that's really fast. I'm in agreement with you. Well. Look who it is. How you living, pimp? Do you know who Martin Strel is? He's a Slovenian long distance swimmer, one of the most elite endurance athletes, best known for swimming the entire length of various rivers. Strel holds successive Guinness World Records for swimming the Danube River, the Mississippi River, the Yangtze River, and the Amazon River. His motto is swimming for peace, friendship, and clean water. You don't know who that is? What did they? I, I saw him. That's Zoot. How many people do you think live in igloos in the world? We'll say igloos as their primary place that they live. Incorrect. 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 Correct. Guess how many under 10,000? Less than 3,000. Keep guessing. Less than 800 people. Less than 200 people. Keep guessing. Less than 50 people live in igloos. Keep guessing. Less than 30 people live in igloos currently. Keep guessing. Less than 4 people live in igloos. Keep guessing. Less than 2 people live in igloos currently. Keep guessing. Less than 1 person in the world lives in igloos as their primary source of housing. Keep guessing. It's 0. Nobody lives in igloos anymore. Because it was fun. It made you laugh. All right, Zoot, are you ready to play basketball? That's correct. Iceman. Incorrect. Not according to ChatGPT. Not according to Grok. A shelter made of ice and or snow. Yeah, people do it for tourism, but not as their primary place of living. Yeah, probably, but just for like camping. Zoo, did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died? I know. Are you ready for a basketball invitation, Zoot? Riser, are you ready for a basketball? Right. Okay. Perhaps, dog. We're waiting on Riser. Riser's jerking himself off raw. Riser's J-Yorin. I like your song, Zoot. Is Malcolm Jamal Warner there? Ooh, it's tempting. Why would you want to come back? Zoot, if we gave you the opportunity, would you want to swim the Amazon River? Would you want to climb Mount, starts with a K, Kankakee or whatever? Mount, no, it's called Mount, the highest point in Australia. Hold on, it's called highest point, Mount Kosciuszko. If we gave you the opportunity to climb Mount Kosciuszko, you mean you wouldn't? Because afterward, both Lily Phillips and Bonnie Blue would have sex with you. That's true. They probably have sex with you for $2,000. Zoot, who's your favorite male musician of all time? Your favorite male musician of all time? Sam Cooke? That's an amazing choice, dog. 11 is really good, Bryzer. Why do you like Sam Cooke, Zoot? It's a great choice. Do you know that Sam Cooke was murdered? He was murdered at a motel in Los Angeles. How did you get into Sam Cooke? Riser, did you know that I'm beating you by 9? How did you lose $12? So you remind me a lot of this guy named Martin Strell. After he quit Amazon, he blew all the money on gambling. No, he blew it all within like 5 months. 0. Well, no, he swam the Amazon, not make it. He didn't. He swam it. He didn't buy stock or anything. I don't know. He probably had like a few $100,000. He bought something called Fat Girl Investment Co. in 2007. It just wasn't the right time. My question is, when are one of you going to beat me? Zoot, come on, big dog. 1. Riser, do you think you're going to beat 7? Look at this motherfucker. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. Look at him. 10. Notice the sun shines when I play. Get it, Zoot. Get it. That's 1. That's 2. That's another 2. That's another 1. That's a 1. That's a 2. Dude, he got 10 points. You might win, Zoot. Get it, Riser. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a 1. That's a 1. That's a 1. It's not over. Baby, don't you worry about me. Dude, I got 11. What are your thoughts? That's incorrect. That's a miss. That's a swish. That should have been it should have been a swish. You're right. All right, you got 5 points. Riser, you going to be able to get him? Get it, dog. That's a miss. Oh,
Zoot beat Riser. Can we play what? I would, but I get nailed for the copyright, so I'm not gonna play it. Are you serious? It's time for mini golf. I'm ready for you two to gang up on me. Riser, we're waiting on you. Riser, why are you J-Yorn yourself? Look how sick this shot is, people. Look how sick this shot is. Riser, you're covering your microphone, son. Riser, are you C-Yorn? Are you J-Yorn? Riser, are you J-Yorn? Riser, are you J-Yorn? Riser, are you J-Yorn? Why did you quit, Zoot? Sounds like a bunch of J-Yorn to me. What the fuck was that, Riser?
Man, you are J-Yorn like a mofo. What are you typing out? A love letter to Zoot? My dog. Are you gonna go or are you just gonna J-Yor? You want to see how G's ride? From the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. You're up, Riser. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Terrible shot. Do you know what STFU means? No. It means shut the fuck up. Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna J your? You're up, pimp. We'll play Moncala in a second. You're up, though. Accept the invitation. I don't know. I don't pay attention. I don't think it shows you. I'm waiting on you. Dog, you have an invitation, son. I looked you directly in the eye, breathed hot air on your mouth, and slapped you on the face. Are you ready? Are you going to go? Dude, I just do what the program does. Next time I will rig it so that you go first. Dog, you sound like you're underwater. This is how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. I can't deny it. I can't deny it. I just won, baby. You don't want to bang with me. All right, you go first this time. I'll rig it so that you go first. Player 2 goes first. You're up, pimp. Are you just going to J-Yor? Everybody's waiting on you. You're just J-Yoring. What happened? You get to start again, just so you see how easy it is when you start first. Baby, you're up. Do you like Martin Strel? Dude, I already sent you an invite. Accept my invite, then I'll accept your invite. That's an interesting game. I'll start to get into that. I'm an expert. Have you ever seen the movie, the documentary AlphaGo? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? What did you say? I've played it. I think I'm better than the computer at it. This game sucks. Dog, I've got some shit to do. I'll play Go, but I gotta say some prayers, and I gotta get some water. So I'm gonna need like 15 minutes. Can you give me 15 minutes? I appreciate it. Just one moment. I want to read you before I do all that. I'm going to read you what every.
Then you see the deer in the headlights interview 2 months ago with Bongino.
One, there's a whole bunch of boys from the yeshiva who are
Catch the
studying
tail on Fox.
law school.
Like
They're
her hostages
usually
telling
at the
no.
back in their white shirts.
To trust us, he killed himself, and Epstein acts alone and didn't do
The
anything.
professor
Case
is a
closed.
very well-known professor. He does the
And I
survey
said this before Trump said it a
At
week
the end of the
a
class
ago. I
says,
said,
before
Trump
everyone's
has
dismissed, I
learned,
would
or
like
this is
all
a
of the
big
young
possibility,
men
they've
from the
spiked him
rabbinical
with
seminary
poison
to
pills.
come down
They're not
and
just
speak
going
with
to take
you
out
about
bad
this.
stuff about
So
them.
after all the other
They're going
students
to
file
add
out,
all the innuendo,
the
all the
20 or so guys
J-Dos,
from
all
yeshiva
the
come
stuff
down. The
recycled
professor
in.
says to them,
Then Trump comes out for social last Saturday, 9 days ago, Saturday before last, and says,
so
hey,
we have a very
they control the
extensive
file.
legal tradition.
Not saying Epstein
It's
doesn't
not
exist or
per
wasn't
se
bad. That's
philosophy
how the media spun
the
it. He
way the
says
Greeks understand
they
it.
put a bunch of
We
wool
have
in there,
starters now. When
which
you get
I
to
was
the
even
modern
able to
era, which
predict.
we're
So
not going
that's
to get to
one
today,
track
you will find
of what it is why
philosophers who
I
like
acted
to
so
start
scared
all over.
and
Who
hysterical.
like to say, I'm
The
going
other
to
track
tear down
is
everything
he was
that
a big
existed
playboy.
before
He was
and try
hanging
to
out with
build it up
Epstein. He was
in a
writing
way
many
that's
packages.
somehow
Maybe he did
Jewish.
some stuff he
But
wasn't
that's
supposed
not
to.
our agenda
So
for
I had
today.
some deep,
We're looking
and
at
now they're bringing it
what
out.
we
So
might
now
call
the jury's out on
philosophy
Trump.
in the medieval
Now
environment.
he's got to be suspect.
And that's why I
But
think that Kovos and
the
Lavaros
same
is
people that run
so
Crossfire Hurricane, the
unusual
fake Russia
in
gang,
our tradition.
Obama,
Because
Clapper,
it is
Comey,
really
Brennan, that did all this, who are known fake frauds, who are known
synthesizes the
to be all over the Epstein file,
material
who are known
of
controlling it
internal
on the U.S. side.
ethical
Anything they
life.
tell them be suspect, so I don't believe it right away.
single
Then you bring up
study.
Netanyahu, and that's the key. So,
Let me explain what I mean.
anytime
As I
Mossad is
mentioned
going to
earlier,
operate like this on
we
domestic
have
soil,
a
they're going to need a CIA
sophisticated
agreement to
legal
pass.
tradition, which
It goes
begins
on for
from
decades.
verses in
And
the
then you've got
Torah.
Maxwell's dad that was
goes
MI6
through,
Mossad.
on record.
amplifications
And
in the rest of the
KGB,
Bible,
Triple H,
especially
and
in
Restream,
the
they're really extreme.
Talmud discusses it, the rabbis discuss it in
You have
responsa,
Trump
which
grab it, do
legal
it, he
precedent.
gets it, oh my God,
Later,
I've been
this
set up.
goes into the
Then
codes and so on,
he's mad
which
at
are, by the way,
Netanyahu, and
just
from
about
behind-the-scenes
now
sources,
being
we're not to that area
prepared in
months
11th
ago.
century, 12th century,
Netanyahu
you can
shows
say the
up,
early codes
suddenly
of
Trump
Maimonides,
180s,
the Torah, and so on.
starts doing whatever
And that's kind of
Netanyahu
like a
wants.
Jewish way of thinking.
And we know who
about,
has the full file of all
what's
the
the
hidden
practice,
cameras
what's
and all
the
the
bottom
stuff.
line, how am I
And
supposed to
little
behave given the
island
conditions.
in
The idea of just
you know, there
that's not
in
the
the Caribbean facility in Torrey, Mexico, in New York.
on the
And we had
12th.
Barack there photographed dozens of times.
these
You know,
gems
30-some
of
meetings
spiritual insight
there in New York. And
that
all of a sudden, you
may
get a
be
180 as
collected
soon
in a
as
few
Netanyahu
places, a
shows
little bit
up.
like Pirkei Avot.
Now Trump learns what's in the
Every now
FBI
and then
file.
you'll see
Then
glimmer of like kind of
Netanyahu
internal
comes
spiritual
and
life,
tells you.
but it seems to
And
be
I don't believe from my
overwhelmed.
sources, and this is
There
how
are
the
stars
FBI
Shema Yisrael,
but it's
Adonai
people in this administration, including the
Elohim,
top financial
Adonai
advisor,
Echad.
Trump wants to get his agenda through jobs.
Baruch
$3
Shem
trillion
Tov
investment
Mashiach
coming in.
Torah
$3 trillion a year. He wants to stop World War III. I'm not defending this. I'm saying thinking of it all. Yeah. And so he goes, oh my God, this is a giant new Russiagate setup. He comes out and says, well, let's show to his supporters.
How you should figure out
when you
whether or not this
say
chicken is kosher. I'm going to talk about how you should
a top financial
orient
advisor,
yourself
are we
to God.
talking about
How
Epstein's
you
neighbor?
should focus your mind, how
We
you
are.
should, be disciplined
Okay,
with
interesting,
your
and that makes
relationship to
sense.
the universe as a whole.
So here's how informed you are. And I'm not trying to be a mean person. Yeah, he may have been innocent. We were talking about London.
That's right, Howard London.
It's totally new,
Don't
and
sue
it
me.
starts a whole
Get it?
genre. Which,
Well, this is beyond suing. This is like,
Yeah,
that's
you're gonna find me in a pool.
literature.
Yeah, you're right.
the whole idea
Now.
of personal development
well, let's just
starts
say
with
you brought it out. You're smart and figured it out. Nobody else was. I'm sure it's true.
My wife and I had.
They're
my wife
blackmailing
and my,
London.
daughter
I've
had a
confirmed that from the
little
FBI.
text argument. By the way, for those
And
of you
it's not that London did anything
who use
wrong.
texting, I have to say
But yeah,
it is the best way to have domestic
Here's
disputes.
my question.
You know,
We have
having an
Ghislaine
argument
Maxwell
over a
sitting
text
in
is great
a
because
jail.
nobody
I
interrupts
believe in
you.
Tallahassee, in
You have
Florida.
enough time to
We have
express
Alex
yourself
Acosta,
properly,
who
you know,
supposedly
you can
there was
see
an
the other person
unsourced
typing.
or
I love
privately
it, you know?
sourced,
So,
unnamed
not that
sourced
I'm speaking
person
theoretically,
that
of course,
Vicky
my wife and I
Warren
only disagree
quoted
about once
saying
every
Alex
decade or so.
Acosta said,
Anyways,
I was
my
told
daughter,
to stand
who,
down.
is a very
Epstein
dedicated
belonged to
Chabad
intelligence.
addict,
That is why he
tonight,
was not prosecuted
she
The
shared a piece
federal
of Torah with my wife
prosecutor,
on
right to
WhatsApp,
the fullest extent of the
and
law.
actually the family
Why
WhatsApp. And my
do
wife
we
wrote
not,
back and said,
and by we I mean
that's a
the,
nice
the
piece
Trump
of muscle.
administration, the
And my
American
daughter
people
said, no, it's a nice
demand
piece of Hasidus.
that Maxwell
Right?
testifies
But
in front of Congress and that Alexander Acosta testifies in front of Congress about whatever this operation was. I think me and you have a good idea about what it was. But it's a vile operation. It destroyed the lives of children. No civilized society can exist ignoring things like this. And it also opens up many.
I would like to give you an introduction to the contents of the book, but from a historical perspective, if we don't know more about him than the title page, how do we learn, how do we flesh out the historical context? So you've got to do an intellectual biography based on the material in the text itself, which is much harder. This is an older printing, obviously, of Kolos Levavos, with the gate metaphor, which is quite symbolic and traditional in Jewish bibliography. Many chapters, including those of Kolos Levavos, are named after gates. So one of the real, now obviously, I remember what I want to say here. Obviously, his source base is overwhelmingly Jewish in nature. He's citing verses from the Torah, passages from the Talmud, Midrash. He is clearly well versed in all of Tanakh. He's clearly bringing verses from all over the Torah, and that's fairly typical. Of course, we say it's typical because we base it on him. But what's surprising, and this is uniquely Sephardic, is something that has been known for about a century. He used Muslim sources as well. Specifically, the Sufi mystics, which are a group of fascinating Muslim thinkers that have a lot of ideas that resonate with Jewish values. And the stuff just slips in without any comment. I'll give you a couple of examples. And we see it repeated through many other sources. We see it, for example, Maimonides' own son, the famous Abraham ben Rambam, wrote works that are deeply infused with Sufi wisdom. I know it sounds jarring because, we live in a time where Jews and Muslims tend to be locked in conflict, and in Israel, and we look at them. God forbid, we don't want to look at them, but occasionally you see these things about ISIS and beheadings, and you say, what? Do we have any common vocabulary with these people? Well, in Al-Andalus, we did. We shared, and we grew from it. So I'll give you one example here. Yes, it's in the Forbidden Gate, right? So the Forbidden Gate, let's start and I'll show you the example. Or let's just jump to the example and I'll come back to the Forbidden Gate. So here we go. Here's a Sufi teaching, which Diana Lobo that I showed you earlier, she wrote a great book on Rabbeinu Bachya recently. So this is a 9th century, 100 years before Rabbeinu Bachya, and then this story is cited in 11th century hagiographies of Yahya ibn Muad. It was said to Yahya ibn Muad, "Tell me about God. Where is he? Or what is he? Sorry." And by the way, this word here, abotu, that's actually a technical Muslim term, and I just made that up. It's because it's a typo. Sorry. Tell me about God. See, when you have tenure, you can get away with things like these. Tell me about God. What is he? So Yahya responded, he said, God is one. All right, that's definitely something that Jews can resonate with. What is he like? Strange phrase in the original. How is he? Like, in what manner is he? And the answer is an all-powerful king. The question is, where is he? I think it's a strange answer, on the lookout. And then you have this funny coda. It was said, I didn't ask you about that. Yahya said, that is the description of the created. As for the description of the creator, it is what I told you. Sufis talk like this a lot. There's a fantastic book called The Origins of Consciousness by Robert Ornstein, which expands on this, but beyond our topic today. Now let's read from Rabbeinu Bachya, and I'll read it in Hebrew and translate. One of the wise was asked about the creator. I have a feeling there's got to be about 30 or 40 passages, stories in here, where one of the wise is asked, an anonymous wise person. I haven't gone through the sources, but already 100 years ago, there's scholarship listing all of the passages where he borrowed from the Sufis. I have a feeling when you have this unnamed source, probably it's the Sufis. Anyways, the question that is asked about the creator, Mahu, what is he? For Amar, the answer is Eloka Echad, one God. God is one. Amar Shara, so the questioner asks, the Echu, how is he? Again, that strange language, Echu, how is he? What does it mean? In what manner is he? Amaro Melech Kadol, a great king. Pretty straight translation. Amaro Va'anahu. He said to him, where is he? Amarlo. Here's the Hebrew term, B'tzipia. B'tzipia. So Tzipia is probably best translated as on the lookout, watching, like at Sofa, right? Har HaTzofim, the mountain of the lookouts. God is on the lookout. Now remember, the question is, where is he? And the answer is what he is doing. Yeah, but it's not the right answer. The question deserves a where answer, right? Where are you going to be for dinner tonight? At home. That's what you say. You don't say, where are you going to be for dinner tonight? Tuesday. It doesn't make sense. It's non sequitur. But the answer, the deeper answer is, as Diana Lobo explains, you can't ask where God is. By asking that question, you misunderstand the basic reality that God is everywhere. You can't say in a particular place. The question itself is absurd. Rather, where is God? Where is what God is doing? And God is looking out. Looking out for what? Looking out for us. Looking out, waiting for us. On the lookout for us. And as soon as we start to look out for God, then the teaching goes, we are where God is. We join God, not in a place, but in activity. We meet God when we look for God. It's a beautiful idea. And you don't have to take my word for it. Rabbeinu Bachya likes it. And then the end of the story is the same as well. He says, Amar lo Ashor, so the questioner says, Rosh Ilticha, I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you what he was doing. I asked you where he was. Amar lo, the wise one said, Shiotani b'milot ha'ela shmurot alamidot harui lo gavra, lo nivra, sorry, lo al bore. So you asked me with words that are appropriate for a created being. A created being can be in a place. God, who is not a created being, cannot be in any place. That is not his reality. So that's why I answered you only in terms that you would understand. Because it's impossible to explain it in any other way. So you see here, this is just one example of the many Sufi passages that Rabbeinu Bachya would bring into his work, which is indicative of a syncretic culture, the values of Andalusian Spain that allowed for the communication of Muslims and Jews who were spiritual seekers to share whatever wisdom could effectively cross their otherwise rigid religious boundaries. Fascinating example. Let us just move back a little bit here to talk about the Forbidden Gate in itself. Now, the book is divided into several gates. I'll give you the whole list of contents shortly. The first gate, it's one of these ironic things in the yeshiva world, is taboo and is rarely studied in a formal setting. And in fact, in my edition here, which is a very orthodox kind of edition, I told you that there's a modern translation
of the financial system that we barely understand that involves oligarchs, criminals, human traffickers, drug smugglers, and our own political class, by the way. This is why Nancy Pelosi has been so quiet about this, let's be very honest, because she has no problem with, obviously making lots and lots of money, and lots of our politicians, Barack Obama, these $30 million homes in Martha's Vineyard or whatever they are. Why do we demand that they testify, Alex?
Of course, going to read it. That's the first thing. I remember we once bought. Sorry for sharing this with you, but
Tim, this is regular.
We once bought a book.
I was about to go before you sent me this like Maxwell testify.
We bought a book on viral marketing. It was divided into two parts. The first half was a book for husbands,
here's the issue with
written
that.
by a husband, David Abramov.
She's in
The
prison
second half
for
was a
human
book for
trafficking.
wives, written by his wife,
And you
Mrs.
got
Abramov. Tehila Abramov.
these lawyers connected to
And
Epstein
so
saying months
we
ago,
agreed that I would
Alan
read
Dershowitz,
the
Trump
first
better.
section, and I read it diligently.
Pardon
Just
her.
read it years of time.
and then before Elon came out and said, hey, Trump's the list, you're never going to see it.
I figured she would read the women's
Which has
section.
a lot more credibility now.
Instead, she read the men's section. She especially read
Because
all of
this
the
doesn't mean Trump
notes.
did
And
anything
before
wrong, but
reading
he's
her section,
implicated.
she had to
He's embarrassed by it.
about, why did you write that?
The issue is, like Maxwell is, she's in prison for
Okay, so
decades.
why is it forbidden?
So you
The
can't
main reason
trust
it's forbidden is
somebody
because
to
think about it.
testify.
If the whole book is
So
to
there's
do with
already
your heart,
not
trying to
implicated other
understand
people,
your
but now that
relationship
she's
to God,
convicted in prison,
then
well,
you're
maybe
working
she'll
in
say
a platonic,
that I was
philosophical
involved.
way
I'm
of
being
starting from
sarcastic,
zero.
but right.
What is
My
the
point
very
is
first
that
question you would
pressure
want to
mounts for
ask?
Islam Maxwell to be released to testify
Who
before
is
Congress.
God?
I am of the thought
That's
that
I
full
want to have a relationship
disclosure is
with
the way
God.
to go.
Who is
Yeah,
God?
from all my
The
research,
first
sources
chapter is
Trump
all
wasn't
about
actually involved with any of this. And they're going to be able to continue to blackmail
That's
that
a
they don't.
very
So I
hard
think
question
justice
to
be
answer,
done with
even
Adam's
with the
fall.
occasional
But
Sufi
the
thought.
thinking is,
In fact,
if
it
they
descends
implicate
into what
all
scholars
big
tend
tech
to call
titans like Bill
negative
Gates that was
theology.
heavily
Because
involved
the
in all
only
this,
way you can
and his wife
effectively
left him over
define God in
and
a
said he should have to answer
philosophical way
those questions. I'm not
is
saying what he
by
did.
not.
If all these
God
Silicon
is
Valley
not
people come out and think
limited.
Trump's being told
God
this
is
will crash the stock
not
market, this will
born.
bring down
God is
America,
not.
this is a setup.
Yeah,
And I'm not
if God
defending
is
that decision,
infinite,
but I can
then
logically,
what else
from a
can you
sick
say
position,
about
get
him?
it. I agree
There
with
is
you.
no
I think
positive
the world will
attribute
think
you
we're
can
back in
add to
business if we
God
actually
that does
exercise
not
all this.
intrinsically
These
limit him
demons,
from
this
being
stuff's going
other
all over the
things.
place as well. The
So
E
the
has
first
become
chapter
giant.
has
Yes,
all
This is driving people insane, and I think it's justifiably so that people at the highest levels can get away with stuff like this, and that it can be covered up forever. And I think a lot of people,
It's the two-tier justice system. It's emblematic of everything.
it's emblematic of everything. What I told Vance, I said, if you don't disclose everything, you're done. I mean, nobody will support you guys. You are fully
with
and
a
completely
simple
part of
faith
this
that may
cover-up
not
if
creep up,
everything doesn't come out.
in belief in a
I think it
creator,
paralyzes
then
their
even opening up
presidency.
these kinds of
And what does Ben
questions
say?
can be very
He
painful and
agrees
difficult.
with me.
Like,
He
say, "Well, I
agrees
never
with me.
thought of
You
that."
know, like
And all of a
it
sudden,
really
you
is.
got
Even
5
Mike
years
Johnson
of
came out of
there
Wikipedia
trying to
release.
figure out. You got to get
I
back
mean, he
to
agrees with
Yiddishkeit.
me.
So it's a very
The
difficult
calls
thing.
are
That's why
coming
yeshivas
from
actually
inside
leave
the
this
house.
section alone.
We know that Benjamin
Similarly,
Netanyahu
the
shows
opening
up.
sections of
We
Maimonides,
then immediately
Oh,
see
big
an
baby.
about face, which is
Rab
completely
Chazal
crazy,
There.
by the President of the United States. And again, I'm not a paranoid Israel hater, but their activity over the last 6 months is completely insane. They're bombing churches, they're starving people, they're shooting people that are...
They bombed Syria today. But here's the deal.
That's what the Forbidden Gate is all about.
I'm studying
Now, I want to say one other cool thing about Sufism here,
financial interest.
that
I'm the guy that everybody said was defending Israel. No, I was just saying they're not the most important bloc.
So
They're very,
how is it
but yeah, absolutely.
possible
Because we knocked out the Democrats who are in it, because they've cut off the U.S. aid money and the deep state money, Israel, with Netanyahu, sees a power vacuum and is definitely trying a hostile takeover of the administration. So that's 100%
If you think
wrong.
it's so unusual, however,
Were
I
you
would
worried
like to
about
say
these
that maybe
connections
not.
with
Maybe this is
Palantir,
actually
with
something about Jewish
using
culture that we
technology
still enjoy
to
today.
Palantir
We'll
technology
have
to
more to say
merge
about this, God
all of
willing,
the
about
different
how it
departments,
transitions to Christian
so
Europe.
that if you have
But I would like to draw your
information
attention
on you
to
with the IRS, that's now merging
popular
with
song that you may have heard.
your
In fact,
arrest
if you
record, and
walk
if you've attended a
outdoors
protest, and
anytime over
whatever the
last
case may be.
6 or
We
8
see
months,
in
you've
the
probably
UK
heard
people getting sent to
Despacito.
jail for
Very
tweets.
popular Latin
We
song.
see all over
Word
the world, and we
Despacito,
know,
I
of
will not
course,
sing
the
it.
Chinese social credit score
It means,
system. This feels a lot like
it's
a
very catchy
precursor
tune.
to
It's
that.
almost all in
Steve
Spanish.
Bannon
And
has said that he
Despacito
thinks that
means
these tech
slowly.
people are the biggest threat
And
to
if you're not
the stability
thinking
of the
about the
United
Spanish
States
and not
going
listening to
forward,
the words, then it sounds
because
like
they
a
have their
catchy
own
sort of pop
agendas
tune.
that they're cloaking
But if you
in.
happen to watch the
this
video, which
MAGA
I do not
movement.
recommend,
Do you
just stay
share
far away
that
from the
view? And do you think that
it's
Trump
a Latin
has
love
allowed these
song.
people to get a little too close
Totally inappropriate.
and
It doesn't
exercise a
get
little
any
too much
close to
power in
appropriate.
the White
That's
House?
Nevertheless,
Yes,
check out this
I think
video.
Palantir is a threat. And I've been criticized by people that just want
the internet version. I'll put the link
try to
in
make
because it's
scores
copyright versions if I put a
by
video
being
in a video.
nuanced about it.
So
Let's
here
explain what's
is
happening.
a Jewish take on Despacito. And
Oracle,
let's,
who's also in with Trump, which is a bigger threat than Larry else. It's way bigger than Palantir. Microsoft and Amazon. People think of Amazon as packages. No, Amazon runs more servers for the CIA and the NSA than anybody. Than that Microsoft is saying. This is like a fact. People look this up. They've already integrated all the databases. They already have all that. Peter Thiel and Alex Carr, who said, Alex Carr, I help the EU censor conservatives. You know, my main threat is Christian conservatives, just like Starbucks started fighting. So I'm not an apologist for Palantir.
Some library,
But to my listeners, I've got to give them a real answer. So you notice the New York Times and Washington Post last year were all about Palantir. And it doesn't mean Palantir is an issue.
Day school,
it's that why does everybody know about that? Because we're being started.
With these lyrics,
so Palantir has come to Trump and is a big better advance.
Like real
I'm not saying it's bad either.
This is what Jewish
and they have
culture is
said
all
to Trump,
about.
we know how to come in and tell you what's really going on.
Because we
Let
live
us
in a
have the reign of
multilingual,
Mordor,
multicultural environment,
and we will
we're
fix
able
all
to
your
have,
problems.
grab
And my
things
point
that
is, they are a small little tech
transvalue them
who
into
wants
a
to come in
Jewish
as a
system,
technology
and
that's
ultimately,
already been
once it's
done.
digested, it
Right.
becomes
So
Jewish.
the idea that this isn't already integrated, it is.
So that's what I'd like to think is happening with Rabbi Rothschild, using Sufi sources. Here's a Sufi teaching of great deep spiritual depth, great value, very profound. And he says, you know what, I can take
Alphabet,
that.
you know, those companies, whatever it is, Meta.
I mean, you have alphabets about Google, exactly right. So it's Google.
I don't know much
It's Google.
It's
It's
Amazon
Amazon.
studying those
Yeah, so they're the ones that are currently doing it. It's not like it's coming. So I just told people in their lexicons, like in flashcards, forget, here's a tiger, here's a bear, here's a bunny rabbit, and now they go, here's Palantir. Ooh, that's the big takeover. No,
just 3
that's
blocks
a
away
group
across the street.
that thought with their angles with Trump, they can come in and be put in charge of the thing that's already there. So I'm telling people, no, it's not that it's coming, it's already there. Palantir is just as dangerous as Google or as Spirit Company Alphabet, or as Microsoft, or as Amazon. It's Microsoft, Google, Amazon. And I'm saying, if you look at the statistics, 90% of the grid's already there. Palantir is a usurper, an upstart, a pretender to the throne, trying to come in to give Trump control because the U.S. government's been directing the Googles and the Microsofts and the Amazons to already create a feud system that we already have.
It absolutely makes sense. The reason Palantir is always a red flag for me is when Peter Thiel's asked things like, should the human race exist? And he kind of stutters and stammers and doesn't really seem to have a... That one seems easy. And he doesn't really have an answer for that. He's also suggested that maybe people went to Epstein's Island because they wanted Epstein's like advice on their divorce and stuff.
To know about God.
It just
he also says, we need to do what I'm doing to stop the Antichrist.
You have to know astrology. He has a whole passage on the
It just feels to me that, yes, they are part of a very large group of companies I don't trust. But it is worth noting that this company is, they want to start helping to surveil Americans more than they already are. I mean, that's sort of, or help, concentrate the information or help merge.
Keep going. Google 6-7 years ago wouldn't even give the Pentagon access to AI. They give China that. So that's the key to Palantir is offering to Trump
the child.
look at Denver already had U.S.-funded license plate scanners. But a month ago, when they were using to arrest illegals, they turned it off.
To be an adolescent.
So Palantir is offering to use the grid that's already in place for Trump's aims. So what I'm trying to say is it's not because of Palantir, it's that we're saying we're half we find we're the year 2050. I'm saying it's already there. The Palantir saying it's a fight about Trump coming and saying, okay, I'll hire you to explain how this works and get the access. I'm saying it's already all there.
No, and I understand that. I think that listen, I don't trust Elon Musk. I don't trust anything. I don't trust Ian Altman. I don't trust Mark Zuckerberg. It's not because I believe they're inherently evil people, or because they say some things are inherently evil. I believe their agendas are radically different. If you took an American off the street and said, what are the things you value? Very few of them are going to go, we want to terraform Mars and merge with AI and destroy the human race and all of this stuff. So I do think that the tech community, it's important to have a thriving tech community, but it's important to not turn our country into a digital police state or a Chinese-style surveillance state. I think a lot of those people would probably want to create something like that in our society. It does seem like they would prefer that.
Absolutely. I want your viewers to listen to this.
That's the gate of discernment. It's all about
let's just say Palantir is the most evil thing on
what
earth
the
ever
universe has
seen.
to offer and understand God's presence in it. Very
Why do we all know about Palantir and not the other we don't know? Yes, you're right. We don't know about Microsoft, Google, and Amazon that are 90+% of the grid that's already there, right? So we're all learning about surveillance and AI and social credit scores and biometrics and social credit. We're already doing it. They're just bidding to get into the draw just as a junior. And so I oppose what Palantir's doing, and everyone opposes everyone else.
Of course.
I'm just saying it's become a distraction into only them.
Understood.
I went through it today. It was
disclosure. Your sources, people that you know. How damaging is this if this all comes out? Do we think that this is a watershed moment for the United States and, Israel? Does this come out that this is a...
There he is.
People feel it is, which is a...
Is it too advanced for AlphaGo?
was charged with not protecting its Jewish students.
Yeah, a couple of things about this. First of all, the history of universities in this country is anti-Israel and pro-Palestinian. That's a given. That's just simply part of it for years and years and years. Because of the left-wing attitudes of university professors as well as students. Also, you have Trump being as pro-Israel as any president.
How do you win?
This is one of those things where he has the power, and no other president has done this. I think they have the power to simply say to the universities, okay, here's the bottom line. I issue tons of federal money that I can stop unless you comply with certain policies. In this case, he's talking about Title VI, which is discrimination on its face.
Why isn't there a timer?
Backup discrimination with not protecting Jewish students. And Columbia gave Harvard is in negotiations right now. And you're going to see this is President Trump extending presidential power.
Can you hear me?
Very limited of what he can. With the Supreme Court probably backing him up, Trump has gotten away virtually every time on issues like this. So Columbia caves.
Can you hear me? Riser. 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 Right.
Apparently, change isn't coming. The EPA's put together a proposal that would undo the government's endangerment finding. It's a determination that pollutants from burning fuels like carbon dioxide and methane can be regulated under the Clean Air Act. The finding has long served as a foundation for a bunch of policies and rules to address climate change. Already, environmentalists, climate activists, and others are bracing for what they say could be a fundamental shift away from trying to address the problem of a hotter planet because of this EPA designation.
Riser. You good, pimp? Is there not a timer? I don't either.
So if you do watch the news, if you pay attention, a story will be of this massive flood happening in a given area of the United States.
Why did you start off with 6.5 points?
And this is not happening every time. No, we're just sharing this with you, but none of this is true.
No men allowed in these Ubers. Uber has announced a new feature called Women's Preferences. It's designed to allow women riders to have women-only drivers so they feel more safe. It's for the first time in the U.S. and they'll be doing this. Uber says it'll give women riders and drivers more choice, more confidence, more flexibility. The pilot program is rolling out first in San Francisco, and then in a few weeks it should be expanding to Los Angeles. It's been used in 40 countries, but not here in the U.S. yet.
Yeah, one of the things to be a loss of this determination is some crazy
Are you gonna go, Pimp? My turn. Can you hear me?
Sunny highs in the 70s at the beaches, upper 70s to low 90s inland. This report brought to you by Leinster.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Save more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. Get a crash in Culver City on the 405.
Trying to get from the LAX area northbound towards perhaps Culver City. It's going to be a slow ride for you northbound 405 and Howard Hughes Parkway. Crash there on the right shoulder. And that 405 from the 605 up to West LA about 55 minutes. So that's a costly long drive. In the Whittier area, we've got a crash 605 southbound in Saragossa. That drive southbound from the 210 down through on the 605 about 27 minutes. It's going to cost you about 19 minutes if you're heading westbound on the 210 from Fontana out to the 57. That's partly because of the crash 210 westbound. That's Archibald. Our local driver, let us know if something slows you down. Pound 250 on yourself. Keyword KFI traffic.
You've got an app for music, not for photos. Maybe you need one that helps you sleep, but only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket and lets you save your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts as presets. Get the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
What would you give for a child you loved to make their wish come true? To help them fight a critical illness? Just imagine what you do. You see, wishes are so powerful, you can make them real. Give a child back their childhood, and then change the way they feel. Every single one of us can make the stars alive. Because when we come together, real joy will shine. Wishes need stars that you. Visit Make-A-Wish@wish.org. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. In 2005, investigators in Palm Beach, Florida, began uncovering a dark secret.
A lot of girls knew about it. A lot of girls were doing it. If anybody asks if you're over the age of 18, just go ahead and go with it.
There was a wealthy man in Palm Beach who was offering young girls a way to make money. That man was Jeffrey Epstein, and he had set up a system designed to bring him underage girls. Local police and the federal government would investigate and, by their count, find dozens of victims. Epstein would become one of the world's most infamous predators, a man who could have faced decades in prison, but served just 13 months in his own wing of the county jail. Why would you cut this deal with Jeffrey Epstein? Epstein's abuse would span years and cross state lines. New York, Palm Beach, New Mexico, Paris, Virgin Islands, and each one of those residences is an alleged crime scene. I'm ABC's Mark Remillard, and with a team of journalists from the ABC News Investigative Unit, we've traveled around the country to look at Jeffrey Epstein and the allegations of his horrifying abuse, to hear from the girls who suffered it, who are now women fighting to recover from it. Truth and Lies, Jeffrey Epstein. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Beef prices are now at a record high, passing $6 a pound for the first time since records started being kept in the 1980s. Michael Kastner reports.
There are a few things to blame for the surge, including drought, which made cattle feed more expensive. That's led ranchers to send more cattle to the slaughterhouse to try to make up the difference, which in turn squeezes the supply. Remember, beef cattle in the U.S. is at its lowest since 1861, according to the Department of Agriculture. USDA has also halted imports of cattle from Mexico over concerns about a parasitic fly. President Trump's 50% tariffs on Brazil set to start next month could drive prices up even more, as the South American country is a major supplier.
Japan now confirms it has reached a trade agreement with the
Donald Trump sees Japan has also agreed to allow imports of American cars, trucks, rice, and other agricultural products that it will invest around $550 billion in the U.S.
Japan says the deal comes amid political turmoil in Japan.
The trade deal may do little, though, to cause speculation over the future of Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Ishida, leading to a stinging defeat in Japan's upper house elections.
OpenAI CEO Sam Altman says artificial intelligence will eliminate entire job categories and become a destructive weapon used by nations around the world.
Speaking at a conference in Washington, D.C. this week, Altman said AI will make the need for human customer support obsolete. He also said that while he likes to have a human doctor, his company's ChatGPT is better at diagnosis. He also expressed concern over a hostile nation possibly using AI to do something like attack financial systems and enable sophisticated fraud schemes.
Taylor Swift's former Cape Cod home sold for $12.3 million, setting the record for the highest residential sale on Cape Cod in 2025. I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Today on the John Cobell Show after 3 o'clock, we're going to have USC professor Michael Beshea. He's written about gas prices frequently. He'll tell us why the gas prices went down this month.
Yo.
What's the state to buy refineries and scheduled closure.
Are you gonna go, or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw?
Let her rip. The grandson of former President John F. Kennedy has ripped the plan introduced by House Republicans that would rename the Kennedy Center's Opera House in honor of Melania Trump. Jack Schlossenberg says JFK believed the arts made our country great and could be our most effective weapon in the fight for civil rights and against authoritarian governments around the world. He went on to say that the Trump administration stands for freedom of oppression, not expression. Representative Mike Simpson of Ohio, obviously a Republican, called the move an excellent way to recognize Melania Trump's support and commitment to promoting the arts.
Here's good news that if you ever go to Costco, you will not see the Melania Trump collection at Costco. That you will never see. I mean, come on. Why not? Just why not? What else? There's nothing more to say.
Flu vaccines getting a makeover. Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. has signed a controversial recommendation from a vaccine panel that advised removing the Marisol from influenza vaccines. So the Marisol is a preservative. It's largely been phased out of U.S. vaccines and has been targeted by anti-vax people. After more than 2 decades of delay, this action, according to Kennedy, fulfills a long overdue promise to protect our vulnerable populations from unnecessary mercury exposure.
Well, that's it. Mercury. The Marisol does have mercury in it. However, it's not mercury that from what I understand, cannot be used, metabolized in the body. And they're talking about 4% of the vaccines. Now, that have that in there. And other than the crackpots out there, all the peer-reviewed, all the medical scientists and doctors who have looked at this will say this, and there is no issue. This is not at all dangerous to anybody getting a vaccine. It doesn't matter. You're an anti-vax person, you're an anti-vax person. And I guess it's good news that it's only an advisory panel that then tells the CDC. It advises the CDC for recommendations. There is no enforcement issue until vaccines are illegal. Where are you going to go with this one? All of it.
Here's the thought.
Okay.
If it's got the
I'm a pimp, bitch, and I've got 42.5. I'm sexy as fuck.
Science has said there is no connection between autism or whatever. It just doesn't happen. It's only used under very specific circumstances. The problem is the science isn't there for the anti-vaxxers. That is the problem. Chance? There's no chance. That is what medical scientists say. That's probably not going to change it. Hopefully not. No, I mean, I'm saying we can change the minds of the anti-vaxxers. No, nothing changes the mind of the anti-vaxxers. Nothing changes the mind. Let me ask you this: if you go among Republicans, you know that 3/4 Republicans think that the election in 2020 was stolen. I mean, that part I don't get. So the point, to your point, is nothing changes the mind. Everything is baked in now. Everything is baked into everyone's position and belief. Macron is bad. French President Emmanuel Macron and his wife have filed a defamation lawsuit against podcast host Candace Owen. She's a far-right podcaster. In response to claims that she peddled that France's first lady was born a man. It's a 22-count complaint asking for an unspecified amount of damages. Owens did an 8-part series saying that that Bridget Macron was born a man, stole another person's identity, and transitioned. And Macron is suing. And this black woman, Candace, is saying attacking First Amendment rights of an American independent journalist. The problem is, it's not a foreign government, it's an individual who has been accused of being trans, having once been a man and is now a woman. By the way, that's completely untrue. Now, he used to be a woman and is now a man, but that's not being told by anyone. I think we're done.
Dude, I just went from up 40 to back to 6? How does this game work?
Someone associated with Disney is a real midlife. Who does ceremonies better than Disney? Nobody. No one. China's opening ceremonies are pretty spectacular. Yeah, they were. But I still think this is going to outwin. I really do. Okay, we're done, guys. Coming up, Edison, we talked about this before. Edison is offering now fire victims for damages. We don't even know who actually caused the fire. Doesn't matter. This is totally preemptive. I'll explain.
Dude, no one understands the scoring. This game sucks. Why did you quit the last game? And you were losing? And you were losing? But you do admit you were losing. I don't go for those. I'm too cool for that shit. Literati time. No, that one's different. That's Word box. This is literati. Dude, you have a literati invitation. Are you excited? What do you want? You want to go first? What up, Frosty? How you living, pimp? Why aren't you talking to Steve Riser? Riser, what are you doing, dog? There you go. Slang dick like it's. What's that? There you go, big dog. There you go, pimp. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Ew. How big was the rat? That's calm down with that kind of talk.
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dog. You're fine. Sometimes I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Dude, you're doing pretty well.
Since Joel Larsgaard is not going to be here at 8 o'clock this morning, he is off and running, so because we're trying to put something together, playing with AI again yesterday. I am just obsessed with this, and so Anne is working on this right now. I'll tell you about it later on. In the meantime, let me tell you what is happening with Edison and the Eaton Fire victims. Now, this is only Altadena. This is not Pacific Palisades because Pacific Palisades is LA Department of Water Power. It's a utility. Edison is the utility in Altadena where the Eaton Fire started. And so what Edison is doing is they are launching something called a Wildfire Recovery Compensation Program. And it's starting this fall. That would pay people that lost their homes, businesses, rental properties in the fire, accept claims for injuries and fatalities. Also expand not only to victims where the homes were burned or damaged themselves. There's a big fight with insurance companies as to smoke damage. Insurance companies saying that is not fire damage, which is ludicrous. Smoke damage destroys the home too. The smoke actually goes into the home, goes into the boards. Oh my God, it's not working. And I used to build it too. So anyway, I'll start showing you the description. It's like nothing. In any case, an attorney representing fire victims said that is going to lead to victims being shortchanged. So what is Edison doing? What is SoCal Edison is doing? It's seeking to avoid lengthy litigation. It has not even been determined yet that SoCal Edison is responsible for the fire. They're doing this preemptively, and this I've never heard of. When you don't know who's responsible, although I think the legitimate view of this is that SoCal Edison is responsible because there is video that a fire started at the base of one of those transmission lines, and that started the fire in Altadena. So they're going to get nailed for it. There's no question. And they do not want to go in front of a jury. That will never happen. Can you imagine what a jury would do? So what they're doing is they're setting up this fund, and it's it's going to be open to, well, the people who own properties, 9-10 people. Those families are going to be compensated, no idea how much. You have 9,400 homes and structures. The smoke, of course, smoke damage, physical injury.
It's proper noun, son.
And this is to avert those lawsuits.
It's a proper noun, son.
And they are settled simply because whoever is the defendant does not want to go to trial, and the settlement happens in most cases. For the fact. Now, in class actions, everybody who's been affected is part of the class. You don't join to be part of the class. What you can do is opt out of the class, and that puts you in a position to sue directly. And I am willing to bet that there are going to be a fair number of people that are going to sue directly. They're going to opt out of this settlement. And we don't know how many, we don't know to what extent. At this point, Edison says even though the details of how the fire started still being evaluated, it will offer an expedited process to pay and resolve claims fairly and promptly, and this allows the community to focus more on recovery instead of lengthy, expensive litigation. Well, they left out a phrase right after that. Lengthy, expensive litigation, where we are going to get creamed on this. We're going to lose our shirts to the point where I'm willing to bet that Southern California Edison may very well go bankrupt. Except, as we talked about insurance, because Edison has reinsurance. Not Edison, the insurance companies have reinsurance, so they are going to be made whole. The utility, that's going to be in trouble. So, the lawyers, one of the lawyers representing some victims says in the past, utilities have proposed these programs as a means for shorting and underpaying victims. Well, I guess in the end, that's the argument. And in the end, any settlement is going to short the victims. Because there will be no victim that gets $50 million. Very well could be in front of a jury, a $50 million award is given. Those happen all the time. Who was that woman, Susan Johnson & Johnson, dealing with talcum powder and the baby powder, or talcum, something wrong with the talcum powder, and cancer, she got ovarian cancer, and got $2 billion from the jury. I mean, come on. Although there is a system in the law where the judge has the ability, the right, the ability, and generally does, bring down the award substantially to a reasonable amount. It can be very high, but a reasonable amount. All right, we'll see what happens with that.
What? Go fuck yourself with that bullshit fakeness.
And we don't even know how much is going into that. We are going to, this is going to go on for a while.
It's because I'm a pimp.
It's still going to go on for a while. The trial would be, believe me, between the trial and the appeals, motions, this stuff goes on for years. All right, White House and The View are in a fight. Oh, they're in a good one. And I'll jump into that when we come back. Let's check in with Amy, live at the KFI 24-hour news.
2 people have been killed, 2 others injured in what police say may have been a hatchet attack in Montebello. Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend and associate Ghislaine Maxwell has been subpoenaed by the House Oversight Committee, and there's a plan to overturn a minimum wage increase in LA in time for the Olympics. Those stories and more coming up at the bottom of the hour. Sunny skies on the way today, highs in the 70s at the beaches, 80s to low 90s in Rapid Radio. We've got slowing in Azusa.
Jet Freeway, that's just outside of the 210, right near the 605. Looks like you can look at a crash on the right shoulder involving a semi. That drive from 57 out to the 134 on the 210 freeway, about 35 minutes. It's also pretty slow right now if you are trying to head west on the 10 from downtown LA to West LA, about a 30-minute drive, about a 30-minute commute there. And seeing some problems on the 105. We had earlier issues there. In fact, we still do right before the 110 freeway. Westbound side of the 105 as you try to make the connection to the 110. That drive jammed up solid all the way back to the 710 with I'm a full driver. Let us know when something slows you down. Get on your phone, pound 250 on yourself. Keyword KFI traffic.
iHeart's Yacht Rock Radio posts commercial free every weekend. Enjoy the greatest 70s and 80s smooth songs all weekend. All commercial free. High tide, low tide, no tide. Yacht Rock Radio works anywhere. Open the free iHeartRadio app, search Yacht Rock, and make it a preset now.
This word's for you, baby.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles see a path forward.
Big time. Good job, man.
The CI system is based on blind trust. I'm Duke Arnett, investigative reporter, Boston Post Spotlight Team. And I'm going to bring you inside this secret world through the story of one city at the forefront of America's struggle.
Look at your comeback. Nope.
This Sketch City, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Welcome to Chloe and London. I don't know how you do this. I wanted to teach you from a different one. I know for a fact that it was hard to see this media. I'm willing to sacrifice anything in order to love this country. I feel it's how dream affected every week, I'll sit down with fascinating guests. It wasn't really as bad as I pregnancy I had with my daughter. For real conversations, wrestle, like straight up crazy, drunk wrestle. So Rivers get started. Was it helpful for people to come in when you were awake, like direct session, and be like, usually with somebody better, people are perfect happiness themselves. This is a window into my world. Welcome to Chloe and London. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Here's this week's iHeartRadio countdown of the top TV streams.
Here's what you've made popular by Get Your Stream On. Starting us off again this week is the Apple TV Plus golf dramedy Stick, starring Owen Wilson, followed by a former #1 Department Q on Netflix. Last week's #2 show, The Waterfront on Netflix, slides all the way back to 8 this week. The debut at 7 with the fantasy mystery The Institute on MGM Plus. The action crime drama Countdown on Amazon Prime Video stays at 6 for a third week. Debut at 5 is the new Netflix crime drama Untamed, starring Eric Bana and Sam Neill, with Smoke on Apple TV Plus slipping back to 4 this week. Last week's #1 show, The Bear on FX on Hulu, drops back to 3. Dexter Resurrection on Paramount Plus with Showtime rises to 2 this week. And shooting up to the top spot is the new crime drama Ballard, starring Maggie Q on Amazon Prime Video, your #1 stream show.
And those are your top TV streams of the week on iHeartRadio. KFI, more stimulating talk. Hey, Tom, what's up today at 4 p.m. Edison is going to pay Eaton fire victims cash for the damage they did with that fire back in January. Today at 4 p.m. we'll tell you how much money. is unconstitutional. And so he's got a couple of choices now. Because he's pushing for, number one, asking for a full panel of judges. The appeals court here in the Ninth District, we have 27 judges on the full panel of appeals court. And you can ask for all of them another hearing. Or they can go directly to the Supreme Court. And we'll see what happens on that one. And even though the 14th Amendment says you're born in the United States, you're a citizen, there is some language in there that says under the jurisdiction of. I'm paraphrasing. And the Trump argument is illegal migrants are not under the jurisdiction of. They're not Americans. And I mean, that's going to go no place. But he continues on. Now, in another Donald Trump incident, this one is just fine. Okay, this one doesn't have to do with constitutional issues. It doesn't have to do with law, economically, nationally, tariffs, or anything. This goes under the entertainment file.
Pardon me. Can't stop, won't stop. Riser, what happened? Are you proud of the way you just played? You played pretty well. Saying 33 minutes ago at bluesky.app. Can you please do something about the Rabbi Rothschild bots? It's really, really annoying to see them in my notifications with not safe for work names. Could you please look into the issue and stop letting this guy get unwanted attention? I think that's tight as fuck. I'll accept in just a second. Just a moment. Somebody said something about me in German, and I want to read it. All right. You sent me an invitation? Waco? We're going to tie. Are you going to go? Cool story, man. Oh, that is dirty, dog. That's fucking brilliant.
When I have a moment.
From what I understand, the ratings, that doesn't matter. I mean, this is just one of those great, great fights on the internet. And the reference to being pulled off the air, even though it didn't say it specifically, columns at the time, Stephen Colbert's Late Show is being canceled. And the FCC chair, the Federal Communications, which is a department, said, Brendan Carr said, and I love this, and he posted on X, the partisan left's ritualistic wailing and gnashing of teeth over Colbert is quite revealing. They're acting like they're using a royal DNC spokesperson that was entitled to an exemption from the laws of economics. My God, this is the chair of the FCC that regulates the airwaves. That's what it does. It is a bipartisan position. And Rich Colbert is quite revealing. And this is what this administration does. Is department heads, senior members of the administration are absolutely not chosen for any expertise, for any credentials, any experience. It's are you loyal? That's it. Are you loyal? And if you are, you get the position. And in this case, I think that the FCC chair, that bothers me the most. And also on the episode, Behar suggested Obama should sue Trump, accusing him of treason. But of course, the president would be exempt because the president is exempt. Although I think the Supreme Court did rule a non-act is not granted immunity where the president is accused of any lawsuit or any kind of criminal violations, accused of that. So, is anything going to happen? No. But again, I would love to see Obama charged with treason. Now, DCI, Tulsi Gabbard, has referred a criminal investigation to the Department of Justice, which she has done over a number of Trump enemies. And the Department of Justice, I'm assuming, are opening up investigation. And what is the DOJ going to say? Yep, we have found evidence.
What? To be honest with you, I don't know if I've ever seen them. I know who Wesley Snipes is, of course. He was what? Of course. Well, I'm in the middle of a game, my friend. So I'll watch it when I can. Okay, pimp. I'll watch it.
I'm watching it, big dog.
In progress has collected more than 130,000 signatures in an attempt to place a possible recorder's office for review. For some hotel and airport workers, the yearly increases until it hits $30
Did you make this? I watched it. What was it? It was just like, yeah, boy, and then something about water. Guys, are you ready for some Mancala, baby?
We'll play that in a moment. Mancala now. You're up, Riser, and everybody's waiting on you. Psych. This game sucks. You're up, son. We'll play in a second. You get to go first this time.
Brothers who brought you Princess of South, which comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple.
The thing is that I didn't actually know. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app.
Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love? Art. His biggest fear?
Everything.
Step out of the colors. But when the perfect man walks into his life,
Well, I guess I'm saying I like it. At least that's good.
I think so. He actually is too good to be true.
This is a con. I'm calling you.
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close.
Instead of drinking nervous and running, I'm cautious. I don't want to do this.
And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job? Listen to The Setup. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Here's what we're working on. The KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Armed security guards are now patrolling residential streets in Encino following a recent wave of break-ins.
It's not the Wild Wild West. This is Encino.
Two new executive orders by LA Mayor Bass aim to speed up rebuilding in Pacific Palisades.
The orders will make local coastal improvements for single-family home projects.
KFI News is on it.
The LA Archdiocese has started a program to help families impacted by ice rains.
Archdiocese parishes provide meals, groceries, and prescription deliveries to families impacted by ice operations. KFI AM 640, your #1 precinct for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. Sits in the chair and dances. And this is something you do not want to see. I think you're jealous. That's the word I use. You cannot unsee this at all. Actually, we should video it. We should video it and put it up on Instagram. And then all of us will be jealous. Oh, we will? All right, a little bit of handle history I want to share. And this has to do with United States Postal Service. Because on Saturday is 250 years older than the United States. And as you know, it delivers mail no matter whether it rains or sleets or snow or gloom of night. It has faithfully done so for 250 years, regardless of distance, because of all the price of the stamp. And I think the United States at this point still has the cheapest first-class mail out there. Right. Now, here's the history. It's not just to deliver mail. It's integral, was integral to the formation of our country. It's in the Constitution that Congress shall establish a postal service. And why? Well, let's go back to history. The post office was created a year before the Declaration of
Champion.
and has been with us ever. It goes everywhere Americans have gone. This is Steve Goshersberger, the postal historian. And to give you of something with carried mail, Walt Disney, Morgan Freeman, Steve Carell, Rock Hudson, folk singer John Prine, jazz bassist Charles Mingus, Jason Mraz, founding member of KISS, Ace Frehley, and just like it did 200 years ago, it's facing danger, it's facing uncertainty, although today it's financial, and there is threats to see it privatized. We're hearing about that forever. Rumors from the U.S. Department of Commerce. If it is privatized, believe me, the cost is going to explode. And this privatization was proposed earlier this year by the president, who called the USPS a tremendous loser for this country. It certainly is financial. He's right on that one. Now, operated a deficit for the last 15 years, net loss of $100 billion since 2007. Costs are outpacing revenue. Why is that? Because the main revenue that the post office gets, the biggest profit center, is first-class mail. And there just ain't enough first-class mail being sold those stamps. And to give you an idea of how favorably Americans view the Postal Service, it trails only the National Park Service in terms of public favor, according to Pew. Today, if you look at its website, the Postal Service serves nearly 169 million addresses nationwide, 640,000 employees, most of them
No fee.
a fleet of over 250,000 vehicles. In 2024, the agency handled more than 116 billion pieces of mail. Unfortunately, most of it junk mail. We still get junk mail. I go to my post office. I have a post office box down the street that I filled with a key, which I don't understand. I've always had one in front of my house. And 3/4, 90% is junk mail. During election time, how many of those flyers and brochures do you get? It fills up your mailbox. Drives you completely nuts.
No fee. Oh no.
That are paid for by these organizations, and sometimes charities, but certainly the political organizations or the companies that are sending you flyers, brochures to sell you a product or service. Those are at a discount rate. And those have always lost money, with first class paying making up the difference. Well, that's gone. So coming back, I want to give you a little bit more history and tell you again how important the Postal Service is in terms of the creation of this country, in terms of the West and how the West was settled, in terms of the creation of one of the major industries in this world. The airline industry was basically created by the post office. I'll go through all of that when we come back. And we have that AI segment that we're going to do. Okay, we're working on it. This is off the cuff stuff, but we do this on the fly a lot on the show. All right, Amy, in the KFI newsroom.
Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. NSA is offering preemptive payments to thousands of people who lost their homes in the fires in Altadena. The president and First Lady of France have sued a U.S. influencer over her claims that the First Lady is a male. And a woman in Compton has caught what she says could be an alien on her Ring camera. The 11-second video clip has more than 1 million views. Those stories and more coming up at the top of the hour. We'll check some problems on the 110.
If you call into my show Saturday morning and ask for legal advice, well, I wouldn't call in and ask you for legal advice. However, if you need an attorney who knows what he or she is doing, it's a different story. And let me tell you, that's the case in personal injury, among other specialties. If you've been injured, a car accident, slip and fall, it's not your fault. You exchange information, and then the other side will contact you.
This is a G's ride from the north to the south, to the east, to the west. I can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. You don't want to bang with me, because you know I got my gang with me. Listen to a buck with me. How'd you like that comeback, son?
Yeah, I'll play basketball. Okay, we'll do this first. Because you're so far away from your microphone, I couldn't hear what you were saying. Dude, where should I hit the ball? You don't like classic? That was absolute garbage. Look at this shot. I haven't seen them, but I wouldn't doubt that they are. LiDAR's a thing. No way. New fee. I'm in agreement. Oh.
I can't deny it. I'm a fucking rider. You don't want to bang with me, cause you know I got my gang with me. Listen to a buck with me. That was baller as fuck, son. That was. Did you see how I did that? Where I split them? Dog. Get your archery shit out of here. It's time for basketball, son. It's time for basketball. You've never beaten me one on one, and you're not going to beat me now. Yeah, but not all switches. Not all swishes. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. It's a swish. I don't think so, dog. What do you want me to do about it? That's a miss. To anybody watching, that's a miss. That's a make. That's a miss. That's a swish. Because I'm sexy. This game is over. You needed to hit that shot and that shot. You needed to hit that shot. You needed to hit that shot. And that you need to hit that shot. You needed that one. Dog, I just looked you directly in the eye, breathed hot air on your face, and smacked you. That was good. I would take that. I would take that. That's good. I'd take that.
I don't know what you just said. What'd you say? Okay. Gotcha. I need to average 7. Riser, skee ball. No, it doesn't. Basketball again, son? Dude, I smoked you. Dog, I smoked you. Dog, I smoked you. I made Riser, I made them all right there. I'm playing against you. You're up. You're good. You got to swish. You sent the invitation. Okay, then I'm going to send you one for skee ball. And Monopoly. All right, Riser, are you ready for this?
California's Attorney General says he wants state control of LA County's juvenile halls. Attorney General Rothschild says the county hasn't fixed systemic issues like abuse, violence, and drugs at the halls, so a receivership is needed. He says he's asked a court.
Riser, are you ready for this? Are you going to go? Riser, you're up. Skee ball. Dude, it's so delayed. It still hasn't shown you've shot yet. There you go. You got 90, dog. Yeah, it's delayed. Yes, I'm going. It's just delayed.
says the defamation suit follows a year-long effort to engage. He says she has mocked the Macron's efforts to set the record straight. Evidence that Bridget Macron was born a woman. Video games ain't just for the youngsters. The Entertainment Software Association says 57 million all gamers in the U.S. are 50 and older. New data says half of people in their 60s and 70s and 36% of people in their 80s play every week. Knitting and Bridge are making way for Call of Duty and Battlestorm, and they're even streaming with millions of people following the boomers and silent generations on Twitch and YouTube. And more women play than older men. Many say it's fun, keeps the mind sharp, and they learn the Gen Z lingo, even some say they can do without that part. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
You're done, son. I just looked you dead straight in the eye. I breathed hot air on your face, and I smacked you across the cheek. I didn't just slap you. I pimp slapped you. Dog, I just looked you dead in the eye. I breathed hot air on your face, and I just pimp slapped you across the mouth. That was good, dude. Nice job losing. What do you want to play now, son? Blitz League. Riser, I'm going to play you in Blitz League. You have an invitation, dog. Dog, we need a new game. You have an invitation. Riser, you have an invitation. Come on, dog. What do you want to play?
What are your thoughts on Martin Sten? Did you know? What was hypocritical? Did you watch the William Montgomery show? He loved that shit. He loved it. Did you know that Zoot liked Sam Cooke? Oh, dog. Okay, here's a quick update. In the last 52 minutes, Taylor. Where's dog? You hate when I read to you. What? Okay, you said nice things. I understand. Sometimes it's a little much. Thanks, baby. Do you think there's a chance I could go viral from it? Yeah, I mean, I'm what I try to do is be positive. The worst thing that I might say to someone is I fucked your mom raw, but that to me is still positive. And exactly, I don't want to put someone down though. I don't want to hurt people. I do make a lot of people laugh in all languages. And it's like um the Grand Canyon had to start with just a drop of rain, and just enough drops eventually created a small stream, and that stream eventually started to cut through the limestone, and then eventually started a river, and then that river eventually became the Colorado River, and then cut all the way down to like bedrock. And my spamming are like raindrops. My spamming is like raindrops, I guess. Uh, is like rain. Each spam is like rain. Did you watch the William Montgomery show yesterday? No one can hear you. Dog. Why don't you want to play Blitz League? Dude, you're so difficult to hear. You what did you do with your mic? Why is it so much different? Are you covering the hole? Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay. Well, what would you like to play? So I like it too, but what I don't like is, what is that? Does it suck dick?
Here's the latest.
12 bullets to midnight. What is that? This activity is not currently available on this OS. I can't play that. Hold on, though. Let me watch you. Or wait, can I join from here? Why would a Chromebook work? But no bullets. Authorize. This how G's ride. Can you hear me? What do you do? Warning, low FPS. I don't know if I can play this game. This how G's ride from the north to the south to the east to the west. It's called I Can't Deny It by P.D. Pablo. I think it's I Can't Deny It by P.D. Pablo. Oh, it's not P.D. Pablo. It's by Nate Dogg. I knew that. It's called Can't Deny It by Nate Dogg. Oh, Fabulous. That's who I'm. No. It's Fabulous. Not P.D. Pablo. I knew that. It's Fabulous. I love that song.
Hey everybody, it's me, Katie Nolan, here to talk to you about starting January 21st.
I'm sure you were. All right, so why don't you want to play Blitz League, dog? Wait, hold on. Don't be done for the whole day. Go do whatever you need to do, and then when you're bored, come in here and I'll beat you at Carom. How does that sound? Excellent. Hold on. I heard about this. I mean, this was like in the Guinness World Record book when I was a kid. Let's look this up. It is. Yo, dog, what is that hotel that's made out of ice? It's like the Ice Hotel. Yo, dog, you're thinking of Ice Hotel in Sweden, the OG and most famous one. Here's a breakdown. It's the first in the world. Built in 1989, it's literally the first hotel made entirely of ice and snow. There's a version that melts every spring, rebuilt each winter, and also Ice Hotel 365, which is open year round with solar powered refrigeration. Artsy as fuck. Each room is a different art suite, designed by artists from all over the world. It's super cold inside, around 23 degrees Fahrenheit to 17 Fahrenheit, but they do give you warm sleeping bags and reindeer hides. Extras, they've got an ice bar, an ice chapel for weddings, and even northern lights if you're lucky. There are a few copycats like Hotel de Glace in Quebec, but the Swedish one is the OG ice baller. Did you know that there was an ice hotel in Quebec? Dog, you sound so far away. Do I know what Carnival is? That thing in Brazil? Oh, what do they do in Quebec? At your French? What? Dude, no one can hear you. You sound 1,000 miles away. Can you hear me? Oh. What's French immersion? What is French immersion? What is French immersion? Do you know French? Do you know? I gotcha. Was was it was it a public school? Did you know that Lil Kim and Biggie Smalls had a daughter? Not wife, just side piece. Dude, if you want to see some crazy shit, put in Lil Kim before and after. No, just put in Lil Kim before and after.
Do you see what happened to her? Lil Kim. Type in Lil space. She was beautiful. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Maybe I just saw a bad picture of her. She doesn't look that bad. Who's your favorite female rapper? Pimp, who's your favorite female rapper? Who's your favorite male rapper? No. No. How do you say RZA's name? Is it RZA? Can you, Oh, I think everybody gets a mix of both, but it was definitely better than most people's.
You notice that when I talk about my advice that I give to you, I always disclaim in every minute of that case, or every going in legal advice. I do not. All right, coming up. Second, we did the second yesterday on artificial insemination. Not only personally, but also as a living, because of my reproductive. Any eye to me is always artificial insemination, but to you, it's that's let's check it from here, please.
Casino gave an American Idol executive in her inside their own say their home security systems aren't enough. Teamed up and missed police by shows the couple was shot at 4:43. LAPD says and officers outside between called 911 to couple's property. I think coverage the house never found 40 shooter. He was there gun his own cell phone. The archdiocese has started a program to help affected by ice.
Archbishop Jose Gomez. Families impact immigration advocate. Now the essential items.
Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard has released more classified documents that she says show former President Obama and the election Donald Trump's run for president. Gabbard says it's up to the Department of Justice to decide if what Obama did was criminal. Questions have been raised about the future of FEMA. California Democratic Congressman John Garamendi says during a congressional he's worried FEMA survived Trump. Garamendi said that represents a third of FEMA's staff, many of whom were elected. There are also concerns.
Other people will say he's a lying industry plant grifter who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Friedman, I saw him as more of being the man who taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by Freaking and Elon Musk. That's pretty remarkable stuff. But the more I look into this man, the more I realize that almost everything he does is deceptive. That was just a flat out lie. This guy has one of the most popular podcasts in the world, yet somehow also has zero charisma. People wonder, what if someday or night a demon
Yeah, I think about it, but can't live in the past. I understand that we've moved forward as a society.
People make a difference. American vision
I mean, that's just how it is.
Sunny skies, mid-70s in the coast. In Metro LA and in Orange County, 80s for the valleys, 80s to low 90s in the IE and Antelope Valley. A couple degrees cooler tomorrow, and then for Saturday, morning clouds, afternoon sun, highs in the warm back up a little bit more on Sunday. Mission Tustin, and we've got
are slow from Indian Hill. And guess what? Before you get there, we've got issues on the 10 freeway eastbound right there. Crash.
Yes, sir. Riser, are you ready for an invitation?
Yeah. What's life like slanging dick 24/7, 365 for you? I can imagine what something like that might be like. Riser has a question for you, Frosty. Are you ready for it? That's not a river. You mean the Ganges? Okay, well, you said Gandhi River. What's that dog festival?
Intelligence, but it didn't sound like you. And that wasn't meant to be a slam on you.
Dude, Hulk Hogan died. Yeah. Hulk Hogan just died. Wow.
Here's the latest. TMZ is reporting that wrestling legend Hulk Hogan has died. He was 71. Murder in Montebello. 2 have been killed. 2 others were hurt in an apartment complex overnight. And the body of a passenger who died on an international flight into San Francisco is missing. Those stories and more coming up at the top of the hour. Sunny skies, highs in the 70s at the beaches, upper 70s to low 90s inland. This report brought to you by OPOLaw.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, save more at the pump with Toyota's full line of fuel-efficient vehicles. You've got a stall in downtown LA on the 101.
That's wild.
There's an app for your music, an app for your photos, even an app that tracks your steps. But only one app brings you the live radio dial. It lets you save your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts as presets you can tap anytime. That's the iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio. So, faucet running, that's not a faucet. That's a river rushing through the forest. Forest rivers provide over 1 million. What? I can't hear you because of the vacuum. That's not
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Two bosses came to me and said, Walker was killed.
Yeah, he was.
Maybe the reason they haven't made an arrest warrant is because it's not.
I think
A documentary podcast series by C13 Originals, a King's 13 studio, written and narrated by me, Jay Lipinski. Season 1.
If my mother played a role in that, she got away with it.
Listen now.
Listen and follow music and podcasts all in one app. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds and on the go beyond radio.com. Your TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display.
yeah, it's wild.
Music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and voice controls for content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen.
I don't know about that, but he was an American icon.
Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV, Amazon Fire TV, and Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio.
Continues to bring much of the central and eastern into the Everglades. Combined extreme humidity is can soar as high as 120, especially in Valley and South over 90. Warnings or advisories released by crops intensifies. Front is generated. Florida, meanwhile, the Southwest, especially flood concerns. In seasonable, the fire is elevated in parts of Oregon and Northern California. Hours. Or speculating talk. Coming up on the next 10 a.m.
No, not right. I don't think that makes sense, and I don't like that. What's IRC? Oh yeah, you were into that. I forgot. How's that been? Well, that's good. I'm sure there are. I don't hang out with them. I'm not Christian, and I don't abide by those types of beliefs. What's on your agenda for today, Frosty? All right. What's on your agenda for this week? That's tight. Have you ever written on Mortal Online 2? Okay. That's cool. Okie doke, Sam.
On CIA blackmail? Or is this basically not, we're never going to definitively know that? Or will we? Well, we have a lot of conjecture. We have a lot, gun to my head, that's what I believe it was. There's enough evidence in my book to say that's what it was. But is the disclosure, not only will it be embarrassing to people, but is it going to suggest that one of our allies has been using these types of methods to gain leverage and control over our politicians? And is that one of the big reasons that they do not want it out?
Much more than we can
Well, that's all true. I mean, look,
time that we have.
Monlowenski was a Mossad operator.
The last part of the book is
let's
the
come out.
only thing that we have.
They were tapping the White House.
His own words,
So,
because he wrote them in Hebrew.
and they don't want to hit us on some big corruption deal because a bunch of Israeli operators are involved in all the corruption with our people as well. Right. They want to hit on some limited
Very
little sector.
beautiful poetic passage of a few pages in length, in which he speaks to his soul in the first person. He speaks to his soul and how he needs his soul to focus and be disciplined and realize the huge task that lies before it. And then the last part is the bakasha, in which it's after taking responsibility in his soul for what he has to do, then he has a long prayer to God, He has a discussion in the 10th chapter in which he says, he exhorts people to read the Tochacha and the Bakasha, these two sections, with some regularity after having said cycles of Psalms and things like that,
Humiliated himself on podcasts despite claiming to be an alpha male. He has an extremely shady background that nobody can make sense of other than accusing him of being an intelligence asset, which might hold more weight than I originally thought. So let's try and get to the bottom of who is Lex Friedman. Lex was born in the Tajik Soviet Republic in 1983 to Russian Jewish parents. He spent his childhood in Moscow until his family moved to the USA following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Lex's father was a plasma physicist and began teaching at Drexel University. Lex and his brother would follow in their father's footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex would obtain his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school, and anyone would be proud to graduate from there, especially with 3 separate degrees. Anyone except for Lex, apparently. What's interesting is that on all of Lex's personal media, he never mentions Drexel University, not even once. He never mentions he went there, he never talks about it on podcasts, nothing. He and his dad had a podcast years ago, who, keep in mind, is a professor at Drexel, but that podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet. Even going through his catalog, you won't find podcast 100. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex, and even this really old post where he confirms that he went there on his Wikipedia, which he's not in control of, by the way. It says Drexel University. Lex claimed that this was an attack on him for no good reason, slandering him even. Now, note this pattern of behavior for Lex. Every time he's confronted on something shady or something that doesn't add up, he plays victim. Try looking up Drexel on his subreddit and nothing will come up. In fact, if you even mention Drexel on his subreddit or tweet at him about Drexel University, he'll almost certainly be banned or blocked. Even if you're just saying, hey, wait, did you go to Drexel? So what gives? Well, he does mention his association with MIT constantly. But
now we gotta go help people customize and save hundreds.
Hello, everyone. This is Henry.
MIT truth-telling podcast aficionado. Other people will say he's a lying industry playboy who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and working for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Friedman, I saw him as more of the man taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by a freak named Elon Musk. That's pretty remarkable stuff, but the more I look into this man, the more I realize that almost everything he does is deceptive, embellished, or just a flat-out lie. This guy has one of the most popular podcasts in the world, yet somehow also has zero charisma.
For people who are not familiar, what is someday or night a demon? By the way, he has a demon introduced this thought experiment. What if someday or night a demon were to steal after you into your loneliest loneliness?
He'll humiliate himself on podcasts despite claiming to be an alpha male. He has an extremely shady background that nobody can make sense of other than accusing him of being an intelligence asset, which might hold more weight than I originally thought. So let's try and get to the bottom of who is Lex Friedman. Lex was born in the Tajik Soviet Republic in 1983 to Russian Jewish parents. He spent his childhood in Moscow until his family moved to the USA following the collapse of the Soviet Union. Lex's father was a plasma physicist and began teaching at Drexel University. Lex and his brother would follow in their father's footsteps and also attend Drexel University, where Lex would obtain his bachelor's, master's, and a PhD. Now, Drexel University is a respected school, and anyone would be proud to graduate from there, especially with 3 separate degrees. Anyone except for Lex, apparently. What's interesting is that on all of Lex's personal media, he never mentions Drexel University, not even once. He never mentions he went there. He never talks about it on podcasts, nothing. He and his dad had a podcast years ago, who, keep in mind, is a professor at Drexel, but that podcast has been scrubbed clean from the internet. Even going through his catalog, you won't find podcast 100. What's weird is that you can find Drexel articles about Lex, and even this really old post where he confirms that he went there on his Wikipedia, which he's not in control of, by the way. It says Drexel University. Lex claimed that this was an attack on him for no
good reason, slandering him even. Now note this pattern of behavior for Lex. Every time he's confronted on something shady or something that doesn't add up, he plays victim. Try looking up Drexel on his subreddit and nothing will come up. In fact, if you even mention Drexel on his subreddit or tweet at him about Drexel University, you'll almost certainly be banned or blocked. Even if you're just saying, hey, wait, didn't you go to Drexel? So what gives? Well, he does mention his association with MIT. How he's a research scientist at MIT, how he taught at MIT. If you didn't do any research, you'd assume the only school Lex had would be MIT.
What do you want to talk?
Suffered cardiac arrest.
It's been the same in 85.
We have a great an earliest last great Iberian Jewish talk about science in this period. The very unique transmit science to the Christian world in particular. Judaism in the Iberian Peninsula really means. Today is the first 3 lectures to look at the expulsion.
I think so.
We're just going to touch on it briefly today and sort of in passing. Focus on the. I have to say, the more I study it, the more it amazes me. The considerable quality of expulsion mechanism. A split in time, something divided the pre. We view the Holocaust today. Most of our discussion on that topic will be next week. Start that I have 4 times in public now. I have to think of, but I just can't quite get. You will be my 5th guinea pigs. Here's how. In the town of South. Okay, told you this is a joke I meant to tell you 2 weeks ago. Situated. It's sort of like the fictitious place of foolish Jews, and you remember the joke about the bread, and he drops the bread. That's how it goes. So this joke is about a horse thief. So there's this horse thief in hell, and he's one night he's going into this Jewish man's barn, and he finds a horse there. Kind of, he's not. So he's leaving it outside of the barn. As the horse kicks over some and so the Jew, he opens up the store. He says, "What's going on? What's going on in there?" Woods. Give up. He starts looking. The trees there, and he says, "What's going on? Who's out there?" And so finally, the thief ties the horse to a tree, and he says, "It's me." And the farmer says, "So," and says to him, "What happened to you?" He says, "Yes, I'm Chaim, your horse." And I was reincarnated as a horse, and I was sent to work like you and my debt. And as of today, my debt has.
We believe that to help the world.
And now I've been transformed into a human being again. And the credulous Calvinite that he is so amazed with this story. He says, "This is fantastic. I have to bring you inside, meet the Rebbitzin. Come on in." He sits them down at the table. They feed him and they clothe him. They ask him what it was like being a horse. this. He makes up a whole story, things like this. And at the end of the night, he says, listen, so you'll sleep over? And he says, no, I really do have to go. I can't stay. I have many places I need to go and many events that I need to make. So they say goodbye to him. He goes out into the forest and he unties the horse from a tree and takes off. A couple days later, the farmer decides that he's got to buy a new horse. So he goes into town to replace the horse. He goes into the horse market and he's looking at one horse or another horse. And all of a sudden he sees one horse that looks suspiciously familiar. He goes up to him, he sees the same coloration, about the same posture, same height, checks its teeth, even checks the ear where there's a little nick from an earlier injury. And he looks the horse in the eye and he says, Chaim, it's only been a few days. What did you do wrong this time? Not that funny, right? But okay, I tried. I'll keep practicing until I get that joke. Thank you for our lecture. I love it. And it's great to continue, and I think we agree. Good and well from. I took this morning. We just hit 10,000 subscribers. A nice number. YouTube will send me a little letter or put a little star on my. 10,000 is that percent of the people. They just. So this number is actually quite a bit very exciting, and of course the videos are also watched. Okay, another. This is a. We're going to have a very right here in reading November, and he is an award. We have spent a lot of time on illusion period here. Also, we read a book. He has literary publications. National Book Award. Well, rare to have him on this. Be a fantastic treat for all of us to hear him. 7:30 to 8. We will have refreshments.
Ruach.
And he is, by the way, perhaps the number one most popular professor.
Was a person. We believe that it's like wind, breath, or spirit, but not that it's a real person. It's like the breath of God.
Okay, let's get to the material. So the utilization of the Hebrew term zechut, which and it's variously translated. Zachuto is perhaps the most common. Straddle and the substance. More complex than the Spanish. And that we will push on a little bit. Our major activity was important work. And with the Alphonsine tables, which helped much way of the world, it was especially important to the Portuguese. He was advisor to Vasco da Gama. And in fact, in many ways, the Portuguese made explorers of the era who supported them with it. Towards the end of his life, however, he changed gears, working almost completely on matters and his mind. and she wrote a very important historical as well. It's safer use of things. So more of a Jewish motivated. In this sense, much like the greatest of the Iberian masters that we've looked at, people like Maimonides, he were able to excel in after perhaps the last we will study in 2 weeks is done. Great Iberian being both like that in 5. It was very, very time to contemplate at the end of the semester. It's so possible. This is his grandson, by the way. Grandson was a scientist. His activity was primarily always the study of various planetary understanding of various orbits, the G, more of on the science where you look on human, debating on, of course, we did see this, but also very much the scientific, maybe we could say super. Although there is a very respecting the influence of planetary bodies on human affairs throughout the Talmud and the sense of how these together system. The several articles where I wrote about science.
A consequence of time?
A particular Nobel person, I forget his name, but he had actually his right eye by a Jewish doctor, and so.
And what's your question? Do we have a consequence of time?
That worked out fantastically well. The Jewish doctor. On your right, all of the stars align. That next auspicious day for another 12. Have to have an opening, and so he did not have the operation. But you see it on the east of a sense with he's he was to that region, yeah. In their famed library, this is actually quite likely the actual room that he stood in as he spoke about Jesus. It was very in which the pure perspective go to the right. In world history, we see so few elements of this throughout the last few centuries, but this is one of those brief periods when, because of his...
I mean, we do have certain consequences of time when it comes to Shabbat and like our calendar. There's an idea of Tikkun Olam, which is repairing the world and having time and a moral responsibility. And then I guess like we have Messianic time where we're awaiting the Messianic era, basically the time of Mashiach. The consequences, though, are individualized and can be forgiven generally during Yom Kippur, during Kol Nidre.
Take a big step forward from the Talmud in terms of understanding things such as the appearance of the moon, the renewal of the moon, the calculation of the seasons. And this is, by the way, something which is essential to Judaism. It's one of those ironic things that one of the first Jewish publications that are ever put out, especially when a community moves to a new region, the first thing they put out is this listing of all the Chinese restaurants. And immediately after that, they put out a calendar. Calendars are crucial because we are bound to the calculation of the Passover holiday, Yom Kippur, all kinds of things like this. So this is a long pursuit of Jews, is understanding exactly how to determine the calendrical cycle of the year for ritual purposes. Let us recall, if you'll permit me just a slight kind of like footnote on this, the Jewish calendar is extremely complicated. The Christians follow basically a solar calendar, which is a little complicated because it doesn't work out to exactly 365 days a year. Hence, you have to have a leap year. There are actually more than one calendrical variations. Europe moved away from the old Julian calendar to the Gregorian calendar, which is using a day every 10 years, I think it was, or every century. Over the calendar. Yeah, so they have an 11-day gap for Russian history because they have the Muslims calendar, which goes according to the 12 lunar months. Seasons are common for holidays that were other year and so on. The Jewish calendar basically follows a lunar pattern, just like the Muslim, but there are certain things stated by Scripture. So you anytime, and in order to make that happen, we have a complicated 19-year cycle of leap months. That an entire month is added to make sure the Passover always falls out in the springtime. Hence, our fascination with the calendar goes back a long, long. Taken with Abraham Zacuto's works that he asked them to be translated. Languages, Romance language, period, and also into Latin. And the bishop ordered that all of these Jewish writings should be stored permanently in the library of the cathedral. Rather impressive. The language stuff is also very interesting because this is a period of great linguistic flexibility and transition when the Jews had a tremendous advantage because they were historically quite, I was going to say the word polyglottish, but that doesn't sound very nice, does it? They were multilingual. Polyglottish sounds terrible. It sounds like something that's a condition. You have to go see a doctor. Oh my gosh, I'm feeling so polyglottish today. Okay, let us look to this subject of what exactly is science and take a little bit of a broader perspective on Sephardim and science. Here's one of the most interesting things that he did, by the way. He also engineered a massive technological revolution by taking up until this
Take care, Pam.
Wood, and he designed them out of copper.
Absolutely, buddy. Love having you here.
Astrolabes from the 15th as a result of his innovations, but they're also much more accurate because wood, of course, is subject to the vagaries of moisture and time and things like that. Just to remind you what the astrolabe was for.
Ask. Lex Friedman is a super genius former professor at MIT, truth-telling podcast aficionado. Other people will say he's a lying industry-playing grifter who pushes certain narratives based on whatever will make him famous under the guise of neutrality and working for a greater good. When I first encountered Lex Friedman, I saw him as more of I mean, the man taught at MIT and had an academic paper endorsed by pre-tweet Elon Musk. That's pretty remarkable stuff. But the more I look into this man, the more I realize that almost everything he does is deceptive.
Far away, you would line up one arm to the top of that building, the way it looks to your naked eye, and you line up
What if someday or night
horizontal with the bottom of that mountain, and then when you've got it moved, you got it lined up properly, you can then simply take the measurement, place it on a scale, and calculate how tall that building is and how far away it is. You can do the same thing with planetary bodies, so you can measure how big the moon is, how far the moon is from other planets, all kinds of amazing things that were, impossible without this amazing little device. And it allowed for, finally, easy navigation of the seas without, local landmarks or to move away from shore for any distance because you could keep your bearings with the stars. So making it into copper, later into bronze, was exceptionally important in terms of the durability of this device. And he was associated very closely with it, as were many Jews of the time. But what exactly is science? We've already talked about the way that astronomy and astrology kind of melded together. There's basically, at this time, we're still working with the medieval trivium and quadrivium, the definition of the classic ideas of what is the essence of scientific knowledge. The trivium, or three items, was grammar, rhetoric, and dialectics. These are kind of like the basic humanities that you just had to know if you were going to be an educated person. It's ironic that of the three, we basically only study a little bit of the first one, and that's primarily at the primary and secondary levels. Like, how many people really know how to use a comma well? Not too many of our freshmen, I'll tell you that. We really work hard on the commas. And apostrophes, forget about it. Rhetoric, we only have one course in rhetoric. It is a required course, thank God, the principles of public speaking. But this is a subject that people used to spend years and years studying how to speak effectively, how to argue effectively, and it's largely on the wayside. And dialectics, which is basically logic, you only study this if you're going to go into math or if you're going to go into philosophy, things like that, maybe into law. So we really, the trivium has been watered down significantly. We also have, however, the quadrivium, which was four other cool things people should learn. Arithmetic, of course, mathematics, music, which we have also basically lost. It's very rare for people to actually study music at a higher level. Third is geometry, which is related, of course, to arithmetic, but much more in the physical sciences. And then finally, astrology/astronomy, because these two things were not clearly defined from each other. You'll note that this is the period of time, the 13th, 14th century, the Renaissance, when the idea of wisdom being too big for any one person to handle is just beginning to take hold. You still have what you call the Renaissance man, people like Da Vinci, Michelangelo, who are doing it all. But the idea that, maybe we should break this out, maybe we should specialize, because you're just not going to be able to find people who can manage all this. To be a doctor, an Easted, at this time, was someone who really could handle all world knowledge, basically. You could grasp it all. It's divided into these sections, but this is going to be fading, and shortly thereafter we'll have our faculties of arts and science that will specialize in various things. One of the most important roles that Jews played was in bringing, as we saw in an earlier lecture, we talked about literature, bringing Greek wisdom through its Arabic translation into the Christian environment. is Arabic into Latin, Greek into Arabic into Latin. And many of the figures who played a role in this transmission of Greek wisdom through Arabic transmission into the Christian environment were converts, such as this individual, Petrus Alphonsus, who is also known as Moshe Asfaradi, Moses the Sephardi, who was a Spanish Jew who moved to Europe, to Christian Europe, and converted to Christianity, and then made a career essentially out of translating what he remembered from when he grew up in Andalus, what he remembered of Arabic science for Christian readers. You can see in this piece of art here, he's having a debate with Moses himself. Moses, of course, is depicted as Jewish. This is a hat which the Jews were required to wear after the Fourth Lateran Council of 1215. It's called the Judenhut, the Jewish hat. You can see it's related to the witch's hat and to the dunce cap, things like that, which it's obviously a silly hat, makes people look absurd, that kind of thing. Petrus, on the other hand, although he's wearing a turban, which is meant to look kind of like Middle Eastern, sort of exotic, he still has a much more dignified bearing than Moses. Moses here, these hand gestures, by the way, are really complicated in medieval art. They actually tell a whole story based on how the hands are depicted. Moses is here. Moses is trying to explain a complicated subject, and Petrus is making it very simple with a declarative finger in the air. This is like an aggressive gesture in medieval art. I'm telling you, buddy, with a strong kind of pointing gesture. In many homes, even to this day, of course, pointing is considered rude. My wife doesn't like when the kids point like that. Anyways, this is like, Petrus Alphonsus is like one of these many, many Jews who are not especially learned. He was not like the brightest kid in yeshiva, but he knew a lot because, the general level of literacy of Jews was quite high in multiple languages. He had a smattering of logic, a smattering of the sciences, and he made his way into Christian Europe, where people are still living on, in mud floors and sleeping with their animals in their barns to keep warm and things like that. And he knew so much that he was immediately a celebrity. When you have real people like Ibn Ezra come into the north and offer the same kind of information on a much more sophisticated level than people like Petrus Alphonsus who were out of a job, but there is nevertheless always a market for Jews who sort of jump over the wall and sell the secrets to the larger population. He was a little bit of a kind of a strange bird. Here is one of his drawings in which he attempted to unify the four-letter name of God, the Tetragrammaton, shown here in this representation, with the Christian Trinity, and he had like this whole kind of like pseudo-theology built around this idea. Anyways, Petrus Alphonsus proposed a seven-part division of science that looks like this. Dialectics, arithmetic, geometry, physics. Physics would basically be medicine. Music, astronomy, and then the seventh subject is unfortunately lost. Some have argued that he believed the seventh science was necromancy, meaning black magic, using the dead to achieve metaphysical aims or theurgic aims. Philosophy or perhaps grammar. All this to say that science at this time is producing some tremendous technological achievements. Astrolabe is one of those amazing things that suddenly allows people to, kind of siphon their way out of the dial-up of history. But they're not exactly sure how to catalog it, how to manage it in a sophisticated way. That will come over the great scientific explosions that will occur here. Now, as I mentioned, the role that many of these Jewish scholars play, and not
morals or facts as long as it makes him money and makes him feel good. So he signal boosted Lex super hard to the point of even appearing on his podcast after only 18 episodes. This has caused people to call Lex an industry plant, which, depending on if you consider this a plant move by Musk, could be true because it blew Lex up into mainstream podcasting. Some random AI researcher almost overnight became one of the biggest podcasters in the world, pushing Lex as an intellectual who went to MIT and is a trusted source when it comes to research, even if none of those things are true, or at least half true. Ever since this interview with Elon, Lex has been an absolute Musk and Tesla meat rider. He will stop at no self-awareness to defend his hero Elon. While Elon could be considered Lex's jumpstart, his appearance on Rogan was what truly solidified him as a podcasting mainstay. Joe, being immune to bullshit, was immediately enthralled by Lex Friedman. Thinking this man was a super genius, he got him connected to some of the most influential people in podcasting, like Brendan Schaub. This left Lex and Joe with almost completely overlapping audiences, with Joe being the more Neanderthal brain one and Lex being the alleged intellectual. Speaking of Neanderthal brain, I want you to imagine this. Me arriving at the Melbourne airport. I am jet lagged, can barely function, and I'm forced to stand in a line at a cell phone kiosk to get a SIM card so I can use my phone. The attendant speaks an incomprehensible dialect of English known as Australian, and it takes me well over an hour to finally have my phone up and running. None of this would have happened if I used Saley, easily my favorite sponsor to grace this channel. Saley is an eSIM app that I have literally recommended to every single person in my life that travels. I even used it when I went to VidCon last month, and it was a lifesaver. My phone plan requires I pay $14 per day when I go abroad and use data. Saley charged me the same price for a data plan that lasted me a week. But when I added the code GHOSTGUM at checkout, it was actually cheaper than 1 day of roaming data. And pretty much no matter where you're going, Saley will have you covered. I mean, look at all the countries they have. You're basically good anywhere. My mom and sister were a bit skeptical, but after they checked a few other apps, they said Saley had by far the best prices, which you can take advantage of by scanning the QR code on screen or clicking the link below and using code GHOSTGUM to get 15% off. And even if you're not traveling, you can use Saley to top up your data and save some money. It also immensely helps out the channel, so check them out if you're in the market. Use the QR code on screen or link in description. And if you want to support these videos, this is the best way to do it. Since Lex had captured an audience similar to Joe Rogan's, he felt the need to be like Joe Rogan, which has led to some hilariously embarrassing moments like this.
I learned more in these maps than I have in all my years. I'm a nerd, I got a PhD. I learned more about life on mine than these maps than I have in all the years of school. If you want to be the best in the world at something like I do, I want to build robots better than anybody else in the world. Or whether that's knitting or yoga or anything. You have to work hard.
It was around this time when people started to realize Lex does better when he's pseudo-intellectually rambling about AI, and not when he's trying to be an alpha male, because he went to the Elon Musk school of cool, where being good at one thing is not enough. You can't just be a smart guy. You have to be the ultimate gamer, the ultimate musician, the best at everything. And much like when Elon does this, when Lex does it, it's insanely cringe. Now, for those of you who can't stomach cringe, I'm giving you a warning that this is one of the worst clips I've ever seen. You have been warned.
The desert, I met a man with an eagle perching on his hand. And he asked me, son, what can I do for you? In this cruel world, there is a man you should listen to as you journey on to life. His name is Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Shoulders for days and a really wide bag. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Barrel of snakes for a bag.
You fucked up. You should have never done that. It was terrible. I can't put my finger on it, but I think what makes Lex so embarrassing is he's trying insanely hard to make it look like he's not trying, if that makes sense. Once you notice that he's a transparent figure, it makes everything he does groan-worthy. I mean, this guy basically faked his way to the top and is now still faking it. Lex has been getting ever more political lately. While claiming to be a centrist, he clearly has a bias, especially towards Trump and Elon or whoever else might take interest in his takes. Now, what's interesting is because Lex can get bigger profile guests than Joe Rogan. Like this guy had Jeff Bezos, Benjamin Netanyahu, and Oliver Stone on his podcast, plus all the high-profile Rogan guests like Mark Zuckerberg, Elon Musk, and even Trump. This has led to some people questioning if his rise is authentic. Even Rogan and Jason comedians are perplexed by the rise of Lex. What I think is more likely is that Lex has proven himself to be a puppet who will say whatever benefits people. Look at Elon Musk, for example. He will say whatever benefits Elon Musk and will never criticize him. Obviously displayed by his academic paper that greatly benefited him, despite if it was true or not, but even just the way he talks about Elon. Other powerful people with special interests noticed this and started going on Lex's show. This then naturally raises the prestige of the show. I was on Lex's show, the same show as Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and Mark Zuckerberg. This is why Lex benefits from grifting as an unbiased, unopinionated academic, because people who believe him look at him as a trusted source who's going to give you the facts, even if that's not true at all. Not as a guy whose show acts as a mouthpiece for rich and powerful people to push their agenda, regardless of facts. Lex claims that he will talk to anyone and everyone in a respectful way, and that he has no bias, but anybody who's watched his show knows that that's not true at all. You can see using his own words, like when he refused to acknowledge January 6th as a coup attempt, despite him talking to an actual historian about it, which, by the way, most people, regardless of political belief, will say that this was a coup attempt. But by far the worst example of this is when he interviewed President Zelensky of Ukraine, which might be one of the worst high-profile interviews of all time. Now, before we talk about why that interview is so bad, we have to talk about love. It's about love. Mention love. Why do we humans fall in love? Put love out into the world. I gotta ask you about love. Bukowski had this line about love being a fog that dissipates with the first light of reality. Lex has this embarrassing obsession with the concept of love. He's constantly talking about love like a teenager who tries mushrooms for the first time. Why can't we all just love each other, man? It's super corny that a guy with as much academic background as Lex thinks that all problems in the world can be solved as if it's a fucking Disney princess movie. And I definitely seek that kind of love with a life partner, with a person that I could, how does the saying goes, ride or die with. I can bury the bodies with them. Most of the time it's just cringe and harmless, but sometimes it's downright delusional. Like straight up asked Zelensky if he could forgive Putin with the power of love, which is maybe one of the dumbest things I've heard in my entire life. If somebody murdered your entire family and friends, would you use the power of love to forgive them? Lex heavily pressed Zelensky on Russia and the war and asked him some pretty hard-hitting questions, but will not give that same hard-hitting attitude to the other side. So with all this talk about love, Lex must be this stoic figure that really cares for all humans, except much like his entire persona, it's all an act. Proven when Mark Norman shared a story of Lex freaking out at a lady because her printer wasn't working.
What was fun is we did it in a hotel in New York. He was in town for some reason, and the printer wasn't working in the lobby, and I got to watch him yell at the lady behind the desk, and that was weird, seeing him not be that robot guy. He was like, what the hell, the printer isn't working? Get your shit together. And some girl like, I don't know.
Do you think Lex's love for her, or better question, could he learn to forgive that printer? It's all a grift to prop up this image as this forgiving, nice guy intellectual. If you couldn't tell by watching the Zelensky interview, Lex is also a Russia shill. Now, it's not proof he's being paid by Russia like Tim Pool. We have to look a bit deeper when looking at Lex. Like when he was shitting on Zelensky after he met with Trump and Vance. But guys, he's totally unbiased and is just looking for solutions, which is why he had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family. Totally unbiased, by the way. If you think the guy who had Thanksgiving dinner with the Trump family and was made famous by simping for Elon Musk is unbiased, I have an MIT academic paper to show you that I definitely wrote, and if any of you in the comments say otherwise, you will be permanently banned from commenting on my videos. Lex is also a big believer in free speech, which is why he literally blocks anybody who criticizes him. Alpha male Lex might be one of the most sensitive people on the planet. Lex's block list on Twitter is probably in the thousands at this point. He blocks people who glance at his profile the wrong way. Anybody who criticizes him, block. Anybody who says he should get a peer review on his academic paper, block. Anybody who points out the university that he went to, which was Drexel and not MIT, you guessed it, blocked. I wouldn't be surprised if I'm blocked after this video, so follow me for more updates on that. The censorship has gotten so bad on Lex's subreddit that they have to create another one just to actually discuss and criticize Lex. People were getting banned for just simply asking questions about Lex's background. And when they're not banned, sometimes we'll get a rare Lex sighting. Lex is so terminally online that he will randomly show up in comment sections to defend himself, saying that the internet is full of hateful, cruel people, but he still has love for them, of course. He disappears just as quickly once you question his ethics. Okay, but who cares about Lex's personal life or opinions? How is his podcast? Surely he must be a good interviewer. Joe Rogan, whether you like him or not, can carry a conversation. He's charismatic and can make even the most boring guests an entertaining chat, most of the time. Lex does not have this same skill. His podcast is incredibly boring and slow. In fact, if you want to listen to it, turn up the speed because it becomes way more tolerable. Beyond the bias, shilling, and corniness, Lex just isn't a great conversationalist, which leads to some incredibly awkward and uncomfortable moments.
I'm as alpha in everything I do as it gets, and the fact that Joe Rogan said, I thought scent of a woman.
There he is. What up, Pimp? Yeah, let me just finish watching this. It's got another like 4 minutes. Is that okay? Excellent. I've been trying to watch it for a while.
Sometimes straight up censoring information. It's left people asking, what does this guy even do? Who is this guy? People have taken notice of this, especially over the...
Did you know Hulk Hogan died? Did you know that Malcolm Jamal Warner died? Did you know that Ozzy Osbourne died? Or who else? Or who else? I heard the Ozzy Osbourne, but who else bummed you out? Or didn't bum you out? Yeah, what's his name, though? Malcolm Jamal Warner. He was named after, I think, like Malcolm X, maybe. Malcolm Jamal Warner. But to Hulk Hogan, isn't that crazy? I don't know. I don't know how he died. I'll have to do some research into it. But yeah, it's pretty wild. All right, this has 20. It's got 5 minutes.
Tim Dillon had an impeccable rant about these pseudo-intellectual types that basically sums it all
It's
up.
about Lex Friedman. I'll tell you about it in a second.
It's great. It's 6 hours because he takes 6 minutes to ask each question. I love him. I'm just trying to stay in this. But he's great. He's a genius. Everyone says he's a genius. I don't know if he's a genius. What does he do? He's a coder?
Yeah, for AI.
So what does that even mean?
So like
Does anyone have to ask credentials anymore? Everyone goes, Eric Weinstein, he's a genius. Does anyone know why? What is there anything they've done? No, truly, because all they do is talk. Is there anything they've built? Is there one appliance that they have anything to do with? Have they come up with something even like the Rotato, which peels and slices a potato as you could? Like, is there one thing any of them have done except whack off Elon Musk and talk? And you can't find a thing they do. What is their job? What is any of their jobs?
do research.
Into what? Why and who? Where? Where's the what? They all do research.
research all day, but they're all on Clubhouse for 9 hours. What are they researching? They're just talking about trans people. They're all supposedly tech geniuses who's talking about who has a cock. I'm not a fan of women getting beaten up by men in sport, but it's like, these are the best minds of our time, and all they're talking about is if somebody's tucking a D. It's convenient that Lex and these other guys say academia is being corrupted so their audience ignores them, when Lex has been shady or half-truthing about his academic background for years now. Guys like Lex have become mainstays in Joe Rogan's space. Therefore, because Joe Rogan is basically mainstream now, these guys also become mainstream. Joe Rogan, podcaster and alleged comedian, has arguably become more mainstream than mainstream news. If you told me this would happen a few years ago, I'd call you crazy. But now guys like Lex have been able to become the mainstream, and I'm not afraid to say they're all grifters. All of them. They love to wax on about how the mainstream media is biased, speech is being censored, and they're the last line of defense. My guy, you are the mainstream media now. You're biased, you censor people, and you misrepresent shit all the time. I think what drives people insane nowadays is insincerity. People who claim to be something that they're not. And that's the only word I need to describe Lex. Insincere. He's the perfect example of a grifter. He claims to be an unbiased, super genius alpha male. He is none of those things. He's an agenda-pushing grifter who desperately tries to fit into the Rogan sphere and continues to embarrass himself in the process. He claims to be all about love, but freaks out on random people, bans, and blocks anybody who mildly criticizes him. And most importantly, he's not a truth seeker. Lex is someone who just cares about blowing up his image and making himself more famous, which is fine. But don't pretend like you're not that. But the problem with Lex is he's in too deep now. He's grifted so hard, there's no going back. His entire persona and brand is propped up by the fact that he's an unbiased academic. If it somehow comes out that, hey, you didn't actually go to MIT, hey, some of your takes are pretty biased, you got put on by writing a bullshit paper. If any of this comes out, Lex is fucked. His whole brand and persona is shattered. It's less podcast views, no more dinners with Trump, no more conversations with world leaders and billionaires. So that's why Lex's strategy of playing victim and blocking people to control the narrative when he's called out is the only strategy that'll work for him. And the worst part is Lex's audience will continue to buy into his victim complex, that he's actually a really nice and smart guy who's getting attacked for no good reason. He isn't respected by academics. He isn't motivational. He's a boring as shit podcaster. So why the fuck do people watch him? There's a running joke within the podcast world that Lex is an intelligence asset. I had a good laugh at this until I watched this episode with Tim Dillon, where Lex gets a bit defensive about calling other people intelligence assets.
Not do things overtly with our military and with U.S. policy and get things passed through Congress. You have a shadow organization.
Now, I won't go into it due to YouTube's ad regulations, but the end of this podcast had everyone saying that Lex is in the Mossad. I believe this to be true, not because I know of any links or proof that Lex is in the Mossad, but because it's the only explanation on why one of the most boring podcasters ever gets to interview some of the most high-profile people on the entire planet. Also, recently, since the Trump and Elon falling out, Lex has said they need to do a podcast and solve their issues. So, yeah, think about who really gets hurt in the divorce.
Love is the answer, as some guy on some podcast once said.
There we go. Riser, you ready, big dog? Riser. 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 How you doing, Audie? How are you? Another day, girl. We're just getting through it as best we can. That's great.
Wow. I am. That's Oh, you ready, pimp? No, we're not. I'm at I'm at a well, let me ask. I'm at a disadvantage for that. Did you watch how to play Mancala? Did you know Mancala means to move in Arabic? Uh, I don't know. Hey, did you know? Did you know that Hulk Hogan died? No, it was just today. People said that he had hot. People said he had hot dog skin. Good one, dude. GG. Nice draw. Doug, I will purposefully next game. I will purposefully make sure you go first. I literally do. I just do what it says is random. I will make sure you go first this time, even though it says first player random. I will agree with you that it's, even though it says it's random, it seems like I go first a lot. Would you like to be interviewed after that game? You're up. What are you talking about? On what? Isn't there only one version?
committed by probation staff, impacting 143 young victims. Multiple youth at Los Padrinos Juvenile Hall had over, even after the court ordered contraband controls. Youth are missing critical medical appointments, and security cameras remain inadequate, and key footage goes unreviewed. So he comes down to lay all of this out, stuff that we all know already, but he's basically saying, in giving you time, we've tried to work with you, we reached an agreement before, you're out of compliance, 75% of that, it's time for the state to take it. Let's be honest, they don't care.
Dude, I can't believe I fucking lost. Garbage. This game is amazing. Love them. I love all pickles. Did you know that all pickles are cucumbers, but not all cucumbers are pickles? There you go.
The board of supervisors, they seem to welcome this. They have done some things in recent meetings to try to get more oversight, to try to get better answers, to improve conditions. Supervisor Janice Hahn says we spent years trying to improve conditions, exhausted every tool at the county level, and still we're failing these young people. She says she stands by, ready to help. It was interesting, I thought, the statement from Supervisor Lindsay Horvath that basically says, in order for a receivership to have a chance at successful restructuring, the state must take on the challenge LA County has faced for decades: employment agreements.
I do. I'd like to say RIP to Hulk Hogan, and may your memory be a blessing.
I feel like we're always in this state of union pushback and counties watching their ass, and nobody cares about the kids. And it's all me, and Monta wants a microphone. It's just exhausting, isn't it? I'll tell you, just last week, you and I were talking about this Measure G that was adopted in November to expand the Board of Supervisors from 5 members to 9, and this newly elected county executive, like a county mayor, but they made a mistake in performing the charter, changing the charter that was approved with that ballot measure, because it repealed Measure J from 2020, which dedicated 10% of unrestricted funds to social justice causes. The way Supervisor Horvath talked about that last week, she literally said, I'm losing sleep over this. We're going to fix this. We directed county staff to figure out what went wrong, whether we should put it back on the ballot. And so that, again, I'm not dismissing the importance of that to her and to other people, but she literally said, I'm losing sleep over that. And you did not hear the same responses from these supervisors over the state of taking on the juvenile detention centers. Right. So probation is in charge of it, right? The county probation department is in charge of it. So what was the response from county probation? Are they able to say this is not true, or we don't like this? Or yeah, I know that we've heard from workers inside, rank and file folks who saw this coming for a while. So leadership will try to defend themselves.
Fuck.
They can be the target of some of these legal settlements, sure. But as far as the rank and file employees, they've been talking for a long time off the record that these problems are real, they're mounting, and no one seems to be doing anything about it. Well, take a court decision. He's asking the court to do this, and basically the guy he wants to have in charge is the guy who's already been working with the facilities on that you would have more control or under a receivership. You know that process. The name is Michael Dempsey. He's the executive director of the National Council of Juvenile Justice Administrators. Is who approves that? Does that have to go to court to get approved? Yes. Okay, so he's asking the court, literally, he's asking the court to do this. And I'm not a legal scholar. We'll watch and see how it plays out. But say that there's some evidence to support that.
And Michael, how are you?
I'm glad Gary's back. I enjoyed the time we spent together. It was fun. I appreciate it. We had some good times. Gary, I don't know how much you heard.
No way.
But I will tell you, while it was like election for 5 hours last week, we started a new business called Meat Camp. That's right. Meat Camp. We wrote a lifetime original thriller starring Meg Ryan and Tom Hanks. The audience got involved in the script. Meg Ryan's stuck in the woods.
Oh, and
Tom Hanks is in a cabin. And with Meg Ryan, Tom's got a dog.
he's a widower.
They're going to come save him. Yeah.
F this.
We did tarot readings.
We did. There's crystals involved.
We created a 1980s country male-female duet tribute group. All of this happened on the air.
We did get a lot of real work done.
So what kind of stuff happened off? I shudder to ask. There was some light cuddling.
It's not like
She does not seem cuddler.
that's for damn sure.
I don't know where these people have been.
I have no idea. It's like a caramel sweater.
I'm wearing it just for you. I was going to be on the show today, and I like to think in the morning. And I was just very tempted to buy a shirt that should simply say Maui.
I did too. Like everywhere I've gone, I think of him.
I just don't know. I would have loved him. I know what a great gift for me. I'm not giving him too much. He gave me the chair.
I miscounted. Fuck.
Gary and Gina will continue. We've got your chance of $1,000. Amy King has the news.
Here's the latest. They say death will come in threes. First, it was Ozzy Osbourne. And today, pro wrestling legend Hulk Hogan died in his home in Clearwater, Florida. And jazz trumpetist Chuck Mangione also died, according to his manager at his home in New York this week. Those stories and more coming up at the bottom of the hour. Sunny skies, highs in the mid-70s for the coast, 70s to low 80s for the metro areas, 80s to low 90s for the valleys, IE, and high desert. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, safe fourth up with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We've got a crash in Leisure Park.
This one was an ass kicking.
Stay slow all the way down past the boulevard as you head into downtown Slaughter, southbound side of the 110. The northbound side of the just crossing out Will Heights, starting from 60 and stay slow all the way up into the Blackwater Village area.
Hold on. You have an invitation. Now you're telling me all this stuff. We'll play archery next. Go.
I can't think about my Uncle Chris without thinking about the craziest night of my life. The Uncle Chris podcast tells the story of my Uncle Chris, the real character, a garbage truck driver from South Carolina who's now buried alongside the founding families of Animal. Wild stories about adventure, romance, crime, history, and war intertwined as I share tall tales and hard truths to help me understand Uncle Chris. Listen to Uncle Chris on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Uncle Chris and start listening to the free iHeart Radio app today.
Dirty.
Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on what's going on in women's basketball. And not just in the WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited, Unrivaled, and college basketball.
No way. Got it.
We want to share all the basketball stories
Dude, this sucks. I'm already at a disadvantage. I'm at a disadvantage. That was good. That was really good. Oh, very good. I'm not beating this. I'm doing it as fast as I can on my phone. It moves faster on an iPad. Oh, nice one. How did I win? How did I win? Excellent. Skee ball time. You're up. That's a miss. 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 That's a make. Let's see it, baby. Hey, look at you. You're finally starting to figure out how to play this game. You are right about that one. Yet I still don't play mini golf as much as Zoot. Zoot always had like 1,200 games, and I had like 800 games. Table soccer, baby. Dude, we're doing the crazy one. Are you gonna go?
TMC is artist manager said the trumpet player died this week at his home in New York, died from natural causes. Chuck Mangione was 84. A 14-year-old has been shot by someone during a burglary in Encino.
Oh no. No. Oh no.
Armed security guards are now patrolling neighborhoods in the scene of this follows the recently burglaries and murders of an American Idol executive and her husband who were shot and killed in their home 2 weeks ago. Some residents say their home security systems are not enough and have hired armed patrols. Southern California Edison says it's starting a wildfire recovery compensation program this fall for those who lost homes, businesses, or rental properties in the wildfire. Gary Jim talking about it. It will also cover business interruption, smoke and ash damage, physical injury, and fatalities. Attorney Ali Mogadis, who represents fire victims suing Edison, says news of the program is telling.
The details haven't been released yet, but if the pass is any indication, we know that this is going to be an attempt by SCE to settle quickly, cheaply, and quietly.
He tells KTLA that's not going to work. He says he's looking forward to trial next year. We're going to go to the 5 next.
Thorson Buick GMC is where you want to head if you still want a great 4th of July deal, because guess what? Yes, it is July 24th, but it is 4th of July all month long at Thorson Buick GMC. They've got over 400 vehicles in stock, including 68 brand new 2025 GMC Sierra 1500s. Now, here's the deal. The deal for 4th of July, it's still good for you if you're part of the KFI Thorson family. Right now, qualified buyers get 20% off MSRP. That's huge, 20% off. This is all for you, the KFI family, and you're not going to have to deal with any of the baloney, the BS that you usually have to do when you go to a car dealership. This is why I bought my truck at Thorson. Call Ted or Tom. Ted's the GM. Tom owns the place. Tell them I sent you. They will hook you up with KFI exclusive deals. No games, no gimmicks, no BS. It's all happening right now at Thorson Buick GMC. Go get yourself the best deal you'll find this summer. They're right on the Sedina, ThorsonMotorCenter.com, ThorsonMotorCenter.com.
Southland weather, KFI, sunny, highs mid 70s, mid 80s for Metro LA, mid 80s, below 90s in the valleys, mid 80s, below 90s, and windy in the high desert. Low 70s at the beaches, around 80 inland OC, 80s to low 90s in the IE and Minty. Right now, 69 in Irvine and 72 in La Palma. It's still on the 5 in East LA.
Northbound side, lots of companies still getting away from the 60 in the East LA interchange, pretty much all the way up to the 2 freeway. It gets better, a little better after that as you make your way to the Atwater Village. All the swing ends right there, Glenview Boulevard. Meanwhile, the 605 is a bit slow on the southbound side, headed towards Rose Hills. We've got a crash there on Rose Hills Road, often southbound 605. 4 vehicles. It looks like they're all in the left lane. Traffic quickly backed up to the 10 freeway on the southbound side of the 605. Excuse me. And some good news coming from Rialto, the 10 freeway westbound, right before Riverside Avenue. That earlier crash has been completed. Their traffic still, though, it's going to be a while before it empties out back on the 215. I'm Will Coltrane. Let us know if you're stuck in a jam down 250 on your cell. Keyword KFI traffic. I can't think about my Uncle Chris without thinking about the craziest night of my life. The Uncle Chris podcast tells the story of my Uncle Chris, a real character, a garbage truck driver from South Carolina who's now buried alongside the founding families of Panama. Wild stories about adventure, romance, crime, history, and war intertwined as I share the tall tales and hard truths that help me understand Uncle Chris. Listen to Uncle Chris on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Uncle Chris and start listening at the free iHeartRadio app today.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Spending time outdoors can improve overall health and wellness. Celebrate Earth Day and take advantage of nature's health benefits by visiting a local park. Recreate responsibly to protect yourself and others, and to make the outdoors safe and welcoming for people of all identities and abilities. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
The free iHeartRadio
Garbage.
Gambler on plane insured for $125,000 in jury told.
There's a pass, son.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
Do you know what Canadian Pacific Flight 21 was? No, it was the largest mass murder in Canada's history or something. Oh, fuck. I don't know anything about it. There's a podcast about it. Could be a bomb. Do you know what the dragon attack is, son? It's like I looked you dead in the eye, blew hot breath on your face, and slapped you in the mouth. Pimp slapped you in the mouth. You're welcome, girl.
Jesse's girl. John Wayne is the one who sings that one song. I'm missing you at all. Yes. I love that song. It endures the test of time, doesn't it? Jesse's girl. What about Paul Young? Paul Young. No. I was too young when this was its heyday, but I knew that I was hurting inside for a relationship that I had yet to have. What was that one about? Every time you go, you take a piece of me with you. That sounds like a serial killer. John Cafferty and the Beaver Browns. No, Pigman. Sure. Oh, yeah. On the dark side. I love this song. It's on a couple
Whoa.
of CDs from the early aughts. And for the longest time, I thought it was Bruce Springsteen. Until right now, thought it was Bruce Springsteen. John Cafferty. It's so big. Anyway, those five. You can't just play it and not get to the part. You gotta do that. Yeah.
cities. And then the 27th,
Oh.
so that would be 27th. What day is that? I kind of feel like I gotta go. 27th is Sunday night at the Hollywood Bowl. What's it called again? I'm on my 80s tour. Rick Springfield and guests. That sounds like fun. After that, next week they go up towards Sacramento, I believe, towards the Thunder Valley Casino Resort. Oh, I love Thunder Valley. I've made a lot of good decisions there. They come back down to Oceanside on the 3rd. No, Oceanside's a little too fancy. They play Saratoga on August 2nd. See, 7:30 on Sunday night. Let's see what these tickets are. I mean, it can't be that expensive, right? Can't you just see everybody jumping up and down and maybe getting into a cardiac situation?
That was a pass?
We saw Steve Miller on TV. Yeah, and he was not. Oh, you were the. It'll all be unity. In that case, that's great. You don't look at the album covers from the early '80s if you don't want it to be influenced. Do my bangs, cut bangs, and then do them. Be a whole thing. So you cut your bangs. You want to cut my bangs? Have you ever cut bangs before? Oh, sure. When I was 5, I cut my own. Did you? Well, I mean, you do the thing. I think we've all cut our own bangs at one point. That's never a good idea. I kind of want to do it. Want to do it like
Are you going to go? Are you going to just J your?
I know. Why? Can I ask you this? Why there are scissors in every room in this radio station? Like we're some sort of craft organization? Like we're like kindergarten where we're doing crafts?
Are you going to go or are you just going to J your?
I think in 21 plus years of working here, I've used scissors. I think I've
Really?
a couple times, but never for scissors. No, I always for other stuff. Cut my jeans off. What?
Riser, are you going to go or are you just going to J your?
You know what? What are you wearing right now, Albert? You wearing jeans? No. It's jeans. You ever had cut off khakis? I'm cutting bangs. You can cut your pants. SoCal Edison says it's going to offer to pay Eaton fire victims directly for damages suffered, even though SoCal Edison has not yet officially taken responsibility for the fire back on January 7th. They are planning.
Riser, are you going to go or are you just going to J your?
If you lost a house, if you lost a business, if you lost a rental property in the fire, you would be eligible. It would also cover those who were harmed by smoke damage and physical injuries. 13 people died in that Eaton fire. Even though the details of this are still to be figured out, we know that dozens of lawsuits have already been filed against Edison, and there are videos that appear to show fire starting under a transmission line way out in Blue Canyon. The cause is technically still under investigation, but even the chief executive of Edison says the leading theory is that it was a transmission line may have been
Take a shot on goal, son.
transmission line that somehow became re-energized or that fire. They said they're going to try to quickly compensate victims, including those who were insured. You can apply with or without an attorney. Is expected to run through all. If Edison is found responsible, the $21 billion wildfire fund from the state is expected to reimburse the company for all or most of the payments it makes to its victims. So even if Edison is found responsible, taxpayer money would reimburse the company for most of the payments. That's a great deal for Edison.
How is that a pass? There's some glitch where we're passing to each other's teams. No, it's not. There's a glitch.
Ridiculous business tax. It would strip away a tax that's imposed on a number of businesses
bunch of things. This is a
Yep.
Cash says that this is an attack on public safety because the budget's going to take an $800 million hit because of it. So, do we demand that the city figure out how to spend the money we do give it and give businesses a more friendly environment? It seems like this is going to be up to voters. We'll tell you about it when we come back.
Gary Chandler will continue. Deborah Mark live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
There is the latest. 2 more celebrities have died. California's wants to buy an oil refinery. We will have more at the top of the hour. We're going to the
Oh, that was a little long and boring. Nothing like Moncala. Riser, you're going first, son. You're going first, son.
You'll take $17.76 off your project in American Vision Windows this July. Or you can finance a full home of Windows for just $177.60 a month. Now is when you want to get this done because you want to get on the schedule. It's a busy time of year. And you want to shield yourself from the heat come August, September, October. It is going to be a brutal Indian summer here in Los Angeles. American Vision Windows is the team you want. The windows save you money and they're gorgeous too. Check them out at AmericanVisionWindows.com. They've got windows to fit the style of every home. On approved credit, minimum of 6 windows. Call or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com for details. The number is 888-785-5713. 888-785-5713. Offer expires 7/31/25. CSLB number 778326. From the Odoo.com Weather Center. Odoo, the only business software you need. Sunny, high 70s to low 90s. This report brought to you by Leinster.com. We have a crash on the 101 in Echo Park.
It's going to be on the right shoulder of the southbound side, right near Glendale Boulevard. Crash there, stop and go traffic all the way back from Sunset Boulevard. Because of that crash, I would even venture to say it's up to Boulevard, maybe a little further back. Pasadena, 210 freeway westbound at Lake. Right there on the right shoulder is a big rig in a car that somehow got tangled up. And a new problem just popping up in the Spokane Pass on the 405 southbound Spokane Boulevard. It's a wreck there, 2 vehicles, and it looks like maybe one of the vehicles took off, so it might be a hit-and-run investigation on the right side of the freeway. Southbound side of the 405, it is stop and go back to the 101. It stays that way pretty much down to Sunset Boulevard. I will, folks, Robert. Let us know if you're stuck in a jam. Pound 250 on your cell, keyword KFI traffic.
You've got an app for music, an app for photos, maybe even one that helps you sleep. But only one app puts the live radio dial in your pocket and lets you save your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts as presets. Get the free iHeartRadio app, the #1 app for radio.
WWE legend Hulk Hogan dead at the age of 71. Hogan reportedly suffered cardiac arrest. The former wrestler had been recovering from surgeries, and his wife recently denied reports he was in a coma. Hogan was a 12-time World Wrestling Champion and was inducted into the WWE Hall of Fame in 2005. Ozzy Osbourne's former Black Sabbath bandmates remembering the lead musician as a friend and icon. The band's co-founder telling the BBC Ozzy's death at the age of 76 was a shock and looked back at Black Sabbath's final concert held just a few weeks ago, although he didn't expect it was going to be his final this soon. Black Sabbath member Bill Ward posting online that Ozzy would be forever in his heart. Fans may be asking if this truly will be the farewell tour for Roger Daltrey and Pete Townsend.
How'd you like that play, pimp?
Jay-Z is pitching his case for a Caesars Entertainment casino license bid in Times Square. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Bolsoni. iHeart is America's #1 podcast.
glass spires in the Midtown area lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022,
Shoot. Doesn't matter. Game over. This bitch is done. GG pimp. All right, bear with me. Just want to see if anybody said anything about me.
A vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other until one day everything just shatters. At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot Georgia State Patrol trooper.
Okay. Are you ready to play Blitz? Blitz League? Why do you think it sucks? Okay, but play Blitz League. Just learn how to play it. It's a new game we can put in our repertoire.
Stimulating talk. Today on the John Cobell Show after 3 o'clock, we're going to have USC professor Michael Michelle. He's written about gas prices frequently. He'll tell us why the gas prices have been down this month, but are still likely to go way up. And details about how Newsom wants the state to buy one of the refineries that's scheduled to close. All that coming up after 3.
Yeah. To score on the other guy.
Story involving AI, ChatGPT, now giving instructions for devil worship. We're going to have a big AI block tomorrow.
The fertility rate in the United States is all-time low.
No, I heard this
Fewer than 1.6 children being born.
Earlier. Fertility rate is very different from we don't want to have kids rate. Fertility implies that people are trying but not getting pregnant.
Well, I think it's mixed in there. I think that they're combined. But
I mean, it makes it sound like we're trying to have kids and we can't.
Right.
Many people are making the decision not. They're not having kids.
Or at the very least, they're waiting.
Or they're waiting, or they're not in a relationship. Making babies rate is what it should be called.
That's right. California dominated the 2025 U.S. Open Beer Championship, if you saw that. A couple of notable results for the their deeply rooted beer. IPA won a bronze in the brewed IPA.
So this is a good beer championship. How much can I drink beer championship?
Right.
I was going to put
Quality, not quantity.
I was going to see how many you could. How many beers you think?
Are you sending me an invite?
So like a Coors Light.
A session.
A session. What's my top end? I mean, like
when you just can't.
I just can't have another one. Yeah. Like my belly is so busy.
Okay, then I'll send it to you because you suck.
It's not like you get naked and start slapping ass. Which is great. You are very helpful and 8.
No, 5 rounds sucks.
What's my time frame?
It's 12 o'clock hours. Bangs, 8 beers.
My time frame again?
That's a miss. That's a mate. Oh, swish. 2 swishes. Oh, this man is on fire, folks. This man is on fire. 12. That's his high.
All right.
Proud as a peacock. Riser with the hoops moving, dog. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. That's a make. That's a miss. Time out. What do you want me to do, dog? What do you want me to do? You want me to recount time? It's tied. It all comes down to this, B. Are you ready? G L A M O R O U S, y'all. G L A M O. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. What a big round. He just ended it. He just stopped his. The streak is over, folks. The streak is over. Finally, you got me. Skee ball time. Why don't you like sleep? You're going to go to sleep? All right, well, you're up, dog, and everybody's waiting on you. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a make. He got one. He got one. That's good, dog. I'm going to destroy you now. I'm going to get 3. Whatever you do, don't miss. Why did you steal my strategy? Dog, you got one. Now I'll show you how a champ does it. It's close. Close. You're up, pimp. That's a make. 2 makes. This game is over. Riser 1. Oh, 3 makes? This game is over. I shouldn't even go. I'll let you go first since you always bitch about it. Oh, what? All right, but play Moncala first because this game rules. I'm going, baby. Are you gonna go? Oh, shoot. We'll miss you. Peace, girl. Fuck this. All right.
I know we have to play golf. Oh, just give me a second. Pardon me. It's like you looked me dead in the eye, blew hot breath on my face, and pimp slapped me in the mouth. I think about that. I've been thinking about that too. Like that dog, if he didn't have alcohol in his life, that motherfucker would have walked to the moon. Rate that documentary on a scale of 0 to 10. I give it like a 7. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. Religious. The Money Masters. Oil. Yeah, it's called Oil. It's the history of oil. It's like a 10-part series. The Civil War, jazz, baseball. Those are all by Ken Burns. World War II, Vietnam. Those are also Ken Burns. I think I said jazz. The Beatles anthology, if you count that. Um, what else is a good documentary? People really like AlphaGo. It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. There's this one. There's this one that Zoot had me watch. That was called. It was about the history of Donkey Kong. Have you ever? He was like, it changed my life. I was like, what? He's like, it's a documentary. You have to watch it. Changed my life. I'm like, okay. So I watch it, and it's a cool documentary. It's like the history of this video game competition on Donkey Kong. And did he ever tell you about this? Okay, so it's like this story of there's like this really good Donkey Kong player who is also very wealthy, like kind of, but like pretty wealthy. He's like a barbecue sauce heir, and he gets really into Donkey Kong. Then there are other people who aren't like that wealthy who really get into Donkey Kong, and they have this thing that like they're playing Donkey Kong. You know what Donkey Kong is, right? Like the arcade version, like with a box. And so there's this thing that happens if you play the game enough that it like these old games like Pac-Man, if you play it enough, I forget what they call it, but like it doesn't have enough memory, and it doesn't have like a you won the game. There isn't anything like that. It just crashes on you, and when you get it to crash, you like win, and people go crazy. So the guy who is the barbecue sauce heir or whatever is like also the Pac-Man champion of the world, and the way that you have to document like how you win is there are two ways. One, you can do it at this place called like Gameland or something, which is located in like New Hampshire. It's like a two-story arcade that is just like stuck in 1989, and you can play it there, or you can buy a machine yourself and then just put on a video camera you playing. Well, it turns out that guy who, like the barbecue sauce guy, chose to video record himself with the new high score, but he like had the footage edited so that it made it look like he won when he really shouldn't have set the record. And it's like this underdog story. It certainly didn't change my life, like Zoot claims that it did him, but it was cool to just see these guys like doing long form. Like it's not exactly what I do because I'm streaming, but they would just like record record themselves playing a video game for like 10 hours or 12 hours or whatever, just trying to do everything perfectly. Did you ever play the original Donkey Kong? Which one? Never played. Um, well, this documentary. Let me give you like it's been about a year since I saw it, and when I watched it, I frankly wasn't like kept waiting for it to change my life, and it was like it just didn't. Yo, dog, can you give me a quick breakdown of that Donkey Kong movie at Gameland in like New Hampshire or Vermont or some shit? It's between this barbecue air and like this underdog story. Okay, King of Kong, A Fistful of Quarters. The story set around competitive Donkey Kong showdowns at Fun Spot in New Hampshire, which you might have heard called Gameland informally, with major themes like rivalry, the underdog rising, and arcade drama. Quick breakdown: what it's about. It's a 2007 documentary by Seth Gordon following Steve Wiebe, a down on his luck engineer turned teacher from Redmond, Washington. Wiebe sets out to beat the Donkey Kong world record held since the 1980s by Billy Mitchell, a flamboyant former champ and hot sauce entrepreneur. Underdog storyline: Wiebe submits videotapes of record runs only to be disqualified due to perceived video tampering. Mitchell, entrenched in the competitive gaming scene, is viewed as the insider. Wiebe is the humble outsider grinding at home. The showdown at Fun Spot. Wiebe travels to Fun Spot Arcade in Laconia, New Hampshire, one of the world's largest vintage arcades with 600 plus games. There he plays there he live plays under the gaze of Twin Galaxies record keepers. He sets a live record of 985,600 and reaches the infamous kill screen. That's what it's called when everything just goes crazy. Mitchell doesn't show up in person but submits a higher videotape score. Characters and dynamics. Mitchell is cast as the arrogant bully villain, famous and well connected within the record keeping body Twin Galaxies. Oh, yeah, and then there's that. Wiebe is a sympathetic underdog supported by a caring family and community. Colorful characters like Walter Day, founder of Twin Galaxies, Brian Koo, Mr. Amazing or something, Roy, and others enrich the narrative. Wyatt feels like a barbecue air underdog hybrid. Nostalgic arcade setting. Playing and watching Donkey Kong in that vintage amazingness gives off a barbecue air laid back vibe. Underdog drama. Steve's relentless pursuit resonates like a classic sports film or inspirational story. Arcade personalities and culture. Anyway, so there's this website called Twin. Is it Twin Peaks? Hold on. Twin Galaxies. It's a wild website that keeps all of the video game records of like every video game that people submit, and it's like the official. It's like the world record place. It's twingalaxies.com, and they redid it since I last saw it. But basically, like if there's a game that you are really good at, you can submit your score through this website, and then people compete online. Anyway, like Tetris and Doom and those kind of games, like anything old. Anyway, it's it's like yeah, it's really old. It's like a really old system. They keep every score since 1981. But the funny thing is this is like the Olympics for nerds. They're like super into it. Like, I mean, as you would be, but it's like they're just these guys are like over the top into video games. And Zoot was like, no, please remind me, enlighten me what it is. Dolphins or whales? You know that now that you say that, sounds familiar. Did you ever see Blackfish? Yeah, that's an interesting one. All right, I'm gonna play this. Okay, I'm gonna do the same.
keyword on our website, cash. That's cash, C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're not in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Again, cash is your keyword. It goes on our website, so keep an eye on your email inbox. You should, to see if you win that $1,000. And then an hour from now, we'll give you another shot at $1,000.
Well, we are outside in summer, and that doesn't mean that it's not time for some cool technology. Mark Saltzman joins us now with some special tips on some special tech that will make our summer even more enjoyable, Mark.
The machines are getting smarter. This is Tech Talk, brought to you by Skynet. Thanks for joining us, Mark. We know you're busy, and we appreciate you popping up just a second today. Yeah, always. All good. Big news day, too. There's a lot going on. You wrote an article about keeping cool in the hot summer and some tech that allows us to do that. So let's talk about it. The one that I think is the funniest is I've seen people wear these neck air conditioners that have come quite a long way since they first appeared on the market. I too think they look ridiculous. However, until you try it, then you're sold. And they are getting smaller and they are getting better. So yeah, you're referring to they're really just called neck air conditioners. And as the name suggests, it is like portable air conditioning that you wear around your neck. And so these are getting more and more popular. The hotter that our summers are getting, the more humid that they're getting, depending on where you're listening to this show. So yeah, there's a new one, more of a premium priced device. It's called the Coolify. Two active from a company called Torch. That's T-O-R-R-A-F-Y, Torch. They're $169, so not cheap, but they work. So you basically put this thing around your neck. They're not as big as they used to be. You press a button and there's varying degrees of intensity, and you get what the company calls 360-degree air circulation. So it does feel like you have air pump cranked in your car, but it's around your neck. It feels amazing. It's also much quieter than many other brands and much better battery. So talking 28 hours on a single charge. It comes with the cable. There's different colors and stuff to choose from, but it's great.
I've used one of these football game here at SoFi for Chargers games. It is a mostly covered stadium, and it kind of gives a greenhouse feel when it comes to humidity there. And my gosh, I couldn't get over how well these portable fans work, just to instantly cool you down there. I mean, it was a game changer.
They're also getting more high tech. This model that US, there's also an app on a phone that will wirelessly talk to the device. You can tweak settings. There's different modes like cool versus wind or even safe for winter months if you're chilly or want to the hot.
Hold on, I gotta go to my phone to tweak the settings as opposed to just reaching to my neck.
Yeah, sure. It's one button on the device that one is to turn it on, and then you can press it a couple times to increase the intensity. But if you want to change the mode, then you gotta reach for your phone, which you can never leave home without any. Let's be honest. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm fascinated by this as well because the technology of batteries has come so far that these new portable power stations are basically, instead of a generator, you're looking at a battery that's going to supply electricity for you.
Yeah, that's right. So it's like a gas-based generator. These are battery-based. So just like cars are going from combustion engine to electric, so are these portable power stations that you can take to a camping site, to an RV park, or just keep at home in the event of an outage just happens. So you can plug all your appliances, these things sounds